Smiley face. Meeting PT1. Narrator, Gray. UA did call the Verdant phone number again and asked about Bakugo's request to bring his parents with him since they would like to see Inko Midoriya. It was a debate in Izuku's mind on accepting the request, but in the end, Izuku gave UA permission to bring the Bakugos to the meeting because Izuku's mother wanted to talk to them as well. However, in reality, Izuku knew she wanted them there as a way to try and guilt-trip him into not outright killing Bakugo. Izuku though was still highly debating if he would kill Bakugo or not. Izuku was looking at the screen with a thoughtful expression as he still found it highly absurd that he was debating over sparing Kachan's life or not. Don't get him wrong, it's not like he has never thought about hurting Bakugo in the past, but every time he pushed that thought back by telling himself that it was not a heroic thing to do. But unfortunately for Bakugo, Verdant didn't have something like that holding him back. And Izuku honestly can't judge Verdant for his decisions since he had already accepted that even if they shared the same past experiences and some of their thought processes match, fundamentally they are different people who are leading two different lives. Right now he has many more important things to do than deal with someone as insignificant as Bakugo, because honestly in the grand scheme of things Katsuki Bakugo has become that insignificant to everything that Izuku was now doing. As such, Izuku didn't know if it was worth the trouble to torment and possibly kill Bakugo or not. Damn it! Bakugo grumbled under his breath as he tried to ignore how Verdant was basically just shitting on his existence and was just remembering him as just some petty grudge. But despite that, he was trying to control his rage and the involuntary explosions he sometimes let out. Because he knew that the first few episodes of this series haven't done him any favors and anything he does now will only add to that pile. And despite all of that, somewhere in his mind he was still unsatisfied that despite him being one of the factors for Verdant's descent, why was he not getting the same amount of resentment that All Might or other factors were. Now, outside of those thoughts, Izuku was currently standing in the old base looking at the redesign that his Verdant guards had the members do in the past few days, since this base would be used mainly for meetings moving forward with external parties now. Oh. I love the architecture, Momo said. It is also worth mentioning that all the furniture and other decorations in the room are super expensive and are made up of rare materials. Overall, the room was a circular type room with the main meeting table in the middle that had a map of Japan put on it that showed the current conflict zones with the areas controlled by Verdant marked. Of course, the ones controlled via the underworld were not marked like they would be on a map in his office, since he didn't want to show his entire hand, as Izuku was sure Nizu didn't realize yet that Izuku had taken over all of Japan's underworld already. Izuku knew that Nizu had knowledge of the other prefectures being under Verdant control, but likely didn't know about all of the other ones fully yet, since Nizu had only recently figured out the truth behind them. I must say, the boy has a lot of guts to engage in a battle of wits against Nizu like that, Hawk said. And I am not ashamed in agreeing that he has been one step ahead every time, Nizu added. It's more like 3 or more steps, but who is counting? Hawk shrugged and leaned back on his chair. There were also enough chairs at the table to host UA's main teachers in addition to the leaders of Verdant, which meant Izuku and his Verdant guards. Around in the second layer were enough chairs to fit all of the students from 1A and 1B if they desired to sit that close, but they could choose to sit in the other areas since there were more chairs in the third layer or on the upper section. I think it will be wise for everyone to stick together in an unknown territory, instead of roaming around like it is some kind of park, Ida suggested, and many nodded their head. The room was also designed this way so that the advanced units of Verdant members that would be stationed in the room could have clear views of everything in the room. It was a condition of Izuku being able to go to the meeting himself that was put in place by his Verdant guards, since they didn't want to risk UA or a hero student of the first years getting a bright idea of trying to kill Izuku off. Come on. None of us are that stupid to attack someone if they don't provoke us first, Jiro said, but then she glanced at Bakugo and changed her statement. Most of us are not that stupid to attack someone if they don't provoke us first. Do you like the room, little Emperor? Asked a voice that belonged to Stain, who had become quite close and treated Izuku like the other Verdant guards do. I am going to ban these words as part of my first royal decree, Izuku grumbled under his breath. Izuku just rolled his eyes at the nickname that he got due to being on the shorter side of all of the Verdant guards and most members. Not true, Izuku objected. Himiko is the same height as me and despite that, no one calls her short. What kind of discrimination is that? Sorry, did you say something? Himiko asked with a sinister smile. I can't hear you from down there. Indeed, Stain. This is indeed an adequate room for this meeting, Izuku said as he walked around it. He did notice one chair was a bit more dramatic, which he knew was his to sit in. It had a green tint to the wood due to the entire theme of Verdant being green after all. Of course, otherwise how will the great emperor will flaunt his power in front of peasants, right? Night Eye grumbled. Yes, all the Verdant guards replied in unison. Izuku sat down in the chair and sighed. Sometimes I wonder what life would be like if I didn't choose this path. Would I be dead on the street due to someone killing me off due to being quirkless, or would I have committed suicide because I could no longer bear the pain that society had trusted on people like me and those it deems as weaker? Izuku said as he started to look back on the past year or so that had passed. It breaks my heart to see him saying all those horrible things about himself without even showing any strong emotions toward them, Inko said with a sad smile. That was also something that shocked Izuku when he started to look back recently on things. It had really only been over a year since he had started all of this to begin with, since it was roughly 10 months before the UA entrance exam when he ran away from home, which meant it had been over 16 months since the start of Verdant. Yeah, time does move fast, Namuri said, just look at us, we are watching this for so long and now we are almost at the finish line. It had only taken 16 months for Izuku to bring Japan to its knees like he had done so, and now he only needed to make Japan bend its back and bow its head for him to have victory. Which he was so close to doing. Sounds like something a villain would say, Mirio said. Depends on a context of a situation, Izuku said. When a villain says something like this, they are just making an empty statement, but in Verdant's case it is just a matter of days before it comes true. Stain nodded his head as he indeed wondered where everything would be as well if his emperor hadn't chosen the path they are now on. Stain wondered if he would have been caught by now by some fake hero, or if would he still be killing people in a fruitless effort to change a system that has already started to change under his emperor's hands. You would be in jail, where you should be, Ida glared at him. I don't know, but I do know that I have no regrets about following you, as you have already changed so much with your actions. People under your rule are no longer turning to crime for frivolous reasons, and only those that are truly wicked or evil tend to commit evil. Instead, those that would have been pushed to do it to feed their families now come to the government for aid and are accepted regardless of their quirks, unlike under the old government's rule where they could be discriminated against. Stain said as he sat down next to Izuku as they spoke. He is right, Izuku said, even if Verdant's methods to achieve his goal were socially unacceptable, he still achieved his goal of giving people who were discarded by the system a place they can call home. Izuku nodded his head and hoped this war would come to an end soon, which he could do, but he was taking it like he was for a real reason. Izuku knew that if he went for a full-on war with all of his members out in the open, then the government would get far more trigger-happy with using conventional weapons from the JSDF, Japanese Self-Defense Force, which would lead to a wide range of destruction due to the bombs and missiles that would be launched. If that happens, leaving this country behind and starting new somewhere is the only option, Momo said. That's easy for people like you, but what about us poor folks who will be the first ones to be exploited for money in this scenario, Ochako said with a frown. Sorry, if I offended you, I didn't mean to flaunt my money like that, Momo said with a bashful face. No, please don't apologize, Ochako said, it was my fault for getting so worked up like that. There was also the fact that if they took a prefecture, then another one slowly would demoralize the government forces and make them more open to surrendering instead of needless death going on. I seriously doubt that is going to work, Hawk said. The old coots at the commission will never bend down. To them, their pride and position are more important than country and citizens. Bad-mouthing your superiors at the commission will not take undo all the favors you have done for us, Night I said. Yeah, I am totally aware of that, and that's why Miria Sasaki, I am asking you this. Hawk stared directly into Miria's eyes with a fierce glint that matched his title of number 2 hero. I am ready to face my demons. The question is if you are. It was also to weaken the government's public support, since there were still some citizens that supported the old government in the lands they didn't publicly control. Well, at least there are some people who have their brains and loyalty in right place, Night I said. Izuku also knew he did have some people in his land that supported the government, but those people had no strong arguments against Verdant rulership due to the laws that Izuku had put in place, like better quirk laws. Those types of people tended to be the quirkist types who had enjoyed getting away with things when they abused their quirks in the past. Now, due to the fact that they could more freely use their quirks, they had lost a lot of steam in any argument they wanted to make, which weakened their support for the old government by a large margin, which Izuku just kept chipping away at as well. More than often, these kinds of people are just morons who think they are entitled to insult people when something doesn't go the way they like and cannot fathom the idea that the world doesn't give a shit about what they want, Ochako said and took a deep breath. Are you talking from personal experience? Izuku asked. I worked at CU for a week before quitting the job, Ochako replied with emotionless eyes. Understandable, Izuku said as he rubbed her back. Fun fact: Walmart operates under the name CU in Japan. Izuku was glad he could freely talk about what was on his mind with his Verdant guards, as they had become sounding boards for some of his decisions. Not keeping yes men around does sound like a first step towards becoming a good leader, Ida said. He knew if he had leaked the truth of One for All back at Kamino, then the public likely wouldn't have supported him so easily, since there was a chance of the second coming of All Might, even though it would have been a few years before Mirio would have the same power. You don't know that, Mirio argued. Maybe I would have mastered it in half time. Sure buddy, Izuku shrugged, but since I have it now, let's rest this conversation here and now before someone decides to butt in and insult me for no reason, Izuku said as he glanced at Night Eye. He also knew the commission would have gotten greedy as well and would likely abuse their power over Mirio and force the naive fool to do a lot of questionable things. You have no idea, Hawk said with a bitter smile. Now, talking about Mirio, there had been an interesting conversation between him and Izuku as Izuku went down for a second meeting with the third-year student. Mirio had admitted that he understood that the typical concepts of villains and heroes no longer applied to the Verdant versus the government war. I can't believe this, Mirio, Night Eye said with a dissatisfied frown. Only a month-long imprisonment broke your mind. Or a month-long isolation was all he needed to separate facts from delusion in his mind, Izuku said as irritation was evident in his voice, and you are one to talk after you tried to turn Mirio into a delusional version of All Might that only exists in your mind. This made Izuku happy but a bit sad since Mirio still refused to move off the point that there could have been better ways to go about the entire thing instead of starting a war. Izuku just sighed remembering that sticking point since Mirio was still a naive fool in Izuku's opinion since Mirio doesn't seem to understand that Izuku had no true other paths to gain the power to make these changes since the old system would constantly aim to break and kill people like Izuku that sought to change it. Still, that doesn't mean I have to like the way he is doing things, Mirio said. And that's totally fine, Izuku said, all opinions are valid as long as the person truly believes in them and not just because someone has told him to believe in certain things. However, that is diverging from the current issues as Izuku knew he needed to prepare any last-minute things since UA and the students would be arriving a bit after classes got out at UA. Nizu didn't want to raise concerns about where most of the first-year staff and the first-year hero students were going, so it was decided the meeting would take place in the afternoon instead. You also did this to trick the government into thinking that nothing out of ordinary is going on, didn't you? Aizawa asked and Nizu nodded his head. Let's head back to my office since I need to prepare for anything last minute in regards to this meeting, Izuku said and Stain nodded his head as they headed towards the room that the warp user was making the portal in. Izuku did notice that most of the base was already staffed by guards and clones. About half of the guards were real since if something happened then twice could make an endless supply of clones that could go fight and create a delay while the real bodies defended Izuku. The clones were downright powerful since they could use quirks but also weak since it only took so much damage to break them. I like to think that they are like a summons from video games, Kaminari said, like they cost low MP, have low HP but do a decent amount of damage before the player can swoop in and finish the enemy. After spending a few more hours in his office the Verdant guards all arrived at his office which made Izuku look at the clock. It was time for the meeting with UA in the next hour. I really feel bad for young Izuku who has to do all that paperwork all by himself, All Might said. Really Toshinori? Naomasa asked with a smile that wasn't reaching his eyes. Then where was this pity when I had to stay at the station while doing overtime because you had the audacity to solve a crime and run off without giving a statement or evidence regarding the case and I had to backtrack all those crimes? I said I am sorry, All Might shrunk in his seat. Let me go get my outfit since I am in plain clothing right now, Izuku said as he stood up and got ready to go get changed but Toga stopped him as she said they had a different outfit created for him which confused him on why the hell there was a new outfit. Why? Izuku asked when he saw it as it was completely different from his other outfit. All of them chuckled even his mother who had come along with them all since she would be joining the meeting to meet the Bakugos. I am really afraid that they will put me into a clown outfit or something, Izuku said. Don't worry, I don't like to expose my kinks in front of the public, Himiko replied with a smile. Now, I am more terrified of the fact that you may really have a clown kink, Izuku sighed tiredly. It's because you are an emperor and you need to dress more like one. You are going to this meeting as a peaceful negotiation and not into combat. The other outfit is what you wear when going out to combat and it sets a standard that people need to be ready for battle if they see you in it because let's be honest you have only worn the other one when you were going out to fight or expect a large portion of the organization to be engaged in something which has set a standard for the entire organization when they see you in your combat clothing. Dabi said as if it was a matter of fact and Izuku was having trouble denying it because he indeed wore mostly normal clothing unless something serious happens or large-scale conflicts were going to be going on. I still don't get it, Izuku said, I thought my other outfit was presentable enough. Izuku, students, and teachers from Udare are not coming there to meet the Verdant Group's war general, instead they are there to meet the man who will be leading them from now on, Inko explained to him, and that's why it is necessary that you look the part. Okay, point taken but still why this? Izuku asked as he waved his hand at the new outfit that he now knew was meant to be his official emperor clothing when he was going to be with external people or for important meetings outside of his top heads from what he has now been told by his Verdant guards. Do you think Verdant has a fashion designer in his group? Mina asked, otherwise I don't see how can someone make something so cool during wartime. I mean sure, they might as well have someone like that, Jiro shrugged, and honestly at this point I won't be surprised if they have someone who can just wish whatever clothes they want into existence. It wasn't that Izuku hated the look because it was quite nice, but he wondered if he really should be wearing it. Overall, the outfit would indeed present a more royal or imperial tone of clothing due to how it looked. It also had a tint of greens across the clothing, with some of it looking a bit like some shades of blue as well, which Izuku quite liked. You liked it, right? So what's the problem in wearing it? Ochako asked. It's just that I am not sure if such fancy clothing will suit me, Izuku said while rubbing the back of his neck. Don't worry Izuku, Momo jumped into the conversation, as far as my experience with fancy clothing goes. I can assure you that you will look fabulous in those. Really? Thanks for the assurance, Izuku said. Meanwhile, Ochako just sulked and muttered, I wanted to reassure him, to herself. Just be happy we aren't making you wear a crown, little emperor, Dabi said, and everyone chuckled at that comment while Izuku groaned since he would never wear a crown. You make me wear a crown and I will pour sea water on your body, Izuku said while Dai Visibility shivered at that. Wow, that sounds way too painful to be kinky, Himiko said, but well, we don't kink shame here. Himiko, shut the fuck up, Dabi and Izuku said in unison. Yeah, never going to wear a crown. I didn't do all of this to hold myself so high as people have done in the past. I may call myself emperor, but I still intend to let most of the country just run democratically. Izuku said as he grabbed the outfit and stepped into the restroom attached to his bedroom to change. Then why even take that title? Kmayanir asked, seems kind of pointless. To make sure that these dumbasses are working properly, Izuku said and pointed at Verdant guards who raised their voices in protests. After a few minutes he walked out and they were all gushing about how Izuku looked, which made him blush slightly and groan. I feel like I am being sent off on a first date by my family. This feels weird as hell, Izuku muttered, and they all burst out into laughter, but it soon came to an end as it was time for them to set off to the Verdant meeting chambers, or that is what it's now being called since it was no longer a military bunker base. An evil smile appeared on Ochako's face as she whispered to Izuku, I know what you are going to wear on our first date. Nope, not happening. Izuku denied. We will see about that, Ochako replied. While all of this was going on, the first-year students and teachers with Principal Nizu and the Bakugos were all on a large bus that could fit all of them. Nizu wanted them to be all together in the event of something going on so that they could easier defend the students instead of two separate buses. Not if someone decides to ignore the orders and jump at the threat, Aizawa said as he glared at Kirishima and Bakugo. Nizu looked over everyone and spoke one more time before setting off since they had just gotten to the location where they are meant to go to, since they would meet some people who would guide them to the meeting location. Remember staff, students, and Bakugos. Please try not to start any conflict or say anything stupid, as we are going to be in a tense situation that decides UA's fate and likely all of our fates as well. I do remind you all that I don't know what will happen once Verdant Emperor sees Katsuki Bakugo, but as long as the deal stands he shouldn't come to harm, hopefully. I will ask though, Bakugo, are you sure you want to come? Nizu asked one more time to make sure Bakugo really did want to come with them, since Nizu couldn't ensure his safety even though he wishes he could. I know what Bakugo did was wrong and he should be punished for it, but I still don't think I want to see him dying, Kirishima said. What if we all appeal to Verdant and request him to spare his life? I don't think that will work, Momo said. If you want to keep him safe, just ask him to hide in his house, which will ensure his safety as Verdant doesn't care about him at all. Bakugo nodded his head and said it was time he faced the music for everything he had done. Bakugo took a deep breath and steeled his nerves. He was pretty sure that Nerd won't kill him, but he has been pretty unpredictable this whole series, so who knows, maybe he will find out what his insides look like. Nizu sighed and told Aizawa, who was driving the bus, to head to the location that they were given. As they drove they watched the city go by and some commented on how peaceful everything seems when the entire nation is in chaos. Nizu could only chuckle in his mind because he knew the true reason crime in the prefecture and the surrounding ones had dropped like it did and became so peaceful. The Verdant Emperor had long taken this prefecture over and only acted as if he had no control over it just for pure public display, since it would be inconvenient if the heroes and government knew long before now. Oh yeah, totally, Izuku said. This entire operation would have turned more difficult if the government had taken notice of the unnatural decrease in crime rates around the country and had started investigating us immediately after our first appearance. Then the screen turned black and the words appeared on the screen. EP.32, Meeting PT1. To be continued. Meeting PT2. Narrator, Gray. As UA's bus drove they came to an open road in more or less the middle of nowhere, which confused them all since they all knew the road they were on led nowhere because they were at a complete dead end in the Aoi ward of the Shizuoka prefecture. Everyone was downright tense because they wondered if this was just a trap to get them out into a hidden area where the Verdant Emperor could wipe out the entire class and the main teachers of UA. Why do they still think that I am going to harm them? Izuku asked with a dissatisfied frown, and even if I wanted to kill them, why would I use this roundabout way when I have all the methods at my disposal? They know that realistically they can't do anything to harm you, that generates fear in them, which is actually a good thing, because it also discourages them from making any stupid and harmful moves, Stain explained. But then suddenly an advanced team of Verdant members walked out of the forest with the Verdant guard Himiko Toga. Nizu stepped off the bus and told all of his staff and students to stay on in the event something went wrong. It would have been better to take Midnight Sensei or Todoroki with you in case you needed someone with AoE attack, Momo suggested. The thing is, that we still don't know if Midnight's quirk will work on clones or not, Nizu explained, and as for Todoroki, I am still not desperate enough to hide behind my student. Hello, Principal Nizu. I am glad you decided to make it, and I see you have brought all of 1A and 1B as well. Toga said as he bowed her head slightly to Nizu, who did the same. Wow, Himiko. I didn't know you had any manners at all, Dabi said with a surprised face. Asshole, Himiko grumbled under her breath. Indeed, I was a bit surprised that our destination is a dead end. Are we going to need to walk to the meeting place? Nizu asked as he wondered if they would have to get off the bus, which was a bit concerning since they had 2 civilians, which would complicate matters if it turned into a fight for some horrible reason. You don't have to worry about me, Principal, I can definitely knock some teeth out, Mitsuki said. Yeah, you can, Bakugo rolled his eyes. Toga shook her head. No, please get back on the bus and follow us, Toga said as she and the advance unit moved in front of the bus. Nizu got back on the bus and told Aizawa to follow them, which confused him since Toga and her team moved towards the dead end. Geez, follow me already, Himiko said, it's not like I am going to make you drive off the cliff or something. As they drove forward, a teleportation portal opened up which shocked them all and reminded Nizu of how Verdant Emperor and his men escaped from the overhaul raid. And we are already blowing up their minds, Compress said, good job Emperor. They only publicly showed this twice, and it was how they escaped from the overhaul raid and made the appearance at the diet, which is still under their control. Interesting, Nizu said as he remembered how everything went with that raid and the sudden appearance of the gate. Nizu was sure they could use it more freely, but if that was the case, then Nizu was confused about why the Verdant didn't use it to get around the military defense lines, as they had also used boats to transport into Aichi, which a portion of how they found the base that led to the fall of the prefecture. Because I didn't think about that, Izuku shrugged and noticed that people were giving him strange looks. What? He asked. We thought you will be more frustrated by the fact that you didn't think of that idea, Ochako explained. First of all, we can't be sure if Verdant thought of that or not. It is entirely possible that he did think about that but had some reason not to use that, Izuku explained and then shrugged, and even if he didn't, it's not like I have to think of every great idea that ever existed in this universe. The Verdant group could indeed use the gates more often, but Izuku didn't want the government to know that, as knowledge is power after all, and if it seems like they had a limit, then it made it easier for Izuku to plan surprises in the war. Izuku was right, Verdant had pretty good reason for not using the gates, Momo said. He also didn't want any other country to know that they had made teleportation gates yet, since it would be their main transportation method to get to space in the future, which is proving fruitful with the tests that had been going on in the R&D department, since they needed to make sure a gate could even be opened in space, since they had made it in mind of opening on Earth. They have been having some trouble but were making good progress to include the ability to open a gate in outer space, such as on the moon. Can we please focus on this part instead of all the other stupid things, Mei said with stars in her eyes. The fate of our country and society is stupid to you? Shinso raised his brow. Yes, Mei replied without even looking at him. Outside of that topic, the UA bus passed through the gate and found themselves in what appeared to be a new underground location. It was a large cement room with a door at the end as the only exit of the room, but the room was also filled with Verdant guards standing near the door and along the wall. I am not trying to offend anyone, but this does look like a room you enter in video games before you actually confront the boss, Kaminari said. Toga walked over to the door and knocked on it. Aizawa opened it up so Nizu could talk to Toga. If you would all follow me into the meeting room. The Verdant Emperor will soon be arriving. Toga said, and Nizu told everyone it was time to get off the bus, which everyone was a bit nervous about, but soon they all walked behind Toga and they soon arrived inside a meeting hall. Yeah, you have luxurious meeting rooms. We know that already, so can we move on? Jiro rolled her eyes. Toga directed them to their seats and told the students they could sit either in the second layer or anywhere else, as the staff and Nizu sat down on their side of the round table. Nizu looked at the table and noticed the map of Japan and the war fronts were marked on it with recent information. Toga left the room and about a few minutes later a guard in the room announced the arrival of the Verdant Emperor. Not this again, Izuku grumbled under his breath as this entire spectacle of him being the Emperor was getting more and more embarrassing for him. Announcing the arrival of the Verdant Emperor and his guards, said the Verdant member as the main doors opened up and entered the Verdant guards with Izuku walking in with his mother next to him. Everyone in the entire room that belonged to the Verdant placed their right arm across their chest and bowed slightly as Izuku walked into the room. At least I am not the only one who is getting embarrassed here, Izuku said. But Izuku, I am not embarrassed at all, Inko said, it's actually nice to see so many people genuinely respect you. Izuku guided his mother to sit right next to Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo. Auntie, uncle, it's been some time since we last met. Izuku said as they stood up and hugged Izuku, who hugged them back, and Inko had a smile on her face as she was hugged by Mitsuki. Is it really okay for you to touch Verdant like that? Mina asked. Your friendly approach can easily be mistaken as an attack. Those idiot guards can kiss their jobs goodbye if they can't tell the difference between a genuinely friendly greeting and an attack, Mitsuki said. Izuku turned around and moved down the steps towards his seat with the Verdant guards right behind him. Izuku did notice Tenya Ida had a slight glare at Stain, but that was to be anticipated in all honesty. Izuku didn't care if Ida hated Stain as long as the UA student didn't cause an issue at the meeting. I really hope Ida won't do anything stupid in a fit of rage, Okako said. Don't worry Uraraka, Ida said, even if I hate that man, I will never do something that will jeopardize UA's attempt at making a peace with Verdant. As Izuku sat down, he could see his mother whispering to the Bakugo, and he had a good guess about what they were talking about, and he would be right. As Izuku moved away from Inko and the Bakugos, Inko leaned over and started to talk to them. Mitsuki, Masaru, how much do you know of what Katsuki had done to Izuku? Inko asked, and they told her everything they knew, which was everything, since Bakugo had admitted to his parents about everything. They were so disappointed in him, but he was still their son in the end, and they still loved him as they helped him try to get better, but they were both afraid of what would happen today. I have faith in my Izuku, Inko said. He will never do something that will hurt people who are precious to him. That's hard to believe considering the amount of terror and damage he has caused to the society, Night-Eye added with a frown. It's okay if you think that, but that won't change my beliefs, Inko replied. It's good that you know. I've talked to Izuku about some of it, but I don't know if I swayed him off a path of him taking out the anger that he holds on Katsuki, so you need to prepare yourself for something that may happen. I am sorry. Inko said, but Mitsuki said she didn't blame Inko since it wasn't her fault that Katsuki had done what he did. At least show little remorse that your child is dying, Bakugo grumbled under his breath. What was that, brat? Mitsuki asked. I said, at least show little remorse that your own child might die in the next few hours, but no, you have to somehow justify me dying instead of preventing it, Bakugo yelled. Shut the hell up, brat, Mitsuki said with a tick on her forehead. You should be thankful that you are still allowed to enter that room after all the things you have done to him. I know that already, Bakugo gritted his teeth. I can't say I would be happy to see my nephew kill my son. I would be devastated, but we are powerless here. Mitsuki said as a tear went down her face. Inko just held on to her dear friend and prayed that Izuku could let go of his anger towards Katsuki because she was afraid it would drag him down a darker path. Why the hell is everyone so worried about Deck Nerd but not him, Bakugo thought to himself. It was his life that was hanging from the thread here, and despite that, all they could care about is Deck Nerd's mental state and not his life. Then he slammed his feet on the ground. This is not fair. While that conversation went on, Izuku had already started to speak to everyone that was sitting across from him. He did notice that none of the UA students were brave enough to sit in the seats behind or near him. Instead, they were all on the side where their teachers were at. Cowards, Dabi said with a mocking smirk. We like to call it self-preservation, but sure, think whatever makes you happy, Shinso replied. Nizu, what are you wanting out of this surrender, since it would have happened regardless, since it was only a matter of time before I publicly claimed the Shizuoka prefecture? Izuku said as he kicked off the meeting, since they had already completed their typical greetings. I see, reaching directly for the heart of the topic, Nizu said. Well, there is no point in beating around the bush when we both know what are we there for, Izuku replied with a smile. Nizu nodded his head and rose from his chair as he was now standing in it so he could see better over the table. UA would like to be converted into one of your police academies and take part in creating the new generation of specialized police force agents that are essentially taking the place of pro-heroes. Of course, we would like to keep autonomy on how we operate the inner working of the school and the decisions we make. I would also request that all of the heroes at UA be made into special police agents as well. Nizu said, and Izuku made some notes and nodded his head. So you are more or less asking to operate how you have been, but instead of under the name of pro heroes it would be under the specialized police agent name? Izuku said, and Nizu nodded his head. Nizu, you sure have lost your shine, Night-Eye said with a mocking smirk. No tricks, no hidden agenda, just a straight appeal to become the Emperor's dog. In response, Nizu didn't reply, just narrowed his eyes at Night-Eye. Izuku was silent for a bit but continued speaking after a bit of silence. What exactly do I benefit from accepting this? As I said earlier, the surrender of UA would happen regardless once I publicly claim Shizuoka, since I already control the underworld of Shizuka, as you already figured out. Izuku said as he wanted to see what Nizu would say to this line of questioning, since he was interested in what he would really gain, since if he wanted to force the issue he could take UA over forcibly and replace the top staff of the school with his own forces. True, you won't have any problem replacing us, but you won't have the reputation and public's trust that we have gathered over the years, Nizu said. Indeed, but you would gain a significant blow against the old government if UA were willing to surrender, since, even with the hits to our school reputation due to the League of Villains, we are the top hero school still as it stands, Nizu said, which was indeed true because Izuku did want to create the largest blow to the government's gut with his actions that he takes. We would also be willing to cooperate more instead of you having to replace the entire staff to run the school, which means you don't have to waste your time finding people to control the school, Nizu said, which earned another nod from Izuku, since it was indeed going to be annoying if he had to take some of his better people to put in the top school, since Izuku wanted UA as a university which Nizu didn't know about yet. Yeah, it will be hard for him to find experienced and trusted people if he wants to replace us, Mike said. After all, we have an experience in the hero field as well as know how to handle teenagers. It would also do a large impact if UA put a public statement out about our surrender and denouncing the old government as well for their actions that they had been doing, Nizu said, which caught Izuku's interest since he honestly didn't plan for them to put any big public statement out there. As expected, Nizu still had something up his sleeves that even managed to shock Verdant himself, Namuri said with little excitement. Why are you so happy anyways? Aizawa asked. The deal is still beneficial to Verdant even if it caught him by surprise. Listen Shota, Verdant has made fool out of us this entire series, so I will take what little victories I can, Namuri replied. Oh. Would the entirety of UA's staff back the said public statement? Remember, that includes All Might as well, since he works at UA, but he is a large public figure still in many hearts in Japan. Anything he says against or for the government would have significant sway in this war. Izuku said as his back was much straighter now at this point in the conversation. Toshi, don't do it, Night Eye said. If you publicly took his side now, heroes will have a harder time trying to take the country back from these villains' hands. There is no point in arguing about this anymore, Night Eye, All Might said. I have already decided to put my trust in Verdant and I am willing to go forward with it and take all the responsibility for my decision, whether it turns out good or bad. Very well, Toshi. I guess you have truly defected to the villain's side. Night Eye fixed his glasses. Now if only Mirio wasn't so useless, we could have someone to look up to as next All Might, Night Eye said, which caused Nijire to glare at him and Mirio just stared at the ground. Izuku was anticipating Nizu to speak up to his question but was surprised when All Might himself spoke up. Indeed, young Verdant Emperor, I would indeed back the public statement against the old government. I have to admit you surely did break my faith in the government, which only grew due to the actions they took during this war. I wonder what type of ruler you plan to be once you have all the power of the entire country at your hands. All Might asked, and the entire conversation shifted onto a more serious topic. What kind of ruler I will be, huh? Izuku thought to himself and had some thoughts about it, but he wanted to hear Verdant's thoughts on this. The room seemed tenser now than it did a few moments ago. The students of UA shifted in their chairs a bit uncomfortably as Izuku looked at All Might. The type of ruler I would be? I honestly don't know how I am pulling all of this off right now, so I honestly don't know what type of ruler I would be, since I could never have achieved all of this if it wasn't for the loyalty my followers placed into me. All I can say is that I would be the emperor that rules with his people. Izuku said as he looked at All Might, but All Might noticed the smiles on the Verdant members across the room as they all looked at the Verdant Emperor with warm expressions. Ha ha ha. I see, even though Verdant and young Izuku are different people, they do follow the same principle of putting people ahead of them, All Might said with a bright smile, and looking at the Verdant Guard's smiles, I think I have an idea what to expect from Verdant's rule. I see, I believe I have my answer to the question. I believe you will be a merciful and just rule based on the reactions of your members across the rooms as they all looked at you with warm expressions. Throughout my career, I have fought and defeated many, and I have seen how their members and followers looked at their leaders. Most of them held cold expressions or fearful ones, since the people that lead their groups ruled with fear and power, but you don't, you rule with mercy and fairness. All Might said as. I remember Nizu saying how Verdant is more dangerous than any other villains we have faced so far because he rules with the trust and loyalty of his followers, Momo said, which is now good for us since we are aligning ourselves with him. He will extend that trust and loyalty to us and vice versa. That's right, we can really use political leaders who stand with the people and not above them, Jiro added. All Might then stood up and bowed to Izuku as he asked Izuku to guide Japan to a better future as he was entrusting the next generation to him. Thanks for trusting me, All Might, Izuku said with a gentle smile, it means a lot to me. Of course, Izuku, even if the entire world is standing against you, I will always be there to protect you. All Might ruffled his hair. After all, our connection is deeper than just being one for all users. Not my son, my ass, Gran Torino chuckled under his breath while Shoto quickly snapped their picture and placed it in the evidence folder. This action shocked everyone in the room as it even shocked Izuku. However, what no one else knew at that moment was that something in Izuku had changed in that one moment. It was all the resentment Izuku still held onto against those that harmed him in the past. Isn't this too late in a story to get a sudden character development? Khmenair asked. Just shut up and watch the show, Jiro said, something important is going to happen. The reason he had let it go in that one moment was that his mind and heart realized he could never truly move forward and be a good ruler that All Might believed he could be right at. That moment if he kept holding on to such petty grudges when in the grand scheme of things they no longer had an impact on Izuku's life. Those people couldn't harm Izuku. Those people couldn't stop Izuku from rising to power. Those people couldn't look at Izuku and say he was powerless or weak since he had already proven that a quirkless person could cause so much chaos even without a quirk. It feels really sad to know that a version of myself was able to achieve so many things despite being a quirkless where I jumped at the first opportunity to be a part of the society, Izuku thought to himself, but on the other hand, I am glad that I accepted All Might's offer because otherwise, I would have never met the people I met and formed the bonds that I formed in this life. As such, even the ill will he held against Bakugo had faded to insignificant levels. Bakugo knew that the statement right now was in a good context, but when Izuku used the word insignificant that made him twitch a little. It didn't mean he wouldn't be petty against those people, but he knew now he couldn't bring himself to kill Bakugo and cause pain to his aunt and uncle. He couldn't be the type of ruler that his followers and All Might believe he was if he decided to kill Bakugo over his past pain since he was no longer an actual threat or problem for Izuku. All Might, thanks for saving my brat's life, Mitsuki said and bowed to All Might. Mrs. Bakugo, please don't lower your head, All Might said. In the end, it was Verdant who made the decision of becoming a leader who we all will be proud of. Please rise, All Might. I truly hope I will live up to your expectations of me. Izuku said as All Might stopped bowing and sat back down. Izuku sighed and refocused the meeting back on Yuei's surrender. Now that the emotional stuff is out of the way, we can focus on more pressing matters, Aizawa said. Shota. Namuri grumbled, you are such a spoilsport. And I wear that as a badge of honor, Aizawa smirked at her. Nizu, in regards to Yuei. I, unfortunately, can't let Yuei become an academy. Izuku said, shocking the staff and students. Nizu looked like he wanted to speak, but Izuku started again. As you know, most people that join the police force are already out of high school, and I have no intention of making younger children of high school age become a part of the police force or special agents. As such, the current academies train in the basic police education which they would need to join the police force once they graduate high school, but I need a place that will train the special agents, which means I need a police university. Izuku said, and Nizu's eyes widened as he understood what Izuku meant, but the students and most staff looked confused. So is this going to be a repeating thing? Mina asked, just when Nizu thought that he had brought something unbelievable to the table. Verdant just casually one-upped him. Hey Mina, don't think about it too much, Kaminari said in a hushed tone, that's how smart people trick us into becoming one of them. Buddy, you really need to learn how to use your quirk without short-circuiting yourself, Mina said in a pitying tone, otherwise you will lose what little marbles are left up there. I see, UA would need to convert from a high school into UA University, so we could have the specialized training program at our school, and other academies that teach the basic training for police would filter into our police course since they would already have the basic training to become a police officer. What would happen to our current students? Nizu asked as he explained it in terms that all of his staff and students would understand the implications of this deal, which caused their eyes to widen. You had to explain the entire thing to them like they are 5 years old, Izuku said with a chuckle. Come on Zuku, not everyone here can build a space teleporter, Okako rolled her eyes. Neither can make plans for world domination, Aizawa added while glancing at his boss who was drinking his tea with a satisfied smile. Indeed, UA and likely other top schools like Shiketsu would need to become universities. Your current students would need to complete basic police training before they could attend the specialized training at UA University. Izuku said as he explained that the current first years would be the last incoming class to UA High School and would start their basic police training instead of hero training moving forward. At least we are not getting kicked out of school, Toru said. Second and third years would need to go complete basic police training that they can't complete at UA at the normal police academy before returning to UA University. I don't mind this arrangement, Nijire said with a happy smile, I am always up for spending more time with my friends. Mirio quickly averted his eyes as he wasn't sure if he was going to join that academy in the first palace. This meant that 1A and 1B would likely become the first students of UA University if they decided to go on to train for the specialized police agent positions. That means we will go down in history as the first students of the new educational structure, Momo said excitedly. Class size for the police program would increase from your current 20 to 40 since police work in teams more often. Special agents might end up working solo, but they need to be prepared for a lot of teamwork. Overall, there would be changes to rules and regulations since you are shifting from hero-focused work to police work. That's true, Naomasa said. Most of the time we approach the situation as a team, and rarely any one officer gets a chance to play the hero. Students would also complete higher-level education depending on what they want. This means all your staff would need to prepare to teach high-level classes as well. Izuku said, and the room was silent for a while before Nizu chuckled. Well, this sure took an interesting turn of events. I believe UA could indeed take this on as most of my staff are qualified to teach higher-level classes as well. I would just need to work on the few that aren't, but I would have a few years before UA officially converted to a university as well to prepare them. Nizu said, and Izuku nodded his head at that statement since Nizu would indeed have a few years to prepare. Oi, ask your staff before making important decisions about them, Aizawa grumbled in an irritated tone. Were you going to decline Verdant's offer or had any meaningful suggestion? Nizu asked. Not really, but that settles it then, Nizu said, quickly cutting off Aizawa's rambling. They soon talked a bit more about different things, but in the end, finally came to an agreement that UA would surrender and put a public statement out. Upon hearing that, Night-Eye shook his disappointedly as he didn't want Verdant to get any more advantage than he already has. Izuku also agreed to take Shizuoka within the next few days as he orders Dabi to send a clone. To get the war plans ready for taking the prefecture over with as minimal damage as possible. The principal of Shizuoka can be a tough nut to crack, Nizu said, but still, she is not an unreasonable person. You will get to her eventually. After a bit more talking, the meeting finally came to an end. I believe we can have this meeting come to an end as we have an agreement and the plans laid out for the coming week, Izuku said. Thankfully everything worked out without any more trouble, Nizu sighed and then looked at Bakugo. Now we have to deal with another problem. Nizu nodded his head but was tense. Izuku saw that everyone else on the UA side was tense as well and wondered why. Why are you all tense? Izuku said as he stood up and was looking at everyone in the room on the UA side. Izuku noticed even his mother and the Bakugos were tense but not any of the Verdant members. He totally forgot about Bakugo, didn't he? Shinso chuckled and Bakugo tusked in the background. Well, the topic is quite forgettable, so. Himiko said, and they heard a crackling sound. I would say too insignificant to care, Dabi said, and they heard a loud foot stomp. Stop it guys, Izuku said in an exasperated tone, don't start unnecessary fights right now. Stain sighed and spoke up, I believe they are wondering what you are going to do about the Bakugo brat since it never came up in the meeting. Stain said as he rubbed his head in annoyance. Sometimes I feel like I am the only adult in that group, Stain said. Sure, if an adult was a synonym for a scum, Tenya growled. Can you drop it already? Stain said, your hateful gazes and words are getting really tiring. You paralyzed my brother. Tenya yelled at him. Fair enough, Stain said and went back to ignoring him. Oh, yeah, about that. I let that issue go already. Izuku said as he turned around and started to walk away, but everyone was downright shocked. That brat is really unpredictable, which makes me despise him even more, Night-Eye thought to himself, that's why I wanted him out of our lives. How can I trust some brat whose actions are so unpredictable and bizarre that can even fail my quirk? Wait, what? Bakugo yelled out, which caused Izuku to turn towards him, and everyone but him flinched a bit, expecting Izuku to lash out at him. Stop yelling like a monkey, you are in a social setting, show some manners, Mitsuki yelled at him. Yeah, everyone was looking at her with deadpan expressions. That's not important right now, Bakugo yelled and then looked at Izuku, stop running away and face me like a man. What do you mean by that? Do you want me to punish or kill you, / what do you mean by that? Do you want me to punish or kill you? Verdant and Izuku asked as if they were talking to an idiot. I did so much to you and you are just letting it go. Didn't you call the first years here to get me here so you could finally deal with me? Bakugo asked. Kaken, if I really wanted, I could have just used my influence and stopped you from ever getting a hero or now a police license. Moreover, I could have made sure that you won't get any permits or licenses for any other professions or businesses and blacklisted you from entering the military, effectively making you desperate for money and respect in society, or could have gotten you arrested every month for minor crimes which you may or may not have committed, but getting dragged away by cops every month wouldn't have made your life any easier, Izuku casually replied, and all that even without ever seeing your face. In my life. Everyone was so stunned at Izuku's little explanation that none of them could say a word. Bakugo was pale and his mom was glad that Izuku is not a revenge-hungry psychopath. On a side note, they all vowed to never get on Izuku's bad side. I will admit, that was a side reason. It was more to use you all to make sure none of the heroes got any crazy idea of trying for my head, since if they attacked you students would be caught in the crossfire. Izuku said with a shrug, and everyone was stunned and silent. That actually makes more sense, Momo said. If he just wanted to resolve his issue with Bakugo, he would have just singled him out and dealt with him rather than making a show of their past in front of everyone. Or could have done all those things to him which Midori explained earlier, Mina said with a little shiver. Though I did plan to do something to you, but All Might is still very effective at being the symbol of peace after all. The speech he gave during this meeting about the type of ruler I would be changed my mind on what I would do regarding you. I can't be a good ruler if I let my past hold me back and I find myself wanting to live up to his expectations for some reason, so I won't harm you or kill you. That doesn't mean I won't be petty at hell if I run into you, but as long as you don't oppose my plans by joining the war or anything, then I won't aim to remove you. Izuku said as he stood there and spoke his statement. Honestly, it has nothing to do with All Might being a symbol, Inko said. I think Mr. Yagi is naturally a charismatic person who has a gift to bring out the best in people. I have seen how much Izuku enjoys being around him, and he definitely brings positive energy whenever he comes to visit Izuku. Ha! Ms. Midoriya, you are too kind. All Might said as he stammered on his words and rubbed the back of his neck. Just call me Mississippi Inko, Inko said. His Asahi has lost his right to call me his wife after being absent for so long. Definitely Miss Inko, I will remember that, All Might said. Meanwhile, Izuku was just eyeing both of them with a stunned expression. Wow. Just wow. Bakugo himself was downright shocked that the person he caused so much pain wasn't going to take it out on him, since he had so much power now. You don't want to fight me or do anything to me. That does sound like Izuku, always being so forgiving, Bakugo said, and Izuku chuckled a bit at hearing that old nickname. I mean, if you want to have the fight to help you settle it in your mind, then we could. I do believe I would get some closure from kicking your ass, and there is a fighting ring a few floors down below us, but after that, I am not putting more mental power into this whole ordeal. Izuku said, and Bakugo quickly agreed to it, which shocked everyone at the turn of events. This was how they all found themselves several floors below with a large ring in the room. Boys. Ochako sighed, why do you have to solve all of your problems with your fists? Because it's easy and then we don't have to bitch about the other person to someone else, Izuku replied. Izuku told Bakugo that he was free to use his quirk as he wanted, since Izuku wasn't going to hold back. Now we are talking, Bakugo smirked and cracked his knuckles. Do remember, I have kicked my Verdant guards' asses even without my gear, so don't hold back, Izuku said as he had a grin on his face. That's because we were going easy on him, Dabi said, right Himiko? Why, yeah totally, Himiko averted her eyes. There were several rules in place, such as no killing or lethal blows. They would also stop when All Might, who was acting as the referee, said to stop. All Might called the fight to start. As all of the Verdant members were cheering for their leader while the students of UA were cheering for Bakugo. Wanna do bets? Shinsho asked. I am betting on Midoriya. Then slowly everyone but Kirishima placed their bet on Izuku. Geez guys, have some faith in Bakugo, Kirishima said, and placed his bet on Bakugo. Bakugo went flying forward with his quirk to help him, but he didn't notice what Izuku had done when Izuku did a spin kick which required him to use his hands to provide more power. Izuku had grabbed dirt in his hands, since the ring they were fighting in had a compacted dirt floor. This means Izuku grabbed some of the loose dirt, and the moment he moved forward after his kick which Bakugo dodged, he threw the dirt into Bakugo's eyes, who wasn't anticipating it. This caused Bakugo to screw up his blasts and send himself into the ground, where Izuku jumped on him and landed several punches to Bakugo's face. As Bakugo cleared the dirt from his eyes, Izuku was down low as he kicked Bakugo's legs from under him and caused him to fall once again. And now Bakugo is getting his ass handed to him, Kaminari said. He cheated, Bago grumbled, he threw dirt in my eyes. Be glad that he didn't ask you to fix that damn door, Kaminari said. What? Bakugo asked. Don't worry, be better, Kaminari replied. Bakugo was getting more annoyed and was sweating like crazy as he tried to aim an explosion at Izuku, who had dodged and went to Bakugo's side where his arm was sticking out and hit it right on the elbow, causing Bakugo to react and pull the arm back faster and to his side, since Izuku had caused a bit of pain at the joint. This meant Bakugo was wide open and allowed Izuku to land several blows to his side. Bakugo did end up getting a shot off that sent Izuku backward, but didn't cause much damage outside of some slight burns since Izuku had jumped back a bit faster. Bakugo came charging and Izuku faked throwing dirt at Bakugo, which caused him to guard his eyes but didn't feel anything hit him, which caused him to lower his guard, which earned him a punch straight to the nose and made a crack sound. I without a doubt broke your nose, Izuku said as he jumped away, since Bakugo had let off a large explosion after getting hit in the nose as blood came running down his face. Kirishima, don't hesitate to ask for money as you are going to lose most of your pocket money, Mina said. Fight is not over yet, Bakugo is still standing, Kirishima said. Sometimes, I really wish I had your optimism, Mina sighed. God, this fucking hurts. Bakugo said as he tried to stop the bleeding and focus on Izuku. You think that hurts, try breaking your arms, Izuku said. Zuku, that is not something to be proud of, Ochako said in an exasperated tone. Izuku though wasn't giving Izuku any breathing room as he only contained the attacks and fought dirty. He landed a kick right to Bakugo's balls causing him to drop to the ground. Izuku could hear all of the hisses from the males in the room. Okay, I think that is enough, wouldn't you say, boys? All Might said as he moved closer to the two boys. F in chat for Bakugo's precious gems, Kaminari said as he wiped tears from his eyes. F, all the boys said in unison. Recovery Girl also was down on the field as well with Eraserhead. The longer this continues, the more the difference in pure physical skill shows. Bakugo, you are far too reliant on your quirk which Verdant Emperor used against you as he made some of your blasts go off in manners you didn't want to happen, which allowed him to control the tempo of the fight. All Might said, and the Eraserhead could only agree. I agree that having a quirk is a gift, but at the end of the day, it is still a tool. And any tool is better when the user has skills to complement it, All Might said. That applies to you as well, young Izuku. You are getting too reliant on one for all, you should really start working on your other strengths like your analyzing skills and that tactical mind. Yes, All Might, I will keep that in mind, Izuku replied. Recovery Girl looked at Bakugo and used her quirk on him to heal the broken nose after she set it back into place. I don't know how useful she will be after all, she can only fix broken bones, not the spirit, Ochako said. Shut up, round face, Bakugo said, that fight is only going to motivate me to get stronger than before. I do admit I needed that fight. Izuku said as his verdant guards came behind him since there were several heroes near Izuku. Even though they were sure they wouldn't do anything, they still didn't care since Izuku's life was far more important to them than anything else. Still don't trust us, huh? Aizawa raised his brow. Can't trust any outsider with Emperor's life, Himiko said, that's written in the job description actually. Soon they all headed back upstairs as Bakugo walked near Izuku. Zuku. I know I have done a lot of shit to you and deserve to be in jail, but I truly hope you do well in this life and lead Japan to a better future. I am sorry for everything I did. Bakugo said as he stepped away from Izuku, who only nodded his head. So guys, should we record that because I don't think we will ever hear an apology coming out of Bakugo's mouth, Kaminari suggested. I don't give a shit, do whatever you like, Bakugo said. Really, you really won't mind if I record that? Kaminari asked. Not really, but in the next few days if you ever lost your phone make sure to search for it at the bottom of the pool, Bakugo said with an evil smirk which made Kaminari hide his from the said boy. The UA staff and students headed down a different hallway as they were heading back to the bus to be taken back out of the base, while Izuku would be heading back to the main base. Inko walked up to Izuku and asked how he was feeling, and he stood there for a bit before speaking. I feel at peace with my past, Izuku said before walking away and heading toward the area where the portal was waiting for them. Then the screen turned black and the words appeared on the screen. EP.33 Meeting PT2. What a great episode. Kirishima quickly rose up from his seat and started walking away. I don't know why, but I have this sudden urge to take a walk. Hey, Kiri, a shiver went down Kirishima's spine when he heard Mina's oversweet voice, aren't forgetting something? Yeah, I know, Kirishima dejectedly went back to his room and brought his 3 months worth of savings, happy. Yeah. Next weekend, pizza party. Mina said, and the class cheered with her. Even Kirishima had a smile on his face. Hey spiky hair, you can have my share for putting your bet on me, Bakugo said, which made Kirishima even happier. To be continued. Large-scale combat. Narrator Gray. Izuku Midoriya was a man that acted fast on things he truly wanted nowadays. He was no longer like the former self that allowed himself to be pushed around by others and denied what he desired. No. Instead, Izuku was an emperor, and he would act more like it because the meeting he had with UA had changed his mindset quite a bit, as he was still acting and holding back as he felt unconfident in everything he had done because of the effects his past had on him, but he realized he had to leave the past behind and stop it from having such a large impact on him. There was absolute silence in the theater as people in the audience were looking at the screen with varied expressions. The silence lingered between them until Kaminari said, "You are telling me that Verdant was holding himself back for the last 33 episodes. It seems that solving his issues with Yagi and Bakugo has given him the clarity that the stain was talking about," Nizu said. Great. Now he will be a bigger menace to society than he already was, Night said. As such, the moment he arrived back at the main base, he ordered his 1st and 2nd Corps of advanced trained soldiers to start preparing for an assault. Now, this confused his Verdant guards because they knew they would be taking Shizuoka, but they didn't think their emperor would do it right away after just having the meeting with the pro-hero and students from UA. I guess we are not going to take it easy anymore, huh? Dabi smirked. Well, works for me. As such, they followed their emperor into the war room where he changed into his combat outfit in the bathroom and came out looking determined. Geez. At least take some time to rest, Ochako said. You just dealt with UA and Bakugo, didn't you? Once this war is over, I can rest all I want, Izuku replied. I like the change, but I would like to know what sparked this, and why did you just order for the 1st and 2nd Corps to prepare for an assault when we don't have anything planned for another few weeks, asked Dabi, and everyone else of his Verdant guards nodded their heads as well. He dropped all the baggage of his past and now he is thinking about achieving his goals with a clear mind, Stain said. Izuku turned to them and looked directly into each of their eyes. I realized something due to that meeting. I allowed my past to make me unconfident in how I was doing everything. I was planning everything down to the last single detail, and in the grand scheme of long-term plans that is okay, but in the middle of a war it's not really okay. It's time we start speeding up. This war is I want to bring it to an end, because the longer we wait the higher chance the government pulls some foolish stunt that screws up our plans. Izuku said. I think I understand what he is getting at, but isn't it better to keep moving forward with a well-crafted plan rather than using a plan that is scrambled with rushed decisions? Momo asked. Yes, there is definitely merit in using a well-constructed plan, but war is an entirely different kind of monster altogether, Namuri explained. As a war general you have to keep multiple factors in mind before giving out orders. Like the enemy's position, their morals of your troops, supplies, weather, how insane or disparate the enemy is right now, and can you afford to push them even more before they take any drastic steps. And these are just a few of those things. That's why it's good to have a general with a flexible mind and who could change the orders on the fly. Then he took a breath and lowered his head a bit before looking back up. I am done allowing my past to hold me back. As All Might said, the people of our organization look to me as a fair and just leader, but how can I be that when I am hiding within myself as I try to plan for every single detail and delay a war that we could end faster? It's fascinating how All Might still managed to inspire me even when I took this absurd route to live my life, Izuku chuckled to himself. The longer we wait the higher chance that more will die. As such, it's time I start being a true emperor and leading my people. Izuku said. Well, someone finally decided to embrace their role, Himiko said. I am still not going to wear a crown, Izuku said. We will see about that, Himiko mumbled under her breath. The Verdant guards all stood there with wide eyes, but then they all smiled as they bowed their heads and saluted Izuku. As you wish, our emperor. Your will is our command, they all said out loud and asked what they needed to do. Can't they stop shouting? Jiro winced as she rubbed her ears. Here, Momo quickly created noise-canceling headphones and gave them to Jiro. Just wear them when you think they are going to chant again. Thank you so much, Jiro said and took the headphones from her. Izuku nodded his head and brought the war map up. It's time we stop fearing the navy. As it stands we have control of over 50% of the naval forces as we replace them all with clones. I know the clones don't have the knowledge or skills to run those ships, but it doesn't matter. The fact that we take away half of the naval forces that we used to fear from our advance to the other islands of Japan can't stop us anymore. Izuku said as he wanted the First Corps to advance and take the entire prefectures marked in gray and if possible advance to take the pink prefectures. Even having half of their ships under Verdant's control gives him a huge advantage, Aizawa said. Also, suddenly losing half of their ships will also put Japan's navy into chaos. While that was going on, Izuku was going to have the Second Corps march and push the government defense line that the government has set up out of the light blue marked areas as best as they can. The goals were to take Fukui, Gifu, and Shizuoka. So, he is trying to put pressure on the government by attacking multiple cities at the same time. Nizu rubbed his chin, and considering the state government is in right now, his chances of achieving that is quite high. The reason that Izuku really only desired for them to take those was due to the fact that they learned recently that the government had been really busy under their noses as the government had built a lot of trenches in Nagano, Toyama, and Yamanashi via quirk switch. They seemed to want to turn it into a trench-style battlefield, which would indeed prove hard to push through since Izuku suspected a sheer number of traps placed between the trenches. Trenches and traps. Are they trying to tire Verdant out with the battle of attrition? Momo asked. Makes sense, Hawk said. For them, Verdant is just some upstart villain who has gathered people with the right quirks on his side. And I am pretty sure they have no idea how much cash or resources he has on him right now. As such, they would need to investigate where all the traps and trenches are as they moved through those prefectures, but that wasn't going to stop Izuku from taking the rest of the land. No, once the First Corps was done in the south they would push to reinforce the Second Corps where Izuku will start revealing the other corps as well since he was done hiding the large army that he has. The reason he wasn't going to pull the entire army out was due to the fact that Izuku didn't want to provoke any other country from deeming the Verdant group as a threat and deciding to support Japan more than they are already, since Izuku knew some governments were sending supplies. Instead of doing that, why not directly aid our cause, Night said. We could have easily crushed that criminal. We had multiple armies at hand. You really think allowing other countries' troops to fight our wars is a good idea? Namuri asked, have you ever read any history books at all? If it stops a villain from taking over my country, I will surely do that, Night replied. As such, revealing the 1st and 2nd Corps, which made up 200,000 troops total with 100,000 per corps, was big enough to do the job and get it done, but not big enough to provoke other countries into acting. Good, we don't want to attract any other trouble right now, Izuku said. As it stands, the entire fighting force of the Verdant stood at 1,200,000 members, since they had taken all of the prefecture's underworld organizations, and Izuku didn't want to involve normal citizens in his army. As such, he needed to be careful not to burn through his men, since he wasn't going to get any more combat troops. With twice on our side, those many people will be more than enough, Himiko said. I hope you are right, otherwise I can't think of a scenario where we will need more than that, Izuku added. After explaining everything to the Verdant guards, they nodded their heads and twice asked about clones, which Izuku said they will without a doubt use. The international community is already aware of your clone abilities, so it would be logical for us to have a massive army of clones like normal. This time though it will be a bit more massive, as you are cloning several 100,000 troops, so the attacking force will actually be much larger on both fronts. The clones of course will go in first to waste the enemy's resources and get us closer to them for our actual members to land attacks on them. Everyone ready, because we are launching this as soon as both corps are ready to move, Izuku said, and they all nodded their heads and got to work. Cue in the epic music, because Verdant is going all out from now on, Compress said. Izuku decided he would at least give Nizu a warning in advance, so he made the bug user and memory projection user come into his office to show him UA so he could make sure Nizu doesn't tip the government off. I see, Verdant still doesn't trust me enough to stop keeping tabs on me, Nizu said. Let's be honest here, Nizu, anyone with more than 2 brain cells will know not to blindly trust smart people, Izuku said, and keeping tabs becomes necessary when the said person can build a murder bot as tall as a skyscraper. Makes sense, Nizu said. He would make the call about 10 minutes before the actual attack, since he didn't want to risk a leak to the government by a student overhearing Nizu preparing his school for the onslaught, because even though Izuku wished it wouldn't be touched, he knew that pushing the government forces and heroes back might result in some damage. I wish he would notify me sooner, but at this point, I will take what I can get, Nizu said. Izuku did also know that no UA student should be off campus currently unless they are already involved in the war fronts, which Izuku believes they had no one to blame but themselves, since they had the chance to not renew their provisional licenses. I hope all of us survive this, Nijire said. I don't want to die while fighting in someone else's war. About 45 minutes later, the Verdant guards all returned and reported in. All of their bases across all prefectures they publicly hold have gone on alert. All front lines are prepared and the 2 corps are prepared to deploy to the front lines. This upcoming attack is going to change the entire war, Izuku said. Succeeding here will put us miles ahead of our original timeline. Now you might think and wonder why Izuku just doesn't deploy them via a gate behind enemy lines, and well, that could be done, but you also got to remember that doing so runs the risk of friendly fire, since you would have forces on both sides pushing for the same place. Also, once we launch our attack, all the news channels will be focusing on the battlefield, and there is a chance that they might see teleportation gates on television, which I don't want. Now Izuku does send in some troops further in where they will ambush the retreating forces but not directly attack from behind. This way he avoids friendly fire with quirks that would be deadly, and also aims to capture as many fleeing forces as possible. I know I shouldn't say this, but I hope Verdant captures most of them, Mirio said. That way, they will be able to go back to their families once all of this is over. Well, if anyone is really trying to flee from the battlefield, then they are not needed anyways, Night said. Honestly, it might be a blessing in disguise, as that way they will at least be useful in reducing the Verdant supplies. Izuku nodded his head at their reports and stood up as he made his way out of his office and to the war room where they would watch the battles live. Izuku wishes he could go lead from the field, but that would invite the government to send a missile straight at him and risk the troops in any location he is at. Well, they do say that the cowards have many reasons in their pockets, Night smirked. You know what, I am going to activate my selective hearing and only exclude you from now on, Izuku said. Are the clones of the gate user ready to deploy? Izuku asked, and the main Twice body nodded his head, since he made sure the clones were all in place. Once the actual army arrives on the other side, the clones of Twice will start closing in at a rapid pace and not stop until 3 waves of clones have been made, but they knew it wouldn't be enough, since the more someone has cloned off someone, the weaker the said clone is, so 3 waves are the max of an individual person. Otherwise, it is just a waste of energy. So it does have some drawbacks, but still, the benefits of that quirk still outmatch the flaws, Momo said. Tell them to launch in 10 minutes. I am going to warn Nizu to lock UA down so he can sustain as little damage as possible since they will receive damage regardless due to the fighting. Izuku said, and they all nodded their heads and sent the order as the entire base and every base across Japan went on high alert since this was one of the largest operations they would do in one large attack. We definitely made the right choice by allying ourselves with Verdant, Mike said. I can't even imagine the panic on the school grounds if we had no idea about this upcoming attack. While this conversation went on, all of the students and teachers at UA arrived back at the school about 40 minutes ago and were debriefing about everything that was talked about at the meeting. Oh boy, they are not ready for what's about to happen, Kaminari said. What makes you think you are? Dabi asked with a smirk. They were close to being done and would dismiss the students to go back to the dorms to enjoy the rest of their day since it was getting a bit later in the afternoon and would be dinner time soon, but suddenly Nizu's phone went off and he looked at it and frowned a bit since it was an unknown number. Unknown, who would have my number? Nizu said as he answered it since it shouldn't have gone off for an unknown number but only vibrated. Principal Nizu of UA. How may I, Nizu was saying but got cut off and his face paled under his fur which no one noticed but his eyes widened greatly which concerned them all. Who would have thought that Verdant will manage to bring these varied kinds of expressions out of Nizu, Aizawa said, not that I am complaining. Rat deserves it for putting us teachers through the ringer all the time. While everyone in the auditorium was freaking out as they saw Nizu tense up and his eyes widen, back in the war room we could hear Izuku's side of the conversation. Principal Nizu of UA. How may I, Nizu was saying before Izuku cut him off and spoke up. Hello Nizu, I am sorry to say but UA might receive some damage in a while. I suggest you lock the campus down and prepare for the storm since we are advancing. I don't intend to cause any damage to the school but we both know very well that not everything can be avoided in large-scale battles which happen in wars. Do you understand? Izuku said. And now he is bossing Nizu around, All Might said as he glanced at his Izuku. I am really conflicted if I should be proud of my boy or scared for the future that is yet to come. Nizu was silent for a few moments but then spoke. When? Nizu asked and Izuku looked at the clock and realized so many minutes had already passed and now there were only 2 minutes left before his army would set foot on the battlefield since he gave the order before he called Nizu. Izuku looked in front of him and spoke as he watched Nizu listen to the phone. Right now, Izuku said as he ended the call not giving Nizu a chance to speak. Ha ha ha. Hawks couldn't control himself anymore, that was so good. I am definitely going to use this on Madam President. Izuku watched Nizu from the projection they were seeing and saw him look at the phone for a second before Eraserhead asked him what was wrong which snapped him out of his shock. Nizu jumped from the stool he was sitting on which knocked it over and ran to a wall that popped a computer console out of it. Everyone was asking him what was wrong but he wasn't answering and by the time he was done on the computer the minutes had passed and the first and second corps were already marching as Izuku saw other projections in the war room and the satellite feeds were also going which showed the battlefronts. Heh. That's what you get for allaying yourself with a moody criminal like Verdant, Night Eye smirked. I will take a little panic and stress over demolished school and dead students, Nizu replied. Nizu turned around and hit a button as he did and alarms went off around campus. A message went over that said, Level 5 warning. UA is on lockdown. Shelter in place. Warning. UA is on lockdown. Shelter in place. Warning. UA is on lockdown. Shelter in place. Warning. As it just kept repeating the message. Everyone was freaking out a bit in the auditorium as Nizu spoke. Verdant Emperor just alerted me that they just launched a wide-scale battle that is going on right now. We will likely receive some damage since they are likely taking multiple prefectures so this battle will get destructive. Do not leave the building. Nizu shouted to all of the students as he ordered the staff to be on guard. Well, this will very likely create some sort of frenzy amongst the people who are living in the UA, Aizawa said, but they will calm down once they realize what the situation is. Ectoplasm made as many clones as he could as he sent them across campus and the security system was turned on to deal with threats that pushed into the school. Having someone who can clone themselves is such a blessing, Namuri said, allows us to cover so much ground without wasting unnecessary manpower. Nizu turned on the security feeds onto the big screen in the room as well as pulled the other screens down that he played the news on which didn't show anything. They wondered if Verdant Emperor was just messing with them, but then it happened as the TV networks all cut into the normal news and switched to a live feed at the battlefronts. Everyone was stunned as you could see large explosions go off across the entire sky horizon as the camera crews weren't brave enough to get close, but the light show was telling enough. Don't tell me, did Verdant just launch a nuke? Kaminari asked with wide eyes. Really? Do you really think Verdant will launch a nuke on a populated city out of nowhere? Jiro asked. Also, do you think UA could survive a nuke exploding so close to them? Yeah, I didn't think about that, Kaminari said with a bashful face, but can you blame me? Verdant is quite unpredictable when it comes to this war. The issue though was that there were reports of battles everywhere. There are reports online of battles going across the entire government defense line in Fukui, Gifu, Nagano, and Shizuoka, but that isn't all of it. Some reports are coming out that there is infighting going on with the naval forces in the Osaka Bay area and all the water that separates the other islands from mainland Japan. It appears Verdant is going big as they are trying to claim everything south of their current controlled land right now, as reports of ground fighting are being shown in Kagawa, Tokushima, and Fukuoka. This is going to be bloody. Aizawa said as he was reading the reports from HeroNet and online news articles that people were commenting on. This has to be one of the biggest news of their world right now, Mike said. I won't be shocked if media houses from all over the world have sent their reporters to cover this war. Everyone was concerned about why there was such a large-scale battle going on when the Verdant group tended to go for smaller battles before pushing after breaking a defense line. Nizu though had a good idea and he spoke up. He's not holding back anymore. We are now seeing the true might of their forces because from what I am seeing on the live feeds are a sheer vast number of different quirks from their side. They aren't hiding their army strength anymore, and I believe it's due to him settling his past issues about Bakugo, All Might, and everything else. He is acting as the Verdant Emperor now and is no longer lacking confidence in his leadership. This is him being the emperor of his people as he plans to speed up this war and bring it to an end. Nizu said, and everyone was shocked. Let's just say that Verdant has dropped the weighted clothes, Kaminari said. Or removed the 8 trigrams seal that was placed on his mind cage, Zero added. Or, he finally made contract with his inner demon, Mina said. All Might looked at the live feeds from the news network and spoke up. So you are telling me everything he has done before now was him being unconfident in his leadership and skills? All Might asked as he was shocked. Yeah, that's really not shocking considering how often I doubt myself on regular basis, Izuku said with a sad smile. And we are going to make sure you stop doing that. Ochako placed a hand on his hand, together. Nizu could only say that it was his theory, but he would be willing to bet heavily on the theory being right. That's why we don't bet against him. He always wins, Power Loader said. Everyone just kept their attention on the screen in front of them and watched as a news helicopter got brave enough to watch the infighting of the naval forces in the waters off of Kagawa and Tokushima, as a good chunk of the forces were damaged heavily as the other forces that seemed to be under Verdant control circled around them. The news reporter was talking about how they didn't know how an entire portion of the naval forces had been turned to the Verdant side, but it seemed as if their naval forces had won as white flags were raised on the sails of the government-controlled ships. I think we got them. Himiko said excitedly. Yeah. Good work Himiko, Izuku said. Yeah, that's right, keep your praises coming, Himiko said while rubbing under her nose. In truth, the Verdant-controlled ships should never have won the battle, but the only reason they did was the fact that the government-controlled ships were caught completely off guard by a sudden attack from their own forces, which caused confusion until they saw the other ships were now flying flags of the Verdant Emperor. Idiots. Night Eye grumbled, how can they not notice that their men are getting replaced? Same way, how you didn't notice when the devil was taking away your soul, Hawk said. Shut up traitor. Night Eye yelled, what right do you have to insult me? You are going against the people who raised you, gave you food, and gave you a chance to become a hero despite being a criminal's child. Yeah, thanks for buying me from my mom and turning me into a state puppet, Hawk said with narrowed eyes, and even if I had stayed with her, I would have never become a criminal like my father. The highest commander of the naval fleet decided to surrender since the Verdant ships had informed him that only clones were on board the ships, as such they would lose everything while the Verdant lost nothing if they continued to fight. The commander asked for the safety of his crew, which was promised right away. As such, they surrendered to the Verdant and were ordered to dock the ships in Wakayama, where the ships would be taken over and crews transferred to secured sites until the war was over. The commander is a good man, All Might said. Even when he lost his fleet, he still tried to negotiate for his crew's life. While this happened in the span of about 30 to 40 minutes, the battles across the prefectures themselves were still highly heated as the government forces were trying to put up heavy resistance. They all knew that if the Verdant broke into the defense line, then they would be pushed deeply back, as they had reports of battles across the entire defense lines in all of the prefectures. They all knew if any of the defense lines were lost, then it would likely spell out their doom, as Verdant would get closer to controlling over 50% of the country, which would be a huge blow to the government's credibility to still operate. At that point, Verdant will have an upper hand if they ever decided to come to the negotiation table, Momo said. I think we are way past the point where negotiations could happen, Jiro said. Izuku was honestly surprised at the government force's ability to withstand the fight, since they were now within 2 hours of the combat going on. Why are you surprised? You are going against trained professionals, of course, they are going to resist your advance, Shinso said. I mean, we did win other lands quite easily, but you are right, I think they have started to take us seriously now, Izuku said. The First Corps had been successful in taking Kagawa, Tokushima, Kechi, and Ehime, which were all of the pink-marked lands, but they were struggling a bit in Oita and Kumamoto due to trenches being built by the government forces quickly, as the government had sacrificed about a quarter of their troops to stall the Verdant forces. This allowed the other portions of the actual military forces that were in these prefectures to demolish a lot of buildings and create more barriers that they used to their advantage. I guess even government has some tricks up their sleeves, but... Aizawa narrowed his eyes, they shouldn't sacrifice their own men. You are right, Shota, Mike said with a gloomy voice, what's the point of winning when you lose the people you wanted to celebrate with? Now while that was going on, the Second Corps was a bit more successful as they had taken Fukui, Ishikawa, even though it wasn't planned for, Gifu, about the lower half of Nagano, and half of Shizuoka since the government had beefed up their military forces there, since if the Verdant took Shizuoka then they would be within a striking distance of Tokyo, which the government didn't want to happen. Heh. They don't even know that nerds' hands are already around their necks, Bakugo said with a smirk. However, Izuku wanted this battle to come to an end, so he ordered the Third Corps that he had on standby to deploy. They would split themselves in half and a portion of them would go reinforce the First Corps and the other half would go to Shizuoka, since that is where the fighting was really at, as his forces stopped pushing in Nagano due to the trenches and the other prefectures had been fully taken as they stopped their advances due to the trenches on the other prefectures that bordered them. Well, the government did a pretty good job of holding this newly awakened Verdant off, but now with the third wave of reinforcements I don't think they will have any chance, Nizu said. Send half of the Third Corps to each location. I want Shizuoka taken already, as we are going to start staking up deaths soon, since the clones should be getting exhausted. Luckily most of them were able to reduce our death counts in the other prefectures, so most of those forces are untouched, but if we continue like we are in Shizuoka then we will rack up a death count too high for my liking. Izuku said, and twice said he would go replace the clones with new ones that would have more energy to use the cloning quirk, at which Izuku nodded his head as twice went to the portals and made dozens of clones that went out to the battle lines. Honestly, watching the scenes from Verdant's side is getting pretty anticlimactic, Kaminari said. I mean, if no one is at the risk of dying at the side, then what are the stakes? What is even on the line? Kaminari, just because someone is not dying doesn't mean there are no consequences, Izuku said. That battle that Verdant is fighting is going to decide the future of his society and at some level affect the world. And not to mention there are people on both sides who are literally giving their all just to move a little cog in this war. While all of this was going on, the students and staff at UA could actually hear the fighting in person now on the horizon as they saw the night sky light up, since it was starting to get dark. They thought it had made the sky bright during the day, but now with it getting darker, it made a huge difference, as it sometimes looked like the sun was coming back up due to all of the explosions. That looks terrifying, Mina shivered. I feel bad for people who had to endure this kind of life for months. Yeah, it must be so frightening to be stuck in a single building when bombs are exploding around you, Jiro added. Some of the students asked if the school was actually going to survive the conflict once it reached them, and Nizu honestly didn't know, since the battle had turned into a very destructive battle, since the government was really desperate not to allow Verdant to get close to Tokoyo. Great work, Nizu. Now since you have allied yourself with Verdant, all you can see is the government's wrongdoings and didn't even mention how Verdant was the first one who launched the attacks on these cities, Night I said. Nizu told them his honest views, which he did his best in reassuring them as well, but there wasn't much to do since this was war after all, and death was something that couldn't be avoided easily in war. All of this could have been avoided if Verdant had tried to do things peacefully while staying within the system, but no, he had to declare a war on the nation and had to include so many innocents in this, Mirio half-heartedly replied, as he was just trying to carry his original argument, which he knew lost all of its meaning when even the government started sacrificing civilians for their benefit. Honestly, at this point, he had no idea whose corner he should stand in. On one side was his mentor, who he still respected for helping him control his quirk and teaching him all the things he did, but the more his mentor speaks the more doubts were created in his mind. And it was not just because of Night Eye's connections with Commission or his views on, well, everything in general. What created his doubts in the first place was when he realized that there was a chance that Night Eye was just trying to make an All Might clone out of him. And don't get him wrong, he would love to become the next symbol if Izuku really doesn't want to, but now after seeing all the problems of the world from the outsider's perspective, he realized that only someone like All Might, who was willing to sacrifice his entire life just for the sake of the world, could do that. And Mirio wasn't sure he wanted to let go of everything for that title. Because he doesn't want to lose his friends. He wants to keep supporting Tamaki and help him come out of his shell. He wants to tell Nijire how he felt about her, how he wants to protect her smile, and just wants to be with her. He wants to be there for Eri whenever she feels down or has nightmares. And lastly, the person in the other corner was the boy who he considers his little brother, and it was none other than Izuku. Izuku was the person he knew least about and had spent the least time with, but despite that, he knew that Izuku was someone he could respect and get inspired from. And no matter what his mentor says, he knows that Izuku is really worthy of one for all because he can bet his life on the fact that despite all the things Sir has said about him, his friends, and his family, Izuku will still save his life if he could. That's why Mirio really had nothing against Izuku, but Verdant is a different story. He will never back down from his claim that there could have been better ways to achieve his dream. Nizu just kept watching the live feeds and heard that it appeared as even more forces from Verdant had appeared on the battlefront in Shizuoka. How large of a military force do they have? Asked someone from 1B, and Nizu was honestly wondering himself, since by the looks of it seemed as if they had a force in the hundreds of thousands. Heh. We had those kinds of numbers when we weren't even trying, Dabi said with a smug smile. To think we feared the Meta Liberation Army, but in truth, the Verdant was the group we needed to fear the most. They played us quite well in not showing their hand on how big their organization truly was until now. They have to have a minimum of 300,000 troops most likely, which doesn't include the non-combative either that is a part of their group. Nor is that counting the civilian supporters either. Nizu said out loud, and everyone was shocked to learn that information. Wow. That estimation is way off, Izuku said. Well, if you really want to put it in a context, let's just say that we can take over a country and defend it for at least a year or two before other countries start sending reinforcements, Izuku said. Nizu had long ago turned the alarm from speaking and only get the alarm lights on with the message repeating every 10 minutes because it was quite clear from the sounds of battle outside that the school was still on lockdown. Okay, let's be honest here, if anyone still went outside despite all the warnings and literal bombs lighting the sky, at some level they do deserve to die, Himiko said. A few more hours passed and it had now been 6 hours of non-stop fighting in the battle lines. The news had reported that all of the fighting in the south had come to a close as the government forces had been pushed to Kagoshima and were forced to surrender as they had gotten cornered. This only left the battle that was going on in Shizuoka, which was now around the entire UA building itself. Oh my. It seems I will finally get to use my killer 0-pointers, Nizu said with a delighted voice. Fuck. Aizawa grumbled, Maijima, it's your fault. And why do you even need killer robots on the school grounds? Stop blaming me, Aizawa. Power Loader yelled back, and are you really asking why we need killer bots when your Hell class is the one who faced most of the villain attacks? Aizawa wanted to argue back, but Maijima did bring up a good point, so he just grunted and quieted down. The government forces wanted Nizu to open UA up so they could use it as a fortress, but Nizu had downright refused and warned them that if they attempted to enter the school they would be deemed a threat to his students and dealt with. This didn't go over well with the people in charge outside as they launched an assault on the school defenses that resulted in UA protecting itself, which got caught on live TV as the pro heroes of the school used the defenses and their quirks to protect the dorms and buildings. Idiots. Do they really think that attacking a school sheltering students and civilians on global TV will earn them any kind of support from anyone? Momo said. On the contrary, it will only create more doubts in their existing supporters. Luckily for Nizu, the Verdant group had quickly pushed forward and had forced the government forces to retreat, even though the school did receive some damage. The Verdant forces did not try to enter the school but instead just left guards posted around the building that defend the school. Instead, the Verdant pushed the government forces to the backside of the school where the fighting was currently going on. Did you see that, Miria? That's the difference between Verdant and the government, Nizu said with a smirk. Sure, there is a chance that Verdant wouldn't have notified us about this attack, but unlike the government, he would have tried to keep the school away from the harm's way as much as possible. Nizu wondered if it would turn into a standoff as more government forces had arrived from the forces that had retreated, or at least were able to retreat from the south, as some forces were successful in escaping Verdant's capture. It's like when wild animals appear out of nowhere and start fighting in your backyard, Momo said with a tired sigh, and the worst part is you can't even intercept them because there is a chance you might get attacked. After she said that, there was silence for a moment before Izuku spoke. Actually, normal people don't have backyards big enough for wild animals to come there and start fighting, you know, Izuku said. Also, how many times has it happened exactly for you to get tired of it? Too many to count, she said with a bashful face. The students were also getting really scared as well, since the battle had led to some hits on the school which they felt the shock of, and Nizu was worried as well that a random shot might destroy the building if it was from a missile or something. I wish I could drop a building on a person who is launching missiles at my school, Nizu said with a creepy smile, but since I can't do that I will just curse that person from here. After the battle entered the 7th hour, things took a turn, and a lot of the forces from the south that belonged to the Verdant had arrived and reinforced their position, which allowed them to push forward, which made the battle turn even more destructive. But Nizu noticed that a good chunk of about 500 Verdant troops was stationed outside of the school and was using quirks to block any stray shots that would have hit the school. We are really fortunate that Verdant is on our side, otherwise we can't be sure that building would have survived this battle, Namuri said and shuddered a little. I don't even want to imagine how it would feel to get crushed by falling debris. Even the news noticed it as well and was reporting the actions of the Verdant, which Nizu was sure was going to end up building support for the Verdant Emperor for his consideration of defending the school that had non-combative in it. I just guessing here, but by now most of the people should be on Verdant's side, Jiro said, and the remaining few who don't support him must be loyalists or people who enjoy harassing weaker people. As Nizu stayed in the auditorium working on the public statement, he was sure he was going to have to quickly put it out as he noticed that in the 8th hour of the fighting, the sounds became scary and he analyzed the video feeds and noticed that the Verdant had pushed the government forces to the border of Shizuoka, with the government forces retreating out of the prefecture and preparing themselves in trenches as they did their best to reinforce their position. You know, I just realized something fascinating, Izuku said, and everyone looked at him. 30 or so episodes ago Verdant started his journey from this prefecture as a no-name kid, and now after a year and a half he is standing here as a Verdant Emperor while leading millions of people. When you put it that way, he really did come full circle, Ochako said with a smile. Nizu went over the entire school speaker system and spoke. As of this time, I am dropping the lockdown to level 2, all students should be mindful and careful where they go on campus. Return to your dorms if you are not there, or go to the main school building if you are closer to it. These are the only acceptable areas you are allowed to be at until otherwise told. Nizu said over the speaker system. Nizu then turned to Ectoplasm and asked him if he could have the clones inspect the entire campus for damage, which he started to make his clones do as such, since his clones did give him the memories of what they saw to him. I like how he sent Ectoplasm after students immediately after giving them orders, Hawk said. Of course he did. You can't trust teenagers to follow your orders, Aizawa sighed, and the worst part is, sometimes they just break the rules for just sake of it. Nizu though was downright tired from all of this fighting and just hoped the war would come to an end, but he also knew the government would get even more desperate now since they had just lost over half of the country in this large-scale battle, as the Verdant now controls roughly 60% of the country now due to all of the prefectures they just took. I can almost see it, guys. Just one final push and the victory will be in our grasp, Izuku said with a confident smile. Then the screen turned black and the words appeared on the screen. EP.4 Large-Scale Combat. To be continued. Bloodshed. Narrator, Gray. Izuku sat in the war room and noticed how many hours had passed. 7 hours and 25 minutes was the official time of how long the large-scale battle had taken with all of the forces. Wow. 7 hours of non-stop stress and brainstorming, Kaminari winced, my head is hurting just thinking about it. Now, in the history of a war that might seem short compared to old-time wars, but you got to remember that they now have quirks in these wars and they are far more destructive. I am just glad that we didn't have quirks back then, otherwise I can't even imagine what our world would have looked like right now, Namuri said with little fright in her voice. Izuku wishes it didn't take that long, but he knew it needed to be done. It's really sad that so many lives were lost, but right now, all Verdant can do is take responsibility for the lost lives and make sure they weren't in vain, Izuku thought to himself. Get me the death counts on all sides as soon as possible, since I am sure we lost a good number of men due to these battles that sadly needed to happen. To think the government forces still had that much willpower is foolish but also scary. At least we only have to focus on stabilization and then one more front from now on. Izuku said, and all of the Verdant guards nodded their heads as they too were shocked at the determination of the government to not lose that large-scale battle. But all that determination was useless in the end nonetheless, Night I said, if only I was alive in that world. They desperately needed a master tactician to handle this mess right now. Or a clown to keep them entertained in tough times, Hawks remarked while Night Eye glared at him. About 3 hours later the reports were starting to come in and they were able to get a good picture of the numbers overall, since most of the count was done due to the clones they deployed to search and find bodies. It must be a terrible feeling to find someone you know dead on the ground, Ochako said with a sniffle while Izuku wrapped his arm around her. As it stood, the battle claimed 617,700 new lives with an overall war death count sitting at 852,000 deaths. The death count to each side was 525,000 total for the government, 105,000 total for Verdant, and 322,000 for the civilians. Oh my god, someone in the audience said, but those 3 words perfectly described the horrifying feeling that many in there felt. This meant the war was about to go past the 1 million death count mark, which Izuku hated, but he needed to finish this damn war. Verdant is right, if he stopped right now all of these deaths and sacrifices will amount to nothing, Izuku said in a slow voice. Overall, the government didn't have many forces left due to how many people had died. Most of them belonged to heroes, provisional heroes, police, and anyone that volunteered to join the government side in the war, which Izuku found foolish of those people, but it was their choice. Suddenly Mirio felt a streak of guilt in his heart as he realized that many of his batchmates must have followed him to the battle and some of them might have died just because he was carrying a delusional responsibility on his back. Most of the military itself got wiped out, but there was still a small chunk of the government forces that were on the front lines. As it stood, the only reason the government could put up any fight now was due to the fact that they dug in and would be able to hold out against a forward push from Verdant troops. Though this did mean that if the defense line was broken then it would spell the end because there weren't any troops really protecting them in other prefectures, which Izuku planned to take advantage of as he was planning to send forces up to Hokkaido and have that large island prefecture taken and then push forces down south to slowly take the north and force the government to hopefully split their forces in half, which would make it easier to overrun them. Not a bad idea, Aizawa said. Forcing them to divide their already thin forces will surely put more pressure on them and might also start crumbling them from the inside. On the other hand, Knight, I was really fed up with this world as the commission and government were taking constant defeats and all of this was done by a 16-year-old quirkless brat just within the span of a single year. This really makes him question, is their government and commission are so incompetent that some quirkiness nobody was able to overthrow them with the help of some villains. In the end, he just dropped the topic thinking that, he couldn't care any less about what goes on in that world and can only solidify their systems here. Izuku did decide to call Nizu again and get an update from him on the damage or deaths that UA suffered since the battle did stall a bit around UA for a period of time, and Izuku hated to admit it but he was concerned a bit for everyone there. Sundra Emperor, Ochako giggled. I am not Sundra, Izuku said and exasperatedly threw his hands in the air. Sure, whatever you say, Ochako replied with a sly smile. Izuku called Nizu's number again and after a few rings, he answered. Izuku had the bug and memory user switched to where Nizu was, so he could see who was all in the room with him. Ah yes, the bug user's international cable where instead of reality TV you see real-life people, Compress said. Izuku saw quite a lot of students and parents. Nizu must have made all of the parents of students live on campus to help protect them. I wonder when he did that, but oh well. Izuku thought. Of course, Nizu is nice to everyone except his teachers, Aizawa rolled his eyes. Aizawa, you have no idea how soft I have gotten over the years, Nizu said, and if you still don't believe me just ask the teachers who thought here before you, isn't that right Gran Torino? Gran Torino just averted his eyes not wanting to be part of this conversation. Hello Nizu, it's Verdant Emperor, Izuku said, and Nizu greeted him as well and told him he was on speaker and they had most of the students of UA and their parents with them in the auditorium were listening to them. It's almost funny how Nizu is trying to be so cautious while dealing with Verdant and on the other hand Verdant is just sitting on his couch staring at Nizu's unaware face, Mina said. That's fine. Apologies for not being able to give you a warning further in advance but I needed to defend against possible leaks of the attack since you saw how well fought the government forces were. How much damage did UA suffer? Izuku asked as he watches Nizu on the projection. Overall, some damage to the buildings but nothing structural so that will be fine. No deaths of anyone on campus but that doesn't include anyone that held a provisional license that had been sent to the front line sadly. Nizu said and Izuku could only apologize for their deaths. You know, back then I was so happy that we get to have a provisional license earlier than usual but now I am equally glad that we didn't get it in that world, Jiro said. I do know I have a large number of UA and Shiketsu high school students that were captured in several battles, across the front lines. I will send you a list of the students so you will know who is dead or not. They will of course be released once the war is over but I can guarantee their safety while under our care as I do for all other prisoners of war. Izuku said and Nizu thanked him for treating them with care and would be watching for the list as he will forward Shiketsus to their school. Finally some good news after a long time, Nizu said, I just hope that the death count amongst students is as minimum as it could be. Yeah, telling the parents that their kid didn't make it will be a haunting experience, Namuri added. Izuku then decided to hit the main topic they needed to talk about, Nizu. As you know, UA is now under Verdant-controlled territory. As such, I need you to surrender as I can't allow a pro-hero school to exist in my controlled land. Great. Not even 24 hours had passed and he is already showing his tyrannical side, Knight I said, what's next, hospitals, communications, or anything that threatens your rule? Can you stop exaggerating things and then spinning them to fit your narrative? Izuku rolled his eyes. Besides, Verdant had already stated multiple times that he doesn't like the hero culture, on multiple occasions so it's totally in character for him for wanting to shut down a school that produces heroes. We can meet to reach a compromise on the school's contained functions but I require a declaration of surrender from UA due to you being the top hero school. Do I make myself clear? Izuku asked hoping none of the students from 1A or 1B were dumb enough to bring up the fact they already had a meeting about them giving up to Verdant rulership the same day Izuku launched his assault. Well even if there is someone stupid enough we can take care of it, Dabi said with a grin. No. We are not hurting any of the children, Himiko said, but can scare them, right? Like, send them a chopped up finger or something as a warning. No, we are not doing anything to kids and definitely not sending them things that will make them spend the rest of their Sundays in therapy, Izuku said. Let Nizu handle everything regarding UA. I understand, and I already worked on a public declaration during the last few hours since it was clear Verdant would win this prefecture. I am available whenever you wish to meet about the school's contained functions. I will have the statement for the press ready in a bit, as I've called news stations to come to meet me outside of UA. Nizu, are you sure you want to publicly take Verdant's side? Endeavor asked. I understand that you don't like commission, but staying neutral here will make much more sense in case Verdant does lose this war by some miracle. Yes, logically it would make sense to remain neutral until the end to avoid getting on any one party's bad side, but considering my regular skirmishes with the commission, I doubt we were on their good side anyways, Nizu explained, but honestly it doesn't matter anyway. By now it is as clear as day that Verdant is going to win this war unless the government can somehow convince Kathleen or Richards to fight or make plans for them. Though, may I ask if it is possible to negotiate the transfer of the UA students in your custody to be released since we will be surrendering? Nizu asked, to hope to get his students returned sooner instead of later, which was a risk of angering Izuku in all honesty. I don't know. Is it a really good idea to release them before the end of the war? Hawks questioned. Don't get me wrong. I am happy that most of them will get to reunite with their families and all, but at least some of them will hold resentment against Verdant for capturing them or killing their friends. Which can spell disaster for all of you guys as well. Izuku was silent and Nizu thought he screwed up, and everyone else in the UA building was dead silent as well. I am open to having a talk about it when we meet. Though I can tell you now I can't release Lomilin until the war is officially over, since he has already made a direct attempt on my head due to his quirk. I hope you understand. Izuku said, and Nizu thanked him for his willingness to negotiate it and understood about Lomilin's custody. Honestly, it is better that way, Mirio said with a tired sigh. Maybe staying isolated from the world will make other version of me understand the reality of the situation. That's surprising, Izuku said. I thought you hate Verdant in his approach to all of this. And I still do, Mirio said. I am not a fan of all the death and destruction he caused, but I also understand that I can't stop him now, and trying so might get more people hurt or killed in the process. Meanwhile, Night Eye was watching their conversation with narrowed eyes. Soon the phone call came to an end after Izuku told him he would reach out to him in the next day or so about setting up a meeting. Meeting with Verdant is really a nerve-wracking event, Namiri said. Who knows what will happen when we will see him this time. Izuku ended the call and watched the projection to see what Nizu and the others with him would talk about. He could hear Nizu sigh as he told everyone that he was thankful for them staying silent for the call. You know, it feels weird to see Nizu so helpless in these situations, Mike said. I don't think my eyes will ever get used to seeing him like that. I will release the list of captured students once I receive it. I do apologize in advance if your child's name is not on the list. Nizu said as he bowed his head towards all of the parents, and they could only nod their heads in silence since they won't know for a bit longer if their child is dead or not. Izuku closed his eyes in defeat as he felt a stroke of guilt in his heart. In his mind, he knew that everyone is responsible for their own decisions and the outcome of that decisions, but his heart pained every time he saw the desperate look of the parents waiting for their children to come home on their own legs and not in a casket. Nizu dismissed everyone to roam about the campus or do as they wish, but the staff headed towards the staff room to have a meeting. As the bugs followed the staff, we find them all sitting in the room in silence as no one was willing to break the silence. Suddenly a sigh escapes from All Might's mouth as he looked up and around the room. What are the chances of the government just surrendering to the Verdant due to the fact that they now control over 50% of the country? All Might asked the room so that anyone could answer. It's unfortunate, but we all know that they won't step down from their thrones even if the literal swords were hanging over their heads, Aizawa said. You are right, All Might shook his head. That was a stupid thing to ask. But of course, Nizu was the one that answered as he had the best guess. The people currently in control of the government wish to hold on to power even if it costs more people their lives, so the odds of them surrendering are near zero, but that doesn't mean that the individual prefectures couldn't surrender if they were pushed enough to do it, Nizu said. Wait. That's possible. Izuku thought for a moment and his eyes went wide. Wait. That's possible. Some staff asked what he meant, since the individual prefectures under the government control likely didn't have the authority to do something like that, to which Nizu shook his head. Not really, so as the national government is more or less breaking up at its struggles in this war. They barely have enough forces to keep that defense line going against the Verdant. The only reason Verdant couldn't wipe everything else out and take full control is due to the sheer number of trenches and traps the government laid. Nizu said and showed a map of where the government defense line was currently at. So you are suggesting that even if the higher-ups in the government won't surrender to Verdant, the governors in charge of said prefectures might do it to save their skins or cut their losses, Izuku said. Indeed, Midoriya, Nizu hummed in approval. They might also hold on to the hope that surrendering to you might also bring them into Verdant's good books and they might retain their positions. The staff asked where he got that information from and Nizu smirked and said he hacked the government communications and military networks. Of course, he did, Night Eye scowled, snooping around in people's private businesses just like a rat. If this defense line breaks, then the government really doesn't have anything standing in Verdant's way from taking full control. Now, what do you think would happen if the governments behind the defense line were to start surrendering and the Verdant just ships troops to those prefectures? Nizu asked, and everyone's eyes widened, and even Izuku's eyes widened, since this was a good approach instead of just forcibly taking the prefectures, since it would cause less damage if they would just surrender to him. Glad to see I was able to teach something to someone as smart as Verdant, Nizu said. That's not true, sir, Izuku said. No matter how smart someone is, they should always be open to learning things from people around them. Izuku listened into Nizu's words and was making notes, since he originally tended to just transfer troops via the teleportation gates and then forcibly take over. Verdant is taking notes from Nizu, Kaminari said in a fearful voice. I think they should start preparing for apocalypse, and maybe we should as well, just in case. After listening in more, Izuku had a general idea of what he would do and saw that the meeting at UA had come to an end now. Izuku had all of the Verdant guards join him in the other meeting room where they talked about the new plan of pressing the prefecture governments to just surrender and ignore the national government. Good, this method is much better than the previous one, Mirio said. At least, there is a chance that there won't be any fighting for remaining prefectures. After some planning, it was decided to work from the far north in Hokkaido and then work their way down. A delegation of Verdant members would warp into the prefecture and then head to the prefecture government's location and negotiate their surrender. Well, that's good and all, but I seriously hope Dabi refrains himself from burning down the government officials if they denied our request, Izuku said with a tired sigh. Oh come on. I am not some crazy arsonist or something, Dabi rolled. Yeah, about that. Himiko, Compress, and Twice said in unison. This would take place about a week after they stabilized their current prefectures so that they wouldn't overextend their resources, as they needed to be careful of any surprise attacks from Japan's government, who had taken to using the media as a way to try and get civilians to support them, but it hasn't really had any effect at all, since a lot of people have seen the positive effects that the Verdant has had in their controlled land, as they never censored what the media reported from any news channels. Idiots, getting lured by the dream of false paradise, Night Eye said. But sir, how can something be false when everything is out in the open and transparent for everyone to interact with, Mirio said. Also, I don't think Verdant ever said he will build a paradise in any of his speeches. All he promised was an improved life quality for those of us who have dealt a bad hand of fate in their lives. Shut up, Mirio, and stop making excuses for people who chose villainous routes to live their lives, Night Eye said. If you keep thinking that way, you will never become the next symbol of peace. I think I am fine with that, Mirio replied with a smile. I will just be Lumillion, who will save million people from dangers and, if needed, from themselves as well. Fine, do as you wish. I will just consider you a failed investment, Night Eye said, and Mirio felt bad that his mentor discarded him just like that. As such, with things going how they are, Izuku predicts that he can win the war within the next 2 months if everything goes as he is planning. Once the war is over, it will be time to establish relations with all of the other countries and aim for future plans of space exploration. Yes. Ochoko and Mei yelled. Then the screen turned black and the words appeared on the screen, EP.35, Bloodshed. To be continued. Interlude Troubled Hearts. Well people, I think we are sitting here for a very long time. How about we take a little break before the last 5 episodes, Nizu said as he stood in front of a center screen. Great idea, Hawk said and stood up from his place. I really need to stretch my wings. Well, in that case, you all have an hour to yourselves. After that we will meet again and finish this series, Nizu announced, and slowly everyone started dispersing. Hey mom, can you do me a favor? Izuku walked towards his mom while carrying the sleeping Eri in his arms. Can please look after her? Of course dear, why not, Inko said as she gently took Eri from Izuku's arms. Thanks, mom, Izuku said with a smile. I was going to ask Ochako to look after Eri, but then as soon as Nizu announced the break, she and Himiko went somewhere. It's okay Izuku, I really don't mind, Inko said, but where are you going? Well, there is something that I wanted to discuss with All Might, but he also wandered off somewhere as soon as Hawks left the room, so I am going to find. Okay, you go and do that, but please don't attract any trouble, okay? Inko asked. No promises, Izuku chuckled and left the hall. I am glad that Izuku is getting more confident with every passing episode, Mitsuki said. I hope he stays like that even when we go back to our normal lives. Me too Mitsuki, me too, Inko sighed while running her fingers through Eri's hair. So, what do you want to talk about? Himiko asked as stared at Ochako who was looking at a beautiful sunset while standing on the roof of the 1A dorms. Then Ochako turned around and stared right into her eyes. You like Zuko, don't you? Yeah I do, Himiko shrugged, and I am not alone, everyone likes him. Not like that, Ochako groaned, I mean like. Oh. Are you asking if I like him in a romantic way? Himiko asked. Yes. That's the one, Ochako cheered, so. Yeah, I do, Himiko replied and saw Ochako physically deflating in defeat, but, I am not planning to ask him out or anything. Huh. Ochako titled her head, but why? Do you really think you should be asking me that question? Himiko grimaced, didn't you two just become a couple, a few hours ago? Hey don't reverse interrogate me. You are supposed to be guilty one here, Ochako protested with a red face. What I am guilty of exactly? Himiko thought with a strained smile, and just to be clear, I have my own reasons for not asking him out right now. And those are? Ochako raised her brow. First and most important one is that we are only 17 right now, Himiko said and Ochako looked at her with a confused expression, that means we have a lot of time ahead of us. We don't need to rush everything right now. Who knows maybe the attraction I feel towards him might be because he is the first person who was nice to me or tried to help despite my circumstances. And that definitely is not a good base for a healthy relationship. I also think that you and Izuku could really use some more years to figure yourself out without anyone third-wheeling with you, Himiko explained. During that entire time, Ochako stood there with wide eyes, and then once Himiko was done with her explanation Ochako walked towards her and pinched her. Ouch! Himiko whined, why? I was just checking if I was dreaming or not, Ochako said. Then pinch yourself not other people, Himiko retorted. Anyways, I think you are right. We really don't need to rush things right now but still, there is another reason isn't it? Ochako asked. Himiko sighed and smiled at Ochako, you are very observant. My boyfriend is an idiot who willingly jumps into dangerous situations, I have to be observant, Ochako replied, so what is it? Well, I just don't think I deserve him, not yet at least, Himiko explained, I still have a few years left in my rehabilitation program. After that, I am going to work with law enforcement as a part of my amends, and when I feel like I don't have to repent anymore, only then I will think about the relationship and all. But it was because of your queer dash. Yes, I know my quirk makes me unstable but that doesn't take away my accountability for the situation that I was involved in, Himiko said and tears started to form in her eyes, Ochako, I have hurt a lot of people, and I need to atone for that. I want to start a new life Ochako, and I will, but before that, I am going to make sure that my past will never interfere with my future. Ochako walked forward with teary eyes and held Himiko's hands, I am sure you will succeed in your goal and I along with Izuku will be there to support you. Thanks, Ochako, you are the best, Himiko said and hugged her, we should go back now, I want to see Izuku wearing a crown. You still on about that? Ochako snickered and asked. Yep. Himiko replied and they both went back to the auditorium. Back in the auditorium, Eri wiggled in Inko's arm as she woke up from her nap. Then she looked at Inko and asked, where is Zuku, she asked while rubbing her eyes. He went outside to get some fresh air, Inko replied. Eri nodded her head and jumped down from Inko's lap, I am going to find him, she said ran outside the room, and started wandering around until she came across a person she didn't want to meet. Damn it. Why can't I make a call from here, Night Eye said and slammed his foot on the ground, it must be that rat, trying to stop me from getting this information outside, but then he noticed Eri and started walking towards her. Hey, you are Eri right? Night Eye asked and Eri nodded her head while looking at the ground. So do you want to be a hero, he asked. I don't know, Eri replied, I don't like hurting people. But, it's okay to hurt villains, he argued. No. Eri rubbed the scars on her hand, nobody deserves to get hurt. Night Eye clicked his tongue as he was failing to get through to her, well it really doesn't matter if she wants to become a hero or not. Once we get custody of her we can easily turn that thinking around. But then he noticed something strange in her behavior so he decided to ask about it, why are you looking down? Why are you not facing me properly? I don't like you, Eri replied in a timid voice. And why is that? Night Eye asked. You keep saying bad things to Zuko and made him and Lemillion fight each other, Eri replied. Oh. Don't worry about that, I was educating those two idiots about the consequences of their actions, Night Eye said. Consequence. Eri asked as she failed to produce the word. What are they teaching this child, she can't even pronounce a simple word, Night Eye frowned. Consequences are the results of your actions. For example, you had to stay with Overhaul because you killed your father with your quirk. As soon as Eri heard those words, her breathing hiked up, tears started forming in her eyes and she clutched the bottom of her skirt. Ah, I guess I caught a nerve there, let's try using it a little, Night-Eye thought and said, you don't want the same thing to happen to Midoriya or Mirio, do you? Eri furiously shook her head. Well, in that case, why don't you join our special program where strong children like you are trained to become heroes and serve the people, Night-Eye said. No, Ares immediately replied, which was a shock to Night-Eye. He thought that if he manipulated her fear and trauma, he could make her say yes to the program. What do you mean by no? Night-Eye raised his voice. Eri flinched a little but still replied, Zuko has told me that, I don't have to do something if I don't want to. Well, I tried asking nicely, he thought to himself and decided to switch to the strict voice. I see, so this is how you are going to repay everyone. Huh? Eri tilted her head. Do you have any idea how many people risked their lives to save you? Night-Eye asked with a stern glare, and now you are deciding to be selfish and let that dash, that's enough. Suddenly a third voice interrupted their conversation and it belonged to none other than Mirio, who standing there with Nijire, and both of them were glaring at him. Eri quickly ran away from Night-Eye and grabbed Mirio's leg and hugged him tightly. It's okay, Eri, nobody is going to hurt you now, Mirio said and stroked her back. Why don't you go with Nijire, she will get you apple candy before taking you back to the auditorium. Really? Eri asked. Yeah, Eri-chan, let's go, you can ride on my back if you want, Nijire said and started floating in the air. Then Mirio picked Eri up and placed her on Nijire's back. Let's go, Eri, to the apple candy, Nijire yelled and flew towards the canteen. After seeing them off, Mirio turned towards Night-Eye and glared at the man. What the hell were you thinking, saying all that things to her? Haven't she gone through enough already? Well, Kigo was at the same age when we took him in, Night-Eye said, but then shook his head. Then again, seeing how he turned out, maybe we should avoid children with criminals' blood into our program. Don't say something so stupid, Mirio yelled. Eri has nothing to do with her grandfather's businesses. Oh really now? Well, in that case just look at Hawax, he turned on commission the first chance he got, Night-Eye said. Oh yeah. I am sure it has nothing to do with him getting recruited as a child soldier at all, Mirio sarcastically replied. And what's bad about that? Night-Eye asked. Honestly, he should be glad that someone like him even got a chance to become a hero at all. Then he narrowed his eyes at Mirio. Can't say same for that girl though. What do you mean by that? Mirio matched his glare and asked. Well, let's just say she decides to become a doctor and waste her quirk's potential. Then she works hard and gets into the best medical college in our country on her own merit, but then, Night-Eye looked into Mirio's eyes. One day, the college receives a mysterious file containing all the information about her lineage and accidents involving her quirk. I wonder will that institute will even want to keep someone as dangerous as her? Nizu can dash, Mirio tried to counter but Night-Eye interrupted him. Yeah sure, Nizu or someone else might convince the school, but what about teachers who will interact with her? How will you stop their fear of getting vanished from existence from getting to them? Or worst, what if students find out? Children can be quite cruel sometimes, you know, Night-Eye explained, but all of this can be prevented if the right people become her guardian. Miria Sasaki, if I ever see you around that girl I will dash. You will what? Kill me? Night-Eye smirked at him. Stop joking around. We both know that you neither have the skills nor guts to take a life. Hell, you even failed to kill a quirkless brat, Night-Eye said and started going back to the auditorium. I can't believe I used to look up to you, Mirio said, but now I don't want to do anything with you. Sorry to disappoint you, but I am the one who wasted 2 years of my life training you, Night-Eye said. Well anyways, you don't need to come to the agency from tomorrow. I wish you good luck with your future endeavors. After saying that, Night-Eye walked away, leaving teary-eyed Mirio behind. In the cafeteria, All Might was sitting in front of Hawks while giving envious glances at his double cheeseburger and hot chicken wings. So Hawks, can you get me in touch with them? All Might asked. Well, I can't promise you anything, but I will see what I can do on my end, Hawks replied as he wiped his face. Also stop staring at my food like that, you will give me stomach aches. Ha! Sorry for that, All Might said with an embarrassed face. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a green-haired hero in training. Am I interrupting something? Nope. We were almost done here, Hawk said and stood up from his seat. I will see you back in the auditorium. So Izuku, do you need something? All Might asked. Do you mind if we go outside? Izuku said. I want to talk to you about something important. Sure, lead the way, All Might said. A few minutes later they were sitting on a bench in a secluded corner of the school. Okay, so I wanted to tell you that Ochako and I are dating right now, Izuku said and then saw his mentor give him a deadpan expression. I think that was quite clear to everyone in that room, All Might said. You two aren't exactly subtle types. Izuku blushed but maintained eye contact with his mentor. So are you okay with me being in a relationship like that? All Might didn't understand the question and raised his brow. what do you mean Izuku? Why would I ever oppose you being in a relationship? But you never had any and devoted your life to saving people, so I thought. Izuku mumbled in a slow voice, but his mentor caught on to that. So let me get this straight. You think you are being selfish by wanting to be in a relationship when I stayed single all my life? All Might asked, and Izuku nodded his head. Upon receiving Izuku's answer, All Might sighed, raised his hand, gave a big chop on his head, and then ruffled his hair. Young Izuku, I never pursued any kind of romantic relationship because I was too busy pursuing the man that killed my mentor, and when I finally did that I was too broken, physically and mentally, to try something like, All Might explained, and Izuku quietly listened to his tale, but it's not like that thought never crossed my mind, you know. Even before my fight with All for One, I often used to think, what's the point of going back to my apartment, when no one is waiting for me to come back, which pushed me to work more hours a day, while unknowingly helping Night Eye to build the illusion of the perfect society on my back. But I don't want you to end up like that. I want you to live, young Izuku, have a relationship, a family, and a house, not a lonely sad apartment but a real house brimming with happy voices of people you care about, so that you know that at the end of the day, you have a place to come back to. All Might finished his explanation, but then he turned serious again. But that's not all, is it? Izuku shook his head and explained, almost a week ago I saw Nana Shimura's memories through the vestige world. Izuku said, it almost broke me, you know. I saw and experienced the most important moments of other life. I felt her excitement when she first time activated her quirk, I felt her sadness when En died in her arms while passing on One for All, I felt the love and affection she felt for her husband, I felt her joy when she first time held her son in her hands, and then. All Might saw Izuku's body trembling, so he pulled the boy closer to him and wrapped an arm around him. I felt her rage when All for One called her and told her that her husband wasn't going to come home. All Might clenched his fist as anger flared through his chest, and then I experienced an incredible amount of grief when she laid her eyes on her husband's corpse and dash. That's enough, Izuku, I understand what you are trying to say, All Might said as he wiped his eyes. You are afraid that if something happened to young Uraraka you wouldn't be able to forgive yourself. Izuku nodded his head. In that case, tell me, Izuku, you think Uraraka is weak? All Might asked. Of course not, she is one of the strongest people I know. Izuku wiped his towards his mentor and answered without any hesitation in his voice. Then that means she can protect herself even when you're not around, All Might said, and remember this, you're not the only one who has to protect her, because one day she will protect not only you but your heart as well. Izuku teared up and hugged Yagi, who patted his head with a gentle smile on his face. Oh yeah, there is one more thing I wanted to ask, Izuku said. Go on, young Izuku, I am sure I can answer anything you ask, All Might said with a proud smile on his face. So, what is going on with you and Mom? Izuku asked. Then there was a few seconds of silence until All Might stood up from his seat. Well, look at that, it's almost an hour, we need to go back, he said, and started walking away as fast as he could. Oh come on, Izuku rolled his eyes, you can't give me a piece of saintly advice and act like a slow-burn manga protagonist at the same time. Then he sighed and started running after his mentor. As soon as both of them returned to the auditorium, Eri jumped into his arms and tightly held his shirt in her tiny hands. Eri, are you scared? What happened? Izuku asked, fearing she had another nightmare. Eri slowly poked her head up and pointed at Night Eye, making Izuku's blood boil. Miria, what did you do? All Might growled at his former friend. Nothing too dramatic, Night Eye shrugged, I just offered her a chance at a better future, but, unfortunately, she is surrounded by useless and hopeless people and she acts like her surrounding. At that moment something inside Izuku's brain snapped and he felt tingling sensations in his arms. But then. Midoriya, I don't think murder will look good on a hero profile, Nizu said, and rest assured that I will make sure that man never comes close to Eri-chan ever again. Izuku nodded and went back to his, but his mind still had one question in his mind, what the hell was that tingling sensation in my arms? But before he could think about it anymore, Nizu restarted the show. To be continued. UA's surrender and effects. Narrator Gray. A few days had passed and everyone that was a part of Verdant was watching the nearest TV as a press conference was being held at UA. This press conference was going to be UA's announcement in regards to their surrender to the Verdant Emperor, which would be a large public blow for the government no matter what happens after. In my humble opinion, the government should really surrender, All Might said, continuing this war any longer is just a fool's errand. It was going to be the most watched thing in Japan at the moment, since everyone was wondering what UA would do, since everyone could see that the Verdant troops stationed outside have not ever made an attempt to enter the school. The general public was currently believing that UA was still a part of the government side and that the Verdant Emperor was only respecting the deal he had made with the hero schools on not attacking them. Little do they know that the biggest hero school in the nation has already sold their souls to that green demon, Night Eye grumbled. But you don't have to worry, Night Eye, I don't add disgusting things on my palate, Izuku said. Wow, Ochako looked at him with a stunned expression. You are really not holding any more hum. I don't know what he said to Eri, but that poor girl looked really terrified back then, Izuku said as his eyes glowed a little, and if he is going to hurt my people I am not going to pull my punches anymore and that applies to my words as well as my fists, he added, staring directly at Night Eye. However, that was far from the truth since UA was now in the process of publicly surrendering when they had already done so in private. And that decision turned out to be best for the school and the students, Nizu said. All of the news stations and even international ones were at the press conference as they waited for Principal Nizu and the staff to appear to deliver whatever statement they would be giving. Well, it's not like we are going to oppose Nizu's decision or anything, Mike said. But media don't know that, Namuri added, they still think, we teachers have free will or something, she snickered after adding that last part. After waiting another 10 minutes, the main gate of UA opened, and out stepped Nizu, All Might, Eraserhead, Vlad King, and Recovery Girl all came out to meet the reporters for the press conference. Why me? Aizawa grumbled, he could have brought Hisashi or Namuri with him. Questions were being thrown around and everyone was getting a bit rowdy. Nizu raised his hand and everyone started to calm down a bit. After a few more seconds of waiting they all calmed down enough for Nizu to speak. As you are all aware of in regards to the war between the government of Japan and the Verdant Emperor, the Japanese government lost the previous defense line that stretched between Fukui, Gifu, Nagano, and Shizuoka as well as the defense forces defending the two of Japan's 3 large islands. This defeat has led to UA falling into the land controlled by the Verdant Emperor. As such, we have received an official demand from the Verdant Emperor in regard to UA's official stance in this war. Wow! You're really good at this, Izuku said, impressed. If I were watching this on TV without knowing the truth, I would have been fooled too. Thank you for the compliment, Nizu said, and the skill to tell bald-faced lies is a basic requirement for my profession. At this time, UA Hero School will cease operations as a Japanese heroic school as we announce our surrender to the Verdant Emperor. We also recognize the Verdant Emperor as an official governing individual that has gained control of over more than 50% of Japan as we can see they have established an operation government that has spread across all of the prefectures under their control and continues to spread as they take more prefectures. The biggest hero school in the country openly supporting the Verdant government will certainly attract a lot of positive attention, Momo said. At this time, UA will be entering negotiations with Verdant Emperor in regards to converting into a new school format to help produce new special police agents that will serve the role of heroes but under police jurisdiction, as shown through the Verdant's actions in their territory. Which is surprisingly working quite well, Naomesa said. A part of these negotiations will be to negotiate the release of any of UA's captured students who had joined the war. I hope we have as minimum student casualties as possible, Namuri added in a hopeful voice. Outside of the announcement of our surrender, All Might will also like to issue a public statement in regard to the entire war. If you would please hold all questions until he is done. Nizu said. Of course, you must have been eager to do this, Night Eye rolled his eyes. All Might walked up to the podium and looked over the crowd. When all of this started I thought that this would be a normal villain attack and battle but I was wrong because I didn't see it with the correct lens on my eyes. I was still viewing it as the #1 pro-hero who had been dedicated to maintaining the status quo or what I thought was a good period for Japan but I was wrong. I was wrong on so many things that the Verdant Emperor had opened my eyes upon. These things include the fact that this isn't a villain organization we are dealing with, no, this is an entire segment of our country that had been pushed to the breaking point and they finally had a person they rallied under. That's right. During my time as a hero, I became a beacon of hope for many people to look up to but while doing that I forgot to look at the parts where my light failed to reach, All Might said as he remembered his conversation with Hawks about his childhood, and although I don't agree with Verdant's way of changing things, I can also see that he had very little options other than waging a war against the current system. But unlike him, we still have a chance to change things, All Might said with a glimmer of hope in his eyes, we have seen the problems that are plaguing our world. We also know what kind of people are encouraging those problems so dash. Stop it right there Yagi, Night Eye pushed up his glasses, don't get involved in the things that you cannot understand. And if you want to contribute to the hero world, teach these brats not to put their noses where they are told not to, just like you did, throughout your successful career. I trusted your words back then because I thought you were my friend, All Might said with a hint of anger in his voice, besides you can't stop me from doing anything. Very well Yagi but remember this, you are not the #1 hero anymore nor have the power of one for all, Night Eye glared at All Might, that makes you just another casualty in the piles of other ambitious heroes who tried to change the world. This was a war for equal rights, a war for better treatment for those oppressed by our current society. I had the ability to communicate with the Verdant Emperor for some moments recently and I had my eyes open to many things in regard to this man. Like how short he is, Himiko giggled while Izuku just rolled his eyes. The Verdant Emperor doesn't rule with fear or overwhelming power over his followers. No, I've seen many eyes of many organizations ruled by that type of person, and his men didn't have that type of following in their eyes. Instead, it was the look of pure dedication to what they believed in and who they followed behind. Honestly, the fact that he doesn't consider any member of his organization as disposable is quite an absurd thing on its own, Dabi said. Wait. Really? Kirishima asked, is it that uncommon? Duh, that's how the criminal world works, Dabi shrugged, expect a select few important and useful people, everyone else is considered disposable. I believe that Japan should give the Verdant Emperor the chance to lead us into a new future, and I call upon the Japanese government to surrender to the Verdant Emperor. Continuing this war when it is clear that the Verdant Emperor forces have a far larger advantage in terms of this war and will continue to win will only lead to needless death due to the greed of the old government. I wonder what the government officials are thinking right now, since UA and even All Might himself are openly supporting Verdant, Mina said. I imagine they're cursing them while sitting in their shitty little offices, Bakugo replied. We have seen via the actions of the old government how they treated the former pro-hero Hawks, we saw what they attempted to do with Inko Midoriya, we saw what they covered up in regards to Endeavor. We have seen the actions that the old government had done and would be allowed to continue due to their greed. It's time for this war to end, and I call upon all of the local prefecture governments under the control of the old government still to openly surrender to the Verdant Emperor so this war comes to an end sooner, so we may avoid more deaths. The time to move forward from the old system of heroics is now, and I believe the Verdant Emperor can truly lead us, as we have already seen results coming out of the prefectures that initially fell to his control. All Might said. This. Izuku paused, looking for the right words to say. This is going to give a huge boost to whatever Verdant is going to plan moving forward. Then he took a step back and allowed Nizu to come back to the podium, but no one spoke as everyone was in downright shock. Of course, they are, Ochako snickered, the symbol of peace himself is supporting Verdant now. Izuku knew All Might was going to make a statement, but he didn't know it would be like that. It was a downright damning public statement against the old government and overall whelming support for the Verdant side in the war. Izuku truly wondered how everyone was going to react, because All Might's words had worldwide effects since he was loved even in other countries. Not to the point he was loved and liked in Japan, but he was still well received in other countries as well. All Might puffed his chest with pride as soon as he heard his successor's words, and some people think I need my power and position to be impactful in the world. After a few more moments, the questions started coming left and right. Nizu pointed to one reporter who was calmer and they asked their question. Principal Nizu. All Might. Can we take this as UA will be joining the Verdant in the war against the old government? The reporter asked, and Nizu shook his head. No, UA will not be joining the war. We will make public statements and our stance is known, but as we can see via the other hero schools that fell under their control, they did not require the students or staff to join the war. Instead, the Verdant made it clear he didn't want private citizens fighting in the war on their side, as he wanted to keep civilians' death as low as possible in this war. As such, I don't foresee him asking us to do that. Nizu said. Besides, we don't want your untrained asses in my squad, Dabi said with a smug smile. Humph, who wants to fight under your charcoal-looking ass anyway, Bakugo said as both of them glared at each other. Then he pointed toward another reporter. They asked him if they would attempt the release of other prisoners. At this time, UA is not in a position to negotiate for them, as I can only guarantee Verdant Emperor that my students won't go join the government side in the war again, Nizu explained to the reporters as everyone kept asking different questions. So are you going to lock them up in your little fortress even if they want to fight for their nation? Night-Eye asked. I have never restricted any of my students' freedom of choice and never will, Nizu replied. However, they should be aware that once they choose to join the war, they will no longer be under UA's protection and will have to face the consequences of their own choices and actions. One question was if UA would require their students that are still on the war front to return to UA. At this time, we no longer have any power over the said students. These students had chosen to join the war on their own, as UA had offered to let their provisional licenses expire, which would have stopped the government from putting them on the war fronts. As such, I am unable to help them as they do not report to UA but to the Japanese government. I would recommend to any UA students or anyone still fighting for the government to abandon the war if they can, but I don't know what the government may attempt to do if they failed, since we have seen they are not above executing innocent civilians, as seen with Inko Midoriya. Nizu explained as he just blatantly painted Japan's government in a huge negative light that made Izuku laugh. Well, innocent people don't join the terrorist organization created by their children, Night-Eye grumbled. Izuku glared at Night-Eye as green sparks of energy swirled around his body. Clam down, Izuku, Ochako squeezed his hand, I know you are angry. Don't worry, Chako, I am calm, Izuku said with a smile that wasn't reaching his eyes. In fact, I am so calm that I can snap his neck and won't feel thing right now, Izuku said as he glanced at Night-Eye. Soon the press conference came to an end and a few hours passed as Izuku was sitting in his office. He had messaged Nizu that he was open to having the negotiations in a few days, which Nizu agreed with. While Izuku sat in his office, his Verdant guards entered to inform Izuku that several prefectures' governments had made contact with prefectures under their control. These other prefectures were asking for a way to contact the Verdant High Command to offer their surrender. Wow! Mina said, a single statement from All Might is really making people reconsider their opinion of Verdant. Yes, it's fascinating to see the impact of his words, but it's not surprising, Momo added. People have placed their trust in him for nearly 3 decades, and I can't imagine why that would change, even after his retirement. As such, the prefectures Hokkaido, Aomori, Iwate, and Aikita had all called to surrender to the Verdant Emperor, which made sense in Izuku's mind since they were the ones that they had already reached out to physically. All Might's speech must have tipped them over to surrender. Izuku thought. Having All Might in my life is always a blessing, Izuku absent-mindedly muttered, which brought a wide grin to Yagi's face. There were some rumors going around that a few prefectures like Niigata, Toyama, Gunma, and others were wanting to surrender, but they were too close to the government forces to consider surrendering in fear of retaliation from the government, which made sense. I won't be surprised if they actually started bombing their own territories as a sign of warning, Shinsho said. No word of the other prefectures had been going around yet, but it had only been a few hours since the press conference as well. They must be waiting to see what happens once other territories start surrendering, Aizawa suggested. You are right, Eraserhead. They must be weighing their potions and taking as much time as they could, since this decision will be quite important for the future of their territories and the people living there, Endeavor added. Make contact with the ones that want to surrender and get them to announce it publicly. The moment they do, we will move forces into them to set up a defense line at the bottom of Akita and Iwate, with some forces spread out across the prefectures to stabilize our control as we begin the law changes. We also need to select new government members to join the Diet for those prefectures for the initial terms. Get it done. Izuku ordered, and they all nodded their heads. Izuku was overall happy because if those prefectures surrender, then Izuku could take a lot more land without wasting human life. That's good, Mirio said. I hope other leaders also understand this and start surrendering soon. Once they stabilized control, Izuku could then push south from Akita and Iwate to gain most of the Yellow Land and prepare to end the war once and for all. Izuku along with his Verdant guards smirked as soon as they heard that. As it stood, the only prefecture Izuku feared he would have to take forcibly would be Tokyo itself, which is where the old government still stands, even with the old Diet building being under Verdant control, which was still funny to Izuku. We can only wait and see what effects the surrender of UA has in this war, but so far it is looking good for us. Izuku thought as he stood up and walked around the main base. Good is a massive understatement when you are standing right next to the finish line, Jiro said. Now, you may ask where the main base of the Verdant organization is at. In true Verdant fashion, it might be in Tokyo itself, Mina suggested. Yeah, like that's ever possible, Kaminari snickered. Well, it actually sits right in Tokyo itself. Ha! Told you. Mina beamed with a proud smile on her face. Izuku always enjoyed irony at its best, and when they moved out of the original base when they first started, he had purchased a tall building in Tokyo with some of the money he had purchased. Now, being in Tokyo isn't the irony part of the reason why it's funny. No, it's due to the fact that the building Izuku had purchased was an old hospital building that was being sold, which is located right behind the actual Prime Ministers of Japan building, which is right next to the National Diet building. For 1 minute there was a deafening silence in the auditorium until Izuku started crackling, and slowly the sound of laughter started growing as they all laughed at the comedic aspect of the situation. Wow! This is even better than what I had guessed, Mina said, wiping her tears. Izuku had the entire building converted by actual workers and real people not associated with him, but there was an underground area where the main base of the Verdant resides at. Above was turned into an all-office building which was sold out to numerous companies that Izuku had created under different names, where he hired the Verdant members with no criminal records. These people conducted legitimate business to help generate income for the organization, but no outsiders were ever hired to these companies to ensure no one ever found the base or tipped the government off. So, you are telling me that Verdant had his claw planted on the government's neck this entire time? Hawk smirked. That's hilarious. This is why the government could never win in the end in Izuku's mind, since they couldn't even find the main base of their enemy that was right next to their most important government buildings. Night Eye gritted his teeth as he saw Verdant openly mocking the government and making fools out of them. His anger escalated even further by the fact that there was nothing he could say in this situation to defend the government. Anyway, Izuku was walking through the underground section and seeing how everyone was doing. Izuku was always glad that his members felt comfortable enough to approach him with any issues, though most of them go through proper channels now since Izuku is busy leading the war and the prefectures under their control. He does get a few that still talk to him when he does his walks, but most just lower their head slightly as he walks by. It's good that they don't mistake his compassion for weakness and show proper respect to him, Stain said. Almost there, we are almost there as we can move to a better future, so please just hold on for a bit longer, my people. Izuku thought as he walked past everyone with a smile on his face. That was a thing Izuku always kept in his mind during this entire war. This war wasn't just because he wanted to throw the old system out because of the pain it caused him. No, he wanted to throw it out because of the sheer amount of people harmed by it, and he was glad everyone could smile so brightly due to his actions. I can almost see the finish line. All we need right now is just a little push, Izuku thought to himself with a determined smile on his face. To be continued. Meeting and acknowledgements. Narrator, Gray. Another 2 weeks had passed and it was now time for the meeting that Izuku had scheduled with Nizu to talk in more detail about how UA would transform moving forward. Izuku also had been informed of a breakthrough in many different projects that Izuku had the Verdant group conducting. Hopefully, the space project is one of them, Ochako said. One said the project was the Space Frontier Program project, which was the Verdant agency that was tasked to experiment and create the things that Izuku needed for the future space exportation projects that would be run under the SFP, Space Frontier Program. These things included stabilizing a teleportation gate that allows them to access the moon itself. Yes. Ochako and Mei exclaimed. You really like space, don't you? Izuku asked his girlfriend. Nope. I am in love with that, Okako replied with a slight smirk on her face. Overall, they were struggling to get it to work as Izuku had to step away from the war planning and efforts to help out a few times, but finally, the scientists he had working hard on the project had made a breakthrough as they were able to figure out how to program the gate to accept coordinates that would go off of the planet. These new coordinates were called the Celestial Coordinate System, as they allowed the teleportation, or what they hoped was the teleportation to space, which their first target would be the moon itself. Wow! These scientists must be really smart to develop such advanced tech in such a short time, Momo said. I wonder what they are doing right now. Most probably hiding from the law or slaving their lives away in some support company, Dabi replied. Now, they haven't conducted a live experiment because they were building said facilities away from populated areas due to fears of an accident. Yeah, we don't want to take an entire city to the moon due to some miscalculation, Izuku nodded in understanding. Wait. That is even a possibility? Kaminari asked. Izuku shrugged and said, it's an experiment, you have to assume the worst-case scenario. The fact is that the gate would open up to a vacuum of space currently, which could or would in theory suck everything out around the gate itself on their side once they opened it. This meant they were currently building a lab facility in the middle of nowhere that would have a vacuum-secured room where they would suck the air out of it. There would also only be clones inside the test rooms as well, since Izuku didn't want any of his workers dying in a test. He is fortunate that he has the luxury to use clones during the testing phase. Otherwise, he would have to risk real human lives in these kinds of experiments, Power Loader said. The first test was still being planned out and prepared for as they were putting the finishing touches on it, but he would be informed when the test was ready. You can get quite a lot of things done when you surround yourself with competent subordinates, Nizu said. Outside of that, the fundamental plans and test structures for the Verdant moon base had been long completed but were still undergoing heavy tests. These were being done in an air vacuumed facility as well, but on a larger scale, since they had recreated a version of what the actual moon base would be like. I love how he casually talks about building a base on the moon like it's just another Monday morning, Mina said. Well, considering the things he has achieved in the last couple of months, that might as well be the case, Toru added. Over the past few months, a team of 100 Verdant members has been living in it to see what it would be like. No contact physically was given with them nor verbally. The scientists could hear everything they were saying and see everything, but they wanted to act as if quick contact was impossible to simulate if the teleportation gate had gone inactive for any reason. I hope they have considered the mental effects of living in such an isolated environment, Momo said. Yeah, I agree, Izuku nodded. Living in such conditions does tend to mess with your mind, at least on some level. They were almost done with the tests and so far only some fixes and adjustments had to be made to the plans for the first moon base, but if things go correctly then within 6 months of stabilizing, Japan would have the ability to finish the first moon base. That does sound fascinating, Nizu said while rubbing his chin. I wonder how will you.N react to all of this. Overall, they were a bit ahead of schedule on it, but Izuku was happy with the progress. Clones of the scientists really speed up the work since you typically only have a limited number of minds that are capable of figuring it all out in a normal science program. Izuku thought as he reviewed the reports from the SFP agency. At this point, he is just dupe glitching his workforce, Kaminari said. Overall, outside of the SFP, there were still the progressing results from the special police agents that have been created by the decent heroes that had stayed in Verdant-controlled land. Must be a bunch of underachievers who couldn't make it to the top in the normal society, Nightai remarked. Overall, there haven't been any issues that rose to the need for him to step in, but he did know of a few accidents that got resolved quickly via increased training by local police departments, which Izuku was proud of them taking charge of the situation and fixing the issues. Upon hearing Verdant's report, Noamsa flashed a proudful smile with a puffed-up chest. One issue was that an agent had acted out of line and had shown some quirkish behavior which resulted in the person being fired once it was confirmed. Honestly, you need a lot of guts to openly show your quirkish tendencies when the leader of your nation is quirkless himself, Shinso said. Another issue was that a person needed an increase in rescue training, which was quickly handled. It was issued that would get worked out once Izuku could get the university program set up and require future special agents to pass from, which would have high standards. The kids in that universe are really doomed if Verdant thinks UA's standards aren't high enough, Kaminari shook his head. Not really though, Momo objected. Once you remove the fame and the sponsorships out of this job, the only people who will join the academy will be those who really want to help people and are willing to put in the effort to match the standards. Now, outside of all of that, it was time for Izuku to head to the meeting in the next few hours, but Izuku decided to make a quick stop somewhere. As Izuku changed into his Emperor outfit that his Verdant guards required of him even though he was meant to be the ruler. You guys are overdoing it, Izuku sighed, also that fancy costume is a little too much, don't you think so? No, all the Verdant guards replied in unison. Izuku then took his Verdant guards with him to make a stop at the Verdant prison. Oh. You are going to prison. What a nice place to stop by, Compress said, I have been there myself. As Izuku and his guards entered the prison, they headed to the deeper portions of the prison where one Lumilin, the 9th user of One for All, was located at. There was a reason Izuku wanted to visit Lumilin, and that was to inform him of the changes that have happened with the war and to clue him into the fact that UA had surrendered. I wonder if he will believe me when I say that the war has gotten to the stage of UA giving in. Izuku thought as he moved down the hallway of the prison. I mean, what option do I have other than believing him? Mirio shrugged. Besides, does it even matter to him if I believed him or not? He is still going to move forward with his plan regardless. On this side of the prison, only Lumilin and the guards were present since Izuku wanted to keep Lumilin away from everyone else to not risk him passing One for All away and the quirk screwing the war up in some impossible scenario of it getting out of the prison. Midoriya, no offense to you, but One of All is too broken to be on any one side, Kamianri said. None was taken, Izuku said, but personally I would take all the advantage I can when people like Muscular still exist in this world. True, Kamianri nodded his head. Izuku came to a stop in front of the cell that housed Mirio Togata aka Lumilin. Hello, Mirio, Izuku said as Mirio turned to him and looked at Izuku. It's been a while since we last talked. How are you? Izuku asked in a normal tone since he wasn't here to look down upon the individual in front of him. Mirio sighed, hoping that his other self had used this isolated time to free himself from the delusions he was carrying with him. Mirio looked Izuku up and down and rolled his eyes a bit, which Izuku saw. Must think I am acting all high and mighty now since I am in fancier clothing. Izuku thought. See, now he is thinking that power is gone to my head, Izuku said. He really disliked wearing such fancy clothes. And? Himiko asked, why should we care what this stick-up-my-ass dude thinks about you? Mirio asked Izuku why he was here since there wasn't really anything to talk about. Well, there is a lot actually, Dabi smirked, not that you will like any of it, but that wasn't the point in the first place. Well, I was wondering if you wanted to be updated on the war effort and join me for the meeting I am about to have? Izuku asked since he did want to let All Might know his protege is indeed alive and safe. Huh. It's not like it matters to him, Nightai shrugged and received a glare from the former symbol of peace. Mirio's eyes widened and asked what Izuku meant. I mean that the war has entered the last stages. UA has publicly surrendered to me and they will be joining me for a meeting to discuss their transition into new operations moving forward. I want to take you to the meeting to allow you to have a chance to talk to them before you come back here after the meeting. Izuku said, which made Mirio raise an eyebrow as he asked why wouldn't he be released since UA surrendered and he was a student of the school. Is he really asking that after trying to take Verdant's life? Mina asked. That is because he still doesn't understand the gravity of the situation he is in right now, Momo said. For him, it is still a hero versus villain fight where he is on the hero's side. Because there is the chance you just joining the war again. You did come after my head once already, so I do need to be careful since you hold One for All, which is powerful. It's not powerful enough to change the war but enough to be annoying for a bit of time. Wow. That was much more brutal than Dabi's burns, Himiko said. Really? Dabi asked in disbelief. I live in constant pain and you still think a verbal roast was more brutal than this? First of all, stop flexing your injuries and go see a doctor, Himiko said, and second, yes. Nizu is negotiating for the release of the other students of UA but not you since I've already made it clear you won't be released until the war officially ends as you would no longer be a threat then since if you decided to still defend the old government by that point you would be outcast by nearly everyone since even All Might has called for the surrender of the old government which has directly helped me in the war. Izuku informed Mirio of the situations that have recently happened. Calm down there buddy, you are going to break the poor by, Hawk said. In truth, Izuku was doing this to demoralize Mirio so that he wouldn't dare pose a challenge to his rulership because in all honesty, Izuku didn't want to kill Mirio if he didn't have to nor destroy one for all but he would if need be. What an idiotic decision, Stain scoffed, just end him here and save yourself from future trouble. Spoke just like a true brute you are, Ida said while staring daggers at the serial killer. Mirio was in denial that his master would honestly call for the old government to surrender but Izuku showed the video on a tablet of the press conference. Former symbol of peace getting pursued by a criminal, Nitai scoffed, what a shame. If we are talking about shame then you and the commission had done enough to bring that on our entire nation, All Might remarked. Deny all you want but you can ask him yourself if you agree to join me in the meeting. Of course, you will be restrained and kept away from them since I don't need you to try and pass the quirk along but you will be able to verbally talk and see them as well. Though, I won't force you to join me since you can choose to just stay here if you desire. What would you like to do Mirio? Izuku asked him and waited for a response. I hope he agrees to join since other mean Tamaki must be quite worried about him, Nijire said, seeing him alive will give some relief to them. After a bit, Mirio agreed to join them so Izuku had him restrained with quirk cuffs and some other restraints as well before they moved. Izuku also had him blindfolded and put to sleep for a short period of time since Izuku didn't want him to get any hints about where the prison was located at. Just want to point out that I was again drugged without my consent, Mirio said. Yeah kids, doing drugs is bad, unless it's some good shit, Hawk said as all adults glared at him, come on, it was just a joke. Hawk sighed in defeat. After a while, Mirio came back to the land of the living and found himself in a meeting room of sorts as he looked around the place. He did also notice he was inside a glass cell thing that kept him contained with some airways for him to breathe. And now I feel like an animal in a zoo, Mirio grumbled under his breath. Well, it's good to see you awake Mirio, Izuku said as he sat at the table. Normally Izuku would enter the room after everyone but today he didn't want to be that grand since UA was already surrendered to him and would be cooperating with him. I am glad that he is really treating us with respect and isn't trying to dominate us using his position, Nizu said, it will make negotiations much easier for us. Izuku did plan to get Nizu likely involved in the future space plans once the war was finally over but would debate about it. Now that, does hurt my feelings, Nizu said in a mock-offended tone. Having someone like Nizu would speed many things up but also has a risk since the dog, bear, and rodent thing was a bit spiteful of humans for what they did to him so there were risks of involving him in the plans. Good work Verdant, keep that rat away from space as long as you could, Alzaiwa thought to himself. Mirio just kept silent which was fine for Izuku since he was finishing up the paperwork he was doing to finalize the newer prefectures under his control. The paperwork was mainly appointment paperwork of Diet members that would represent the prefectures since the old ones were not welcome to the new Diet. I mean, you can't go to work if you are not alive, right? Himiko said. I am pretty sure most of them were just captured during the Diet raid, Izuku said, but that doesn't mean Verdant is going to hire them back anyway. If they couldn't get change done during their time before the war started then what would they change after being taken over? Fair point, Gran said, those idiots will most likely try to overthrow Verdant by starting a revolt or something. As such, Izuku wanted people that would know the struggles of being oppressed in the Diet positions for the first few rounds. After that, the Diet positions would be voted on by the prefectures themselves and it was Izuku's hope that the people he placed in the first few terms would be able to gather enough support in their areas to stay within the office. Well, you can only hold their hands for so long, I guess, Naomesa said, after that, their own work and achievements will decide their future in the office. As time passed, the Verdant guards entered the room if they already weren't with Izuku. Dabi came to Izuku and told him that Nizu, All Might, Detective Tsukachi, and all of the other UA staff had arrived. The first years from 1A, 1B, and Eri were also present as well. Nizuku nodded his head. Was it really a good idea to bring Eri with you? Mike asked. Keeping her close to us is a much better option than leaving her at UA where I won't be there to guard her, Aizawa replied. Izuku was also told that the other two members of UA's Big Three are present as well since they were able to return to UA from the war front, which wasn't surprising to Izuku since they had decent power to escape the government. I am glad you guys are safe, even if I was the one who put you in danger in the first place, Mirio said. Don't be like that, Nijire smiled at him, it was our decision to follow you. Don't beat yourself for that. After waiting a bit longer, the doors opened once again and entered a few lines of Verdant advance team units that were escorting the people from UA and those that joined them. Izuku did notice his aunt and uncle once again and he waved them over. They didn't even hesitate to come very close to Izuku with everyone from all sides staring at them. Hey old hag, don't embarrass me in front of everyone, Bakugo said and quickly received a smack in the head. Shut up brat, I will do whatever I want. Ah, auntie never cowers in front of others and uncle seems to have gained a bit of backbone recently. Most likely after the fight I had with their son. Izuku thought as his aunt just smacked him on the back of the head as she would always do to her own son when he annoyed her, which Izuku honestly suspected for her to do to him after everything. Though everyone in the eyes of the room widens as Bakugo did look a bit scared. Careful there women, you might lose your arm there, Stain growled. Ha! Your emperor will have your head before you do something to me, Mitsuki said, isn't that right, Izuku? Ha! Izuku blinked as the sudden question was thrown at him, I mean. I won't get him killed, but I will surely punish him for attacking a civilian. Was that really needed auntie? Izuku asked with a tired tone and she only nodded her head as she spoke, yes, it was you brat. I thought Katsuki was rebellious but you take the entire damn cake, now where is your mother since she promised me some gossip and tea last time? Mitsuki Bakugo said and her husband just sighed. Don't worry ma'am, he is just going through his emo phase, Himiko grinned while Izuku glared at her. Sadly my mother isn't here right now but I can have her brought over, so follow this guard to a room where they will call for my mother, Izuku said as he waved a guard over and they followed the guard after giving Izuku a hug. Great! She is going to have a tea party while we are discussing the fate of the UA. Aizawa grumbled, I wish I was her right now. God, that woman's head strikes cause a headache, how the fuck did you go through our entire childhood with her doing that? Izuku said as he looked at Katsuki Bakugo who just shrugged. Izuku just sighed and told them all to sit down since they needed to get to work. Sometimes I ask the same question to myself, Bakugo whispered under his breath. As I am sure you all can see, I had Mirio Togata aka Lumilin join us today. I am sorry but I can't let him out of there during this meeting, but you are free to talk to him if you wish. Just don't enter the red line area marked on the floor and you can talk to your heart's contents. Any starting questions? Izuku asked but no one had any starting questions, but the other two members of the Big Three moved to Mirio. I wonder, how are we going to get our minds blown up this time, Namuri said to herself. I hope we don't, Aizawa said, that way we can go back to UA without any additional headache. Izuku himself sat down and moved some paperwork around. After a few more moments they kicked the meeting off and started to discuss the transformation of UA from a high school into a university. Nizu leaned forward as he was interested in knowing what will be the conclusion of this meeting. As it stands, the first years currently will have the chance to benefit the most. You will change their hero training out for the standard police academy training, which will have them prepared for the first starting class at UA University. University classes at the moment are most likely going to be around 30 total students per class instead of the current 20 for a heroics class. The reason for the rise is due to the fact that I don't want too many university versions of the academy, as I don't want a repeat of the hero system. So, he wants to control the quality of the officers by limiting the number of universities all across the nation, Nizu said and pondered on the Verdant's method for a moment. That could work as long as corruption doesn't reach to the selection table. Even of the heroes, we are converting into special agents we only do about 25% since they were the only ones to meet the requirements and weren't corrupted either. That's harsh, but these first batch of officers of this new system will need to set an example for the future candidates who will apply for the job, Hawk said. As such, the special agents don't have a public rank system like the hero system does either, since it's not about fame but saving people, Izuku said and Nizu nodded his head. I wonder how much application rates will drop after they implement this rule, Mike said. I would say, by quite a lot, since fame is a big part of why so many kids are crazy after this career, Aizawa replied. Then they moved the conversation to how the university would be set up. All of the current teachers already met the standards for the most part of being special agents. They also weren't corrupt either, since Nizu doesn't take that kind of employee in. Yay! We are not losing our jobs, Namuri cheered. No, but we are getting more work dumped on us, Vault added. This meant they would all be classified as special agents as well starting the moment they finished their training requirements on what they are meant to do as a special agent. I don't want to go to school again, Mike grumbled, but I don't want to lose my job and hero license either. I hate to say this but I can totally relate to how are you feeling right now, Aizawa said. Overall, it was similar to the hero position but more focused on de-escalation, limiting damage, and quick capture. Just like the early model of heroism, Gran said, back when people put on a cape and costume to save people and not because they wanted to see themselves on a pedestal. After a while, the meeting came closer to an end as they hit on many different things. They were now on the topic of UA wanting to negotiate for their students to be released earlier instead of at the end of the war. In regards to releasing them, as I made clear, Mirio can't be released until the war is fully over. The other students can be released but I will be holding UA accountable for keeping them away from joining the war efforts. Do I make myself clear? Izuku asked as he looked directly into Nizu's eyes who nodded his head. Well, that is clearly a threat, no doubt about it, Izuku said, but I understand. He has to make sure that the released students won't go back and rejoin the war otherwise more people will die on the field. Indeed, I've also acquired the assistance of all of their parents who will help keep them locked down and away from the war, Nizu said. Wow! Caging children against their will. How heroic of you Nizu, Knight I said. At least I am not turning them into puppets so that I can keep my hands clean while they do all the dirty jobs, Nizu shot back. Speaking of the war, there is a rumor that you've gained more prefectures recently but it's unconfirmed. Nizu asked which earned a chuckle from Izuku and other Verdant members. Indeed, it would be released in a day or so since we've kept it on the down low but Hokkaido, Aomori, Akita, and Iwate have all surrendered due to All Might's speech. We've finished setting up a defense line on the border of Akita and Iwate as we are stabilizing those prefectures before we will push down further. Izuku said and Nizu nodded his head. Tisk. Night Eye clicked his tongue as he realized that now the war is truly lost for their side. The governors who were supposed to be on their side were surrendering their lands and their home base in Tokyo was already in Verdant's grasp. Meanwhile, All Might was a bit stunned that his words had that much of an effect even though he is retired. Izuku noticed though and decided to speak up. All Might, you look surprised. Do realize your words have a lot of influence. You did change the trajectory and mindset I was holding before our previous meeting. If you can influence me then you certainly can influence the leaders of the prefectures themselves. He is right All Might, you were not a symbol because of your power alone, Izuku smiled at his mentor, people loved you because of who you are and what you did for them for the past 3 decades while sacrificing your life. Yeah absolutely, Dabi grinned, just look at Endeavor. He is the #1 hero right now, but no one loves him, including his children and I am willing to bet if he had a dog even that dog won't love him. Puff, Hawks laughed while Endeavor just sighed not looking forward to going home tonight. It's with that in mind that I am wanting to offer you a position All Might, Izuku said shocking everyone but the Verdant guards themselves who knew of this idea. Izuku Midoriya wanted All Might to directly serve him as a close ally in broad terms. That is a great idea, Momo said, having All Might on his board will give the public the reassurance that someone is keeping Verdant in check all the time. All Might, I want you to serve on my public advisory board. This doesn't have the direct power at the Verdant Guard's wheel but you would attend most meetings that I am involved with as you would be advising me along with others to better shape Japan's future on issues that you believe need to be addressed or incentives that we should look into. My Verdant Guards are warriors for the most part and will transition to some public servant positions at the end of this war since I want them close to me but I need people that can better advise me in regards to the actual public. This is where my public advisory board comes in and I wish for you to become the first official member of it. Izuku said as he looked All Might directly in the eyes as the room was completely silent. That is really a bold decision, Gran Torino said, knowing Toshi, he will definitely raise his voice whenever he sees that Verdant is taking a bad decision, no matter how much Verdant likes his ideas. And that's what he wants, Izuku said, he doesn't want people who will not raise their opinions just because he is in a position of power. He wants people who will make him work twice as hard on the policies before presenting them before the board. No one outside of Izuku and the Verdant Guards saw that proposal coming as it meant having Izuku's ear for the most part and could directly influence how Japan moves forward. Toshinori himself was stunned after hearing that proposal. Becoming a symbol of peace was one thing but he had never imagined that one day he will be in a position that will allow him to decide the fate of the entire nation. As the room was still silent because they were waiting for All Might's reaction, Nizu spoke up instead. Yagi. I think you should do it. It would help establish trust in the Verdant Emperor by most people that don't currently support him. It also puts you in a position to call him out on any actions if he goes too far on something. This way you can directly watch the person you wanted to trust guide Japan's future, wouldn't you say? Nizu said. Well, if even Nizu is supporting this, I don't think it will be a bad idea, All Might said, besides I have a lot of free time on me nowadays. He really wanted Toshinori Yagi to accept the position since it put someone he trusted close to the Emperor and allowed them to have some breathing room in knowing that the Verdant Emperor wouldn't just suddenly get violent after he wins, since putting All Might, who has great sway with the public, in such a public position would deal the Verdant Emperor's support a huge blow if All Might called him out on an issue that he was acting like a tyrant on. Good thinking on your part, Nizu, but I don't think he is going to go rough out of nowhere, Izuku said. That's true, but as you said earlier, we do need to take precautions against the people like us, Nizu replied. After a few more seconds, All Might nodded his head and accepted the position. I would be honored to take the position. All Might said, and Izuku nodded his head. Toshinori, I don't care if you are old or not. If you slacked on your new job, other me will still kick your ass, Gran Torino said. Yes, sensei, Yagi shakily replied. Soon the meeting came to an end and it was decided that the UA students would be released in the following few days as they are processed out of the prison centers they were in and would be transported to UA by the Verdant troops. Good, another meeting wrapped up without any incident, Izuku sighed. Don't jinx it, problem child, Aizawa said. As they were wrapping up though, a person entered the room which caused everyone to look at them. This individual though wore a white coat on them. Told you, Aizawa grumbled. Izuku waved his hand and told them to report. Sir, Stage 1 of SFP is prepared for the tests. We just need your permission and we will be able to see if we can move to Stage 2. Permission to proceed, asked the scientist, and Izuku was about to say yes but then realized he had an audience he would like to show the results of what the Verdant aimed for so they knew what the future held under them. We are going to see it. We are going to see it, Ochako cheered in her seat. Meanwhile, Mei just went and sat in front of the screen with her notepad and a wide grin on her face. Actually, connect a feed to the meeting room. It's time we start revealing to our people what SFP is, since only those directly involved or in the high command know about it. Depending on the results, we will show the video with a message from me to the entire organization. Can you get it done in the next 5 minutes? Izuku asked, and they nodded their heads as they pulled their phone out and made a few calls. Okay, I have to admit, this is getting me hyped, Kaminari said. You should be, Momo said, we are going to see the possible foundation of future space exploration programs. Izuku looked at Nizu and asked if he wanted to join him for a show, which caught all of their attention since only Izuku and the Verdant knew of Izuku's plans. Well, Mirio did as well since Izuku told him in that prison, but he had no way to know it was connected to whatever SFP was, which was the Space Frontier program. After watching this, he has to believe in Verdant's words, right? Mina said. You can cure a blind person but you cannot cure someone who is pretending to be blind, Bakugo said. Nizu nodded his head and Izuku had his mother and the other two called to come to watch as well. Time for people to see the sheer power at our hands, since the teleportation technology in itself is a dominating power that could allow me to conquer the entire world due to how useful it is. Though, I have grander goals than just the pathetic Earth. Wow. That sounded way more terrifying than it should, Kamianri said, and this is just a thought, but can you guys imagine what would happen if other versions of Midoriya somehow met each other and decided to take over the multiverse just because they can? Kaminari asked, giving a chill to everyone in the hall. Chill guys, I will never do something like that, Izuku said, trying to pressure others. That is true, Izuku, we know you won't do it, but there are an infinite number of universes out there and all these universes have a version of you, Momo explained, and you can't possibly say that all of them are as heroic as you or have strong morals like Verdant. You are right, but dash. She is right, Midoriya, Nizu jumped into the conversation, as we have already seen that not every version of you share the same life. Maybe some have worse childhoods than you, and maybe some have worse futures. There might be a version of you who might be desperate enough to use their knowledge on heroes to become a strategist for hire and help villains to take down heroes. Bakugo shuddered at the thought of Izuku using his knowledge to kill heroes just to make some money. And he knew that he will play a big part in pushing that version of Izuku on that horrible track. A version of you might get picked up by All for One, right after the rooftop incident, and become his successor. All Might clenched his fist as he imagined Izuku standing next to that devil. Or a version of you might be ambitious enough to try to rule over the multiverse by becoming the conqueror. You are right. I cannot just refuse to accept that evil versions of me exist out there, Izuku sighed, and knowing myself, let's just hope that an evil version of me doesn't get a technology to mess with the timelines. Izuku thought as he dreamed of taking his home country into space, which was becoming more and more viable with each success. Good, as long as Verdant is the only one who has access to it, Izuku said as he was disturbed by thinking about the evil versions of himself. To be continued. The future within reach. As they all sat there waiting, Inko and the Bakugos arrived back. Sweetie, what are you wanting us to watch? Inko asked because she had no idea what SFP was, which made Izuku chuckle since he had purposely excluded her from the science department meetings or whenever the topics came up. Huh? Why would he do that? Ochako tilted her head. I thought he shared everything with Ms. Inko. Suddenly a huge grin appeared on Izuku's face as he remembered the conversation he had with his mother very long ago. It wasn't that he didn't trust her, but it was a surprise he wanted to show her, as she told him once as a child she always dreamed of going to space but believed it would never be a reality. Unknown to her, it was a part of her desire for Izuku to complete this project since he wanted to grant his mother one of her most crazy dreams. Inko's eyes started tearing up as she realized that her son went through all this trouble just to fulfill her silly dream. It is something you always told me about when I was younger and would talk about your dreams. It became a portion of the drive when I decided to focus on some of the Verdant resources to complete it. We will see if we are in reach of your dream in a few moments. Izuku said, which just confused everyone and even Inko, since she told her son quite a few things during his childhood and was wondering which he was talking about since a lot of them were quite crazy and grand. Rei's face softened into a smile as she watched Izuku's dedication to fulfilling her mother's dream. Honestly, ever since Shoto had told her the details of their match, she couldn't help but adore that child as one of her own. But it didn't stop there. With every visit she could see how bright Shoto looked compared to before. That's why she will always see Izuku as a member of their family. After a few more minutes, the screens in the room all changed to a feed of a facility. In the feed stood the scientist in the meeting hall earlier. As the scientist approached the camera and greeted them. My Emperor, can you hear and see me clearly? The man asked, and Izuku confirmed. The man then turned away and viewed into a glass that they couldn't see into. The man then brought a record to his mouth and said, this is test 1 of stage 1 of the SFP. In attendance is all scientists that belongs to the SFP project, as well as via remote location the Verdant Emperor, Verdant Guards, the Emperor's mother, as well as students, staff, and others associated with UA. The time is XX on XXXX day. Permission for the start of SFP-S1T1 requested by my Emperor, the man said, and Izuku confirmed, which the man repeated in the device. It's happening. Mei shook with excitement, and her eyes were glued to the screen. Calm down, Mei, Power Loader said, but he knew he couldn't blame her because he himself was shaking in anticipation. Everyone was still confused until the feed changed perspectives, and now they were slightly behind the scientists that were in the room, as they all could see into the other room. I just want to be clear, no actual humans are on site. Izuku quickly asked, and the scientist leaned into the view and confirmed they were all clones, as the real ones were at the main base watching via the same feed. Verdant really cares about his people, Yagi said with a wide smile. This gives me confidence that other me made the right choice by placing his trust in the young emperor. Good, commence the test, Izuku ordered, as he was now on the edge of his seat in the literal sense, and everyone noticed that. Seeing him this nervous must have made others around him anxious as well. Momo chuckled to herself. Mizu was wondering what experiment the Verdant was conducting to get such a reaction out of the Verdant Emperor. Something that can revolutionize the world, Mei said. If he succeeds here, we can get countless amount of resources and a chance to understand our universe more deeply than ever before. Soon, the entire room was in commotion at the test site as they were screaming things out to others. Stabilize it. We almost have it, so fucking stabilize the thing or it all goes to hell, one person could be heard yelling. Izuku was now at the edge of his seat while biting his nails due to nervousness. Izuku looked down and saw Eri giving him the best reassuring smile she could. Don't worry, everything will be alright. And just like that, all his worries vanished as he hugged his little sister. You are right, Eri, let's put our faith in Verdant just like everyone else. After a bit more, the room was blinded with a large bright light from the machine that was in the experiment room, and soon they could all see clearly again, as in the room stood a machine that had some weird texture in the center moving around. Whoa, everyone stared at the screen with awe and fascination in their eyes. It's beautiful, Mei said, her eyes lighting up like a child in a toy store. Bro, it looks like something straight out of science fiction, Zero said. Yeah, I know what you mean. Just imagine how would they all react if a man walks out of that portal right now and says, "Kneel before me." Kaminari laughed but soon realized that no one else was laughing with him. Kaminari, Izuku glared at the boy, just hope that you haven't jinxed something terrible on us. My Emperor. We have stabilized it and are preparing to send an advanced unit of Verdant troops that are all clones. I'm switching the video feed to their cameras as we watch it happen, said the scientist, which Izuku confirmed. Honestly, I never thought that after the US government, it will be a 17-year-old child who will send the next man to the moon. Yagi chuckled to himself. Really, what a strange world we live in. All of the Verdant guards were now standing near Izuku, as well as they were all standing up and watching. Wow. Never thought our names will be written in the history books, alongside Izuku, Himiko said with a heavy voice. She had never imagined that she will be able to live a normal life, let alone be a part of a history-making group she would call home. Yeah, and that is such an upgrade from police record books, Dabi added with a wide grin on her face. Nizu opened his mouth and took a guess what just happened. May I take a guess and say you just achieved teleportation technology? Nizu asked the entire room, but Izuku and his Verdant guards were in shock as they looked at Izuku. He is not entirely wrong, but Verdant is already way past that, Mina said. The Verdant members didn't look shocked, instead they looked confused since it was an open fact in the organization they had teleportation technology. In hindsight, it was really a stupid question to ask, Nizu chuckled, it seems even I am not immune to the effects of stress and workload I had during this entire war. They wondered if their emperor was just showing it off to hide the fact that they have had it for a while now, but got surprised when Izuku denied the statement. Nope, this isn't teleportation technology. I will admit we've had teleportation technology since the League attacked the summer camp. I was able to replicate the technology based on a quirk of one of my members, but this isn't a teleportation gate, no, it's far more than that. Izuku said with a clenched fist as they all watched the camera feed from one of the clones that entered the room. We don't need to hide things from UA anymore, Izuku grinned at Nizu, we just need to tell and show them the things we want them to know. Oh, what a clever way of thinking, Nizu returned the grin, you can be quite cunning when you want to. Hey Yagi, Aizawa whispered in Small Might's ears, I don't care how, but make sure that Midoriya is busy on weekends until he graduates from school. Otherwise, Nizu will snatch him under our nose and we won't even know. Don't worry Aizawa, young Izuku will never say no to some mentor-student bonding time, Yagi reassured him. Oh well, little did they know, that Nizu had already made a detailed draft of lessons for Momo and Izuku, and they have already adjusted those lessons in their schedule. The thing was that the members were a bit slow and were walking funny from the camera view, but no one could understand why. Their mobility is compromised since they are wearing heavy and bulky spacesuits, Mei said. As they approached the gate, they heard words from the cameraman, that's one small step for Verdant, one giant leap for mankind, said the voice of the Verdant individual who was a clone as they entered the portal. Izuku and Eri crossed their fingers, hoping for Verdant's success in his endeavor. The feed cut out for a second but reappeared. The entire room fell into disarray as gaps ended. Sounds of shock came from everyone, but one group was cheering as they watched other clones move in front of the cameraman and salute into the camera feed. Ochako teared up as she saw her dream come true in front of her very own eyes. Izuku noticed that and quickly pulled her into a hug and whispered, don't worry Ochako, I am going to take you there, fly you to the moon, that's a promise, he said and gave a quick peck on her lips. I know you will, she replied with teary eyes. Meanwhile, others were also silently observing this breathtaking sight, engraving it in their minds. You did it, you crazy son of a bitch, you did it, Mei said as she was ready to jump into the screen if technology had allowed her to do so. Congratulations my emperor, your will knows no opponent as you have succeeded in pushing the human race to space once again. We will begin protocols to start preparing for SFP Stage 2. I will leave the feed playing from the cameraman for now, said the scientist as he went off the feed, and now only the view of the Earth and the Verdant members on the moon were shown. This view, so magnificent, Momo said, trying to find the right words for this amazing view in front of her. It has begun, mother, you said when I was a child that you always wanted to go to space and I shall deliver it. The Verdant's goals and desires do not lay with the Earth, but instead, my end goals lay to the universe as it's time the human race leaves the planet and colonizes into space. Izuku shouted out into the room as he expanded his arms outwards as no one else spoke or did anything but stare at him in shock. As long as you stay in your universe, there is no problem with it, Izuku thought to himself. Izuku was sure that a multiverse is a frightening place and they have absolutely no knowledge about it. And that's why someone having access to it was the worst-case scenario in his mind. Sir Gray, if you are listening to this, please don't let anyone mess with the multiverse, Izuku said to me. Like I have any control over it, I chuckled. Wait. Did I hear someone? Izuku looked around with a confused face. Inko was downright shocked at what her son had just achieved. His organization had just stepped onto the moon once again, but this time without a damn rocket that limited how easily humans got to space. Not only that, but in the future exploring the exoplanets will become child's play, Mei said, all you need is precise coordinates, and boom, you are there just like that. Nizu at this time came out of his shock and looked at Izuku and asked the question on everyone's mind. So, you are saying that you have teleportation technology and technology to enter space without using a rocket ship like humans did before quirks started to appear? Nizu asked. Aizawa was in complete and utter shock after seeing that look on Nizu's face. For the past 20 years, he has been a crucial member of Nizu's inner circle. And in all these years he has never seen Nizu looking at someone with utter respect and fear at the same time. This really made him thank the universe that their Izuku Midoriya is UA's problem child and not Verdant the revolutionary emperor. Izuku smirked as he confirmed it. Indeed, humans have used quirks completely wrong. Instead of using quirks for war, we should be using them to advance to space. With the completion of space teleportation technology, the Verdant Empire can now leave Earth freely and return as we wish. No need for wasteful rockets when we can just teleport everything to it and hopefully teleport to other planets as well, which means gathering resources from the said planets to build space colonies that float in space. This way we don't need more resources from Earth but instead can eat away at useless planets like Mars that can't be turned habitable easily. Izuku said as he explained the primary goal of the Verdant Empire after the war, and that was to take his citizens of the Verdant and those of his home country to space. That is one hell of a noble goal, hope you achieve it, my dude, Hawk said. Also I would love to visit a planet where I could fly however I want without having to worry about colliding into buildings at every turn. The Earth was no longer needed for humans to survive and they have damaged it enough. No, instead it was time to look to the stars. Yeah. Let's go and destroy other planets, Shinso muttered under his breath. Why would I want to be the Emperor of Japan or of the Earth when I can be the Emperor that empires stretch across the sky we sleep under? Izuku said with a wide grin on his face as this was his end goal. To achieve human expansion into space, and he was now on the verge of doing so as they had just completed the biggest hurdle in getting it done. Yeah, traveling through space was one of our biggest obstacles, May said, but now with this technology, it could become instantaneous. No need to waste hundreds of light years just to reach a certain planet somewhere. Everyone that belonged to the Verdant organization in the room started to chant, Verdant Emperor. Verdant Emperor. Verdant Emperor, they all were chanting out, which stunned the others into even more silence. After a few seconds, Izuku waved his hand and silenced them. I am still curious how Verdant isn't getting embarrassed by all that chanting. Momo asked. Either he has just accepted his fate or he actually enjoys them chanting his name, Izuku sighed. Doesn't matter as long as he is happy, I guess. Welcome to the future of the human race, Nizu. I am sure someone of your great mind can release the unlimited applications that quirks can have in space. Just look at your student Uraraka with the zero-gravity quirk, as her quirk would make it even easier to move things around in space. Verdant knows me. Ochako looked surprised. That's a good start, I guess. Each person's quirk has an abundance of applications in space for the human race, but even those without quirks can still do many things, since it was me, a quirkless man with quite a few quirkless scientists on my science team, that replicated teleportation technology off a quirk. Then we created a way to apply said technology to allow us to go to space. It proves that no one is useless and everyone can contribute to the future of the human race. Izuku said as he still had a large grin on his face. Hey glasses, Bakugo looked at Night Eye, who grumpily sat in the corner this whole time. Did you hear that? From now on think twice before calling someone useless, no matter if they have a quirk or not. At least you learned your lesson, Kachin, Izuku said, but I doubt he is even going to give a thought to that. Well, his loss, Bakugo shrugged. Besides, people like him die alone in their apartments and no one even attends their funerals at all. Nizu started to clap, which brought everyone on his side out of their shock and away from the feed. Congratulations, my emperor, for you truly have achieved something that humans have only dreamed of. I truly can't wait to see what you do. Now we just need the war to end so we can focus on the future, which is truly bright. Maybe humans can stop warning themselves for once and achieve peace, since the path you are taking, I am sure, might lead to world peace at the rate you are going. Nizu said as he had his head bowed. That is quite wishful thinking, Nizu. Izuku shook his head. As long as greed exists in the world, peace will always be a distant dream. Then he chuckled. Ironically, Verdant's wish to conquer other planets is quite greedy in itself, no matter how good his intentions are. Soon the meeting and everything else came to an end. Those that belonged to UA were now back at the school, still in stunned silence, as they just saw the future path of the human race, and it was done by the person who had been defeating them in a war. On the contrary, I would say we only gain from this war, Nizu suggested. First, Verdant's trust, then his friendship, and now, a chance to be a part of something truly historic. It seems we were wise to get on the good side of the Emperor. It's also good that you will now be next to him as well, All Might, as you can help keep him on a good path that may very well lead to world peace itself. Nizu said as he sat on his chair on the stage at UA. I don't know about world peace, but other me will definitely keep Verdant on the right track, Yagi said, even if he has to displease the Emperor from time to time. All Might could only nod his head as he was still stunned at what has transpired during the entire day. He didn't think something like that was possible, but he had been proven wrong. That's not new, Kaminari snickered. That seems to be the trend of this series so far. You have proven me wrong on so many things, Izuku Midoriya. I wonder what else you will show the world with that bright mind of yours. All Might thought as he kept reviewing the events of the day. I hope you know what you people are doing. Night-Eye fixed his glasses, because giving our entire nation in a child's hand is never going to be a good idea. A child who managed to reach the moon in a span of a single year, Nizu countered. No matter how smart he is, the people who attend the world conferences will eat him for his technology from the inside out, Night-Eye said. Then he will just have to discipline the first dog who will try to bite him. This time it was Izuku responded, but he had this sinister aura around him. After all, attaching a leash to a single one of them will scare others for quite some time. After that response neither Nighty said anything nor Nizu, which made Izuku really happy cause his new intimidating thing was working as intended. He was able to talk to Mirio for a bit, who asked if it was true that he had made a public statement against the government of Japan, which he confirmed. Mirio seemed a bit stunned but came around to the views quite a bit as All Might explained why he made the statement, and Mirio finally agreed that Izuku Midoriya, the Verdant Emperor, wasn't bad like he had believed in the deep parts of his mind, which made All Might happy. "Hey, how dog sensei, please take All Might under your paws," Mina said, cause he managed to get through Mirio's thick skull. Other students will be a piece of cake for him. All Might did tell Mirio that he didn't know if OFA needed to be passed to another person after him, since it was an instrument of fighting and battle, which seems may not be needed in the future anymore if the world goes on the path that Nizu is thinking it will. "But All Might, it is always good to have a backup plan, right?" Mirio asked. "Yeah, you are right, but dash. He is right, you know." Izuku jumped into the conversation. "Besides, space is full of unknowns, who knows what kind of dangers that world will come across while exploring the universe." Soon All Might came out of his thoughts and just headed to his apartment on campus since he was exhausted. Long live the Verdant Emperor. All Might thought as he laid on his bed, since he was truly impressed with what he had seen. To be continued. Japan's fall. An entire 2 months had passed and many things have happened since that meeting with the people associated with UA. One of the main things that happened was that the Space Frontier Program, SFP, made leaps and bounds through the dedication of the science department. May held her notepad and pen eagerly. "Oh, please do tell," she exclaimed. Izuku had even let Nizu join in the request, but Nizu did have to undergo the quirk that would keep the secrets he learned from Verdant hidden. "That's fair, I suppose," Nizu said. "This knowledge can be dangerous in the wrong hands, so taking precautions is quite obvious." It was the same quirk that the scientists also volunteered to undergo that bound them to not reveal the research for the quirk erasing bullets to anyone except Izuku. This was done via a quirk user in their group whose quirk was permanent and could only be undone via another pact with the same parties. Another very useful quirk, Izuku thought. I wonder if I can find all these people in this world. Of course, assuming they even exist here. As such, with Nizu's large mind, they were able to speed the progress up to a far faster pace, which allowed them to finish the initial portions of the moon base. It wasn't fully completed, but they were getting close to finishing the entire outer portions and the groundwork inside of the base. Night-Eye remarked, "It's ironic that someone with such a large brain couldn't come up with a plan to defeat a mere quirkless child. It makes me wonder if he was even trying or not." "Please shut your mouth, Night-Eye," All Might said. "You are making a fool out of yourself every time words come out of your mouth." Overall, it was built inside of the moon for a portion with another portion outside. Due to still researching into new technology to fuel the Space Frontier floating space settlements, they were still relying on solar energy, which was far easier to get into space due to the constant clearness of the sun for most of the time. "That's so cool," May said, "not to mention the uninterrupted solar energy." "Yeah, that kind of setup could power our nation for years without having to burn our resources or harming our planet," Izuku said. "Then again, he is going to get a lot of hate from electricity providers who use these other methods to produce the energy." "Who cares?" May shrugged. "Verdant can handle them if they become too much of a problem. There is some time when the base isn't directly in the sunlight due to the rotation of the moon and Earth, but the base was currently saving enough energy and there were plans to build another set of solar panels on the other side for those periods of time with a connected system." May sulked, seeing that it wasn't as uninterrupted as she thought. "Cheer up, girl, it is not that bad," Power Loader said. "Besides, they are doing much better for this being the first phase of their plan. The base is also hidden from people on Earth discovering it due to a quirk being used to make it appear nothing had changed, as clones were constantly working on the base. Yeah, imagine looking up from your telescope and seeing this moon base that never existed before," Jiro said, "and I am pretty sure that a lot of people will just assume that they're getting invaded by aliens and start causing chaos around them." Izuku didn't want the world to know about the moon base until it was completely done and had defenses set up to protect it from missiles that could be sent from the Earth. "You really think someone will really do that?" Ochako asked. "I am pretty sure someone will do that," Izuku replied with an exasperated smile. The internals of the base was livable, as they did have a system that creates oxygen from CO2 that humans put off or the machines they use. There is also a large amount of plant life placed into the building to help convert CO2 naturally to oxygen, as Izuku plans to expand the base into a larger one and wishes it to feel more natural. That is true, natural air is always going to be better than artificial one, Nomuri said, and having beautiful plants around is always a plus. In regard to long-term living conditions, the base will be suitable for actual humans instead of clones to live on it within a few months once the rest of the base is completed. Quirks are really a blessing to us if used in the right way, Momo said. Just take this scenario as an example. Our predecessors would have required years to make this base habitable for humans, but we can do it in just a few months. As it stands, the base is mainly aimed for science and military purposes, as it will be the stepping stone to further space travel to like Mars, where they will be able to get material to build other things instead of taking it from Earth or other countries on Earth who could try to threaten Izuku into allowing them access to the technology or into space. I love how he definitely knows that other countries will try to threaten him, despite knowing that, eventually this will benefit all of them, Shinso said. Honestly, you don't have to be a genius to know that, Dabi added. Outside of the advancements with their Space Frontier program, there was another major event that happened during the 2 months that is being settled currently. Of course, there is always something going on around the Verdant Emperor, Hawk snickered. This event was the fall of Japan to the complete rulership of Izuku, aka the Verdant Emperor. The theater went into utter silence until Izuku shrugged. Oh well, that happened. Don't oh us you nerd, Bakugo said, you can't just shrug off something so important. Is it really a surprise though? We all knew that was going to happen, especially after Yuei's surrender and All Might's statement. It was just a matter of when that would happen, Izuku explained, which made sense to all of them. After the prefectures of Hokkaido, Aomori, Akita, and Iwate surrendered due to All Might, it set off a chain reaction within the other prefectures. This led to the collapse of the defense line due to the prefectures of Toyama, Yamanashi, and Nagano surrendering. The local leadership ordered the government troops out of their land and threatened to deploy the police to help the Verdant Emperor remove the government forces, which forced the government to quickly pull their forces back to try and hold some form of defense. This is quite concerning, Nighthigh thought as he observed the state of that world, so there is a chance that these ungrateful hooligans will betray us in the face of the danger. Then he fixed his glasses. I guess some changes are in order. And we will start with the number 2 hero and a hero student. However, once the news of the government retreat broke out and the reaction to these prefectures' surrender, it only increased the other prefectures' surrender, as Nagata, Yamagata, Miyagi, and Fukushima all surrendered to the Verdant Emperor. This resulted in the government only having control of the green-marked land on the war map. Now, all of the Verdant forces had the entire green area surrounded and were waiting for orders to march into the prefectures that remained under the old government's control. Verdant has them cornered just like a wild beast, Nizu said, but he needs to be careful. After all, the cornered beasts are the most dangerous ones. Izuku did call upon the remaining prefecture governments to surrender, but sadly they had all been removed from power by the old government and loyalists installed, which wasn't surprising. Though, Izuku did use this to his advantage and shared it with everyone, which resulted in large protests inside the government-controlled land. Government is just digging themselves dipper and dipper with everything they do, Mina said. If they had accepted their defeat gracefully, it might have helped their reputation a little, Jiro added. Izuku decided to use this to his advantage and had clone troops storm out of the national diet, which caused the government to pull back some forces from the defense line. This resulted in the military force of the Verdant, which was all clones, do a sudden charge, which resulted in an all-out battle across all of the green-marked area. This is it, one last battle, one last fight, Izuku thought, and then Verdant will be crowned as the new Emperor of Japan. Izuku's eyes shined with anticipation. It took an entire day, but in the end, Izuku Midoriya, aka the Verdant Emperor, had the entire green-marked land under his control. The government forces had used the buildings to turn it into a hit-and-run tactics war, but sadly for them Izuku only sent clones into the battles the entire time, since he refused to lose any more men. As such, the Verdant lost no men and the government forces were defeated with half of what remained wiped out and the other half captured. They couldn't achieve anything when they had an entire nation at their disposal, Hawk said. Why would that change when they have just a few chunks of land now? Most of the government forces belonged to what remained of the pro-heroes, quirkist citizens, and police that had gotten recruited by force. Check it out, all the jerks are grouped together under one banner, Shinso remarked. When was the last time we saw that happen, huh? It was ironic that the government recruited the police force, since they all just ended up surrendering when the Verdant came, since they knew what life was like under their control due to connections they had with the police system under Izuku's control. As such, none of the police resisted and nearly every one of them survived. I'm glad the force came together during these crucial times and chose a leader to work for, Naomasa said, but let's face it, the decision was pretty obvious since they were probably thinking about their own and their family's future in this nation. Izuku had zero care about the quirkiest individuals being killed off since it only helped him lead the country into a brighter future without them being around. Even so, it's not up to us to decide who should live and who should die, Aizawa said. That's a good mindset for a hero, Eraserhead, Dabi said, but fortunately Verdant is not a hero, so he has no qualms about wiping out those idiots. Izuku didn't order his men to kill them off, but they refused to give in easily, which resulted in their deaths since there was an order out that if someone resisted capture that they were to just be killed instead of being taken as a prisoner of war. That's quite harsh, don't you all think? Mirio said, he can easily subdue all of them if he wants to. But the question is, why should he? Stain asked. They decided to stand in his way, so he gave them what they deserve. Now, the heroes that kept fighting were a mix of those that didn't want to do it anymore and those that wanted the old system to stay. Most of those that didn't want to keep fighting were still just students and had surrendered quickly by the end of the battles once they got defeated, while others were captured with a bit of force or killed off if they couldn't be taken easily. I am glad that the children knew better than to continue this stupid war, Nizu said. Sadly, adults are too delusional to think for themselves. As such, the Verdant Emperor now stood outside of the Imperial Palace, which is where the old Emperor of Japan, who was just a ceremonial position, sat. Izuku took a deep breath as he realized that Verdant was just a few steps away from becoming a new Emperor of Japan. The man that was currently serving as the Emperor of Japan had refused to abandon Tokyo and Hideaway as the government had requested early on in the war. Instead, he stayed behind, which Izuku could honestly respect since he had the Emperor spied upon by the spy network to know why he truly stayed behind. In the words of the older man, I may be a figurehead, but I still stood by in silence at the state of our country and witnessed the democracy of our nation become more corrupted. If I am to die, then I will die with my head held high and not running like a coward. These were the words that Izuku was given from the spy network. Huh. Who knew that our figurehead of an emperor had that strong spine, Bakugo said. I know, right, Kirishima smirked. My respect for him has increased by a lot. In all honesty, Izuku had no plans to harm the old emperor since the man had no official power to act, as he was bound with countless things by the old documents that governed Japan from hundreds of years ago that stripped the imperial family of its power. Oh, I didn't know that, Kaminari said, the more you know. We literally learned this 3 weeks ago, Jiro pointed out. How can you forget that? Kaminari just shrugged and said, I wasn't paying attention, I guess, though he completely missed the fact that Namiri was glaring at him. Izuku also knew the truth about the old emperor and what he had done, which is another reason he respected the man so much. Now, this will be the new information we aren't aware of, Momo said. As such, Izuku was here today not as a conqueror but as a citizen of Japan. As Izuku stood outside the main gate, he knocked on it and requested the guard to ask the emperor for permission to enter, which confused the guard since Izuku had taken control of the entire country, so why would Izuku ask to enter? The guard did as Izuku asked and left, which left Izuku and his Verdant guard standing there. Even in the auditorium, many were confused about what was going on, but few of them were grinning as they realized what was Verdant doing right now. This entire thing was being televised across Japan and the world as well, since Izuku had no intentions to hide what would happen. Of course, why won't you boast your hostile takeover of the nation to the entire world, Night Eye scoffed. All Might, Nizu, and many others that had influence in current Japan were with Izuku today, as they had been invited by Izuku to come to witness what would happen as well. I am glad that I get to be part of this historic moment, Yagi said with a beaming smile. The entire country and world were waiting and wondering why Izuku had politely asked to enter the palace instead of just making his way in, even as the guard had left the gate open. After about 10 minutes, the guard had come back with a few others. The emperor is willing to meet and invites you in, the guard said with a bow, which Izuku returned. This is too civil compared to what we saw up until now, Mina said. Yeah, like we are watching a completely different show now, Toru added. Soon they all made their way into the main hall of the main palace building, which was the Matsuno-ma, or stateroom, where the emperor was waiting at. Wow, that is quite a fancy place, Jiro said. That is to be expected, Momo explained. Even if the imperial family is not in power anymore, they still have a large amount of money on them. Izuku could see the emperor sitting on the small chair at the end of the room, and the man did look nervous as everyone entered, but not many could tell since he was so good at hiding his expressions due to his position. Well, many daylight heroes too have to master that face when talking to media, Yagi said, and trust me, you need that face to make sure those reports don't get anything to slender you on. Izuku came to a stop in front of the emperor and surprised everyone as he took a seat on the ground, and then Izuku performed a Saikiri towards the emperor, which shocked everyone even more. Even most members of the audience started at the screen with wide eyes. What became even more shocking is when the Verdant guards and members of Verdant also performed it as well right behind Izuku, as Izuku had brought a few advanced unit squads in the case of a random attack on him. Everyone in the room was in silence as Izuku stayed in the position waiting. So where is this going exactly? Ochako asked. You will see, Izuku smirked at her. What was he waiting for exactly was for the Emperor to speak to him, and the Emperor realized this as he raised his hand and spoke up. Please rise, Verdant Emperor, I believe everyone including myself would like to be clued into your actions, said the Emperor, who was named Takashi. Wow. He really has a strong voice for such a frail old man, Himiko said. Izuku and all of the Verdant raised themselves but stayed seated on the floor in a seiza, which was just sitting on the knees, which was an old traditional way of sitting. Thank you for allowing us in, Emperor Takashi. Please, call me Izuku Midoriya, for I don't believe I should use such a title of emperor in front of you. Izuku said, as everyone was even more confused by Izuku. What the hell is going on here? Is this some new kind of bullshit that he is cooking up to trick the world? Night, I scoffed. Today was a bunch of downright confusion on the actions of the Verdant Emperor. The Emperor looked at Izuku in some confusion, but also in a slightly different light, since Izuku hadn't acted out in a manner of a conqueror normally would when taking over a country or land. Yeah, it's more like a boy sitting in front of his girlfriend's dad before asking for her hand, Mina giggled. Not really, Namuri said. In that scenario, he would have been much less confident than he is right now. So it proves that meeting your girlfriend's father is scarier than taking over the nation, Kamianri added. Would you like some tea, since I believe this will be a complex conversation? The Emperor asked, and Izuku thanked the man. Am I the only one who is super weirded out by how casually all of this is going on? Shinso asked, but no one answered. Well, okay then. As they waited for the tea, Izuku spoke up about why he truly was present. I am sure you are confused about my actions, Your Majesty. I am here today not as the conqueror of Japan but as a normal citizen of Japan, as I have a request of you. Izuku said as an attendant brought the tea into the room and served it in front of them both to show there was no poison planted in it. Okay, now this is getting interesting, Hawk said. I wonder what his request is going to be. The Emperor took a sip to confirm to Izuku, since this was a delicate situation, that the old man knew how to walk carefully due to his experience with politicians. It is an old tradition, where the host takes the first bite or sip of the presented consumable to show that the thing isn't poisoned, Namuri explained. Izuku took a sip as well, but he wasn't a fool, as Izuku had made sure to have a Verdant guard watch the attendant from the shadows when the tea was fetched. Izuku isn't that trusting of a random person to not try to take his life regardless of the Emperor's intentions. Being paranoid is going to be a part of the position he's going to sit in, Aizawa said. As Izuku took a sip of his tea, the Emperor asked what Izuku was his request of him. Izuku sat the tea down and his Verdant members once again bowed in the Saikiri position as Izuku spoke up. Your Majesty, I am here today to request that you abdicate the throne and entrust the future of Japan to me. Oh. Now I get it, Ochako said. He is politely asking Mr. Takashi to step down instead of forcefully taking the throne. Indeed, Uraraka, he is approaching this situation while keeping our nation's core values in mind without lowering himself in front of the old emperor, Nizu added. I know you believe that you stood by doing nothing as Japan fell into corruptness, but I also know you tried as best as you could within the laws that bounded you, Izuku said as he then raised his head, followed by the others behind him. Everyone leaned forward as they realized that they are going to listen to the information normally they never would. I know that you started as many charities and organizations that were aimed to fight quirk discrimination against those with weaker, so-called villainous quirks, or even those without quirks. I know about the advocating of new laws you had performed via these organizations, even though they hardly became successful. You still tried to do as much as you can, but I ask you now to entrust the future of Japan to me and rest, Your Majesty. Izuku said as he looked straight forward at the Emperor, who had an expression of shock. I am really moron, All Might whined as he slammed his head in his hand. Then he noticed everyone staring at him, so he explained, in the past few years Emperor Takashi had invited me to his place multiple times, but unfortunately I declined his offer every time. Why? Izuku asked. I thought he was just like other politicians trying to earn my favor for some political gain, but now I understand, it might have been for a good cause, Yagi said and sulked in his chair. Well, in that case, why don't you go and meet him yourself, Izuku suggested. He looks like a good man, he will surely forgive you once you explain your situation to him. You really think? Yagi asked. I am sure he will, Izuku reassured his mentor, also gift him a good quality tea just to be sure. The man asked how Izuku knew of what he had done, since even those in the palace hardly knew of it, since he went to great lengths to keep it a secret. Ladybug user, everyone said in unison. I have eyes and ears everywhere, as my Verdant members are quite skilled in gathering things that people want to be kept hidden, Izuku said, and the man chuckled. No Verdant, you have one member who has multiple eyes everywhere, Momo smirked. Come on Momo, you know Verdant has more than one member with a spying quirk, Izuku replied. I will believe your words when I see them, she said, and both of them shared a laugh together. Everyone watching was shocked to learn of the actions that their emperor, even though a figurehead, had done. This created newfound respect in the man with most people, but even Izuku gained a lot of respect from the older generations who prided in honor of Japan's history and traditions that were becoming lost. Well done, Verdant. Another one of his gambles turned successful, Nizu said. The Emperor calmed down and looked Izuku in the eyes and saw the determination in them. He was silent as he stared at Izuku, but slowly he nodded his head. You truly are intriguing. I was surprised when All Might had made his statement and thought he was a fool to turn his back on his country, but now seeing you in person, I can look into your eyes. Did you know, they say the eyes are the gateway to the soul where you can see what truly defines the man across from you? The Emperor asked, and Izuku nodded his head as the Emperor smiled. Even off-screen Izuku had a huge smile on his face as if he was the one who was receiving those words from their Emperor. I see in you a man of determination and strong willpower, but what more I see if a man true to his word that surrenders himself to those he trusts to keep him on the path forward. I can see why All Might has put his faith in you. As our former symbol of peace has put his faith into you, so shall I. The Emperor said as he stood from the chair he was sitting on and walked to Izuku. The man then sat down on the floor and performed a Saikiri towards Izuku. This will be marked as a black day in their history of Japan, Knight, I said. No matter how much nonsense you dump from your mouth right now, even you know that commission and government will never recover from this loss, Bakugo said while taunting the guy. Bakugo Katsuki, watch your dash. Yeah, I know what you are going to say, and guess what, I don't care, Bakugo flipped him off, now go and play with tarot cards or something. I entrust you our future and I pray for your success. I, Emperor Takashi, hereby announce my abdication from the throne of Emperor and appoint Izuku Midoriya as the formal Emperor of Japan, said the now former Emperor as he came out of the Saikiri, and Izuku did one more Saikiri to the man and thanked him. Zuko and Aya, you are crying? Eri asked. Don't worry, Eri, these are happy tears, Izuku said while wiping his eyes. It feels like I am watching my brother achieving something great in life. Thank you for entrusting the future to me. I ask that you join my public advisory board. Currently, All Might is the only member of this advisory board, as I am still finding the right people for it, but I believe you would be perfect for it. This advisor board helps advise me on issues that Japan faces or things that you believe we as a country should look into. Will you be willing to help lead the country in a more direct way, Takashi? Izuku asked the former emperor, whose eyes widened at the request. The man thought it over but nodded his head. It seems Verdant is snatching all the old pieces from the board, Nizu said. Hey! Yagi frowned, I am not that old. Izuku giggled at his mentor's antics and replied to Nizu, well, he does have all the young blood he needs to carve the future, but having the experience of past generations is quite helpful as well. I would be an honor to help lead our country with you. You truly are an honorable man. Only if this all didn't have to come from war. Takashi said with a sad tone. Many in the audience agreed with the sentiment of the old emperor. Indeed, but after destruction, we can have creation, which we need now as we stabilize Japan and push forward, Izuku said as he stood up and brought the former emperor up with him. Say what you will say about him, but the boy really knows how to use his words, Hawk said. Cameras were going off as pictures were being taken at the historical moment, as the Verdant Emperor had not imprisoned the former figurehead emperor as some believed he would, but instead had formally asked the man to step down from the emperor's position and help lead the country forward. Well, considering the amount of work the old emperor did behind the scenes, he did deserve this kind of respect, Momo said. You are right, Momo, he is really a great man, Izuku smiled. One day, I would love to have an audience with him. This was a historical moment and was an important moment for Izuku to connect on a far deeper level with a lot of the citizens that were more traditional in their ways. To be continued. The Verdant Emperor's Will. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. 3 years had passed since Izuku Midoriya had taken control of Japan, which has resulted in many changes within Japan but also the world, as many things came to light. Oh great, it's a time skip. Izuku said, we will get to see how much Verdant has impacted that timeline over the past 3 years. I am much more excited to see what kind of progress he has made on the space program in these years, Ochako added. There were no longer any pro-heroes within Japan, but some people had turned to vigilantism, which still wasn't acceptable under the Verdant control, since these people were less trained and tended to cause far more damage and wounds than the special agents that belonged to the police force. Why? Just why? Aizawa grumbled as he rubbed his face, these idiots are going to get themselves killed and take many innocent people with them. Speaking of the special agents, the idea of them had even spread to other countries that had begun to look into adopting the system. One said the country was the United States of America, where All Might had spent quite a few years before returning to Japan. Honestly, I am not surprised considering All Might's popularity in the States, Izuku said. Hell, even Ms. Kathleen aka Star and Stripe's entire appearance and persona is inspired by him. America was never really fully into the hero system, but there was no other viable system that anyone could agree with until the new system out of Japan appeared. The hero system was a desperate replay to the rampant supervillains who were emerging from every corner of the world, and fortunately it worked, at least until All for One took the throne as the king of the underworld, Nizu explained. America had sent people to study the effects of the system and recently announced they would start formal transitions into adapting the system over a few years to ease their country into the shift. Yeah, you can't change such an integral part of society without properly planning about it, Momo said. They also need to create a backup plan in case this system didn't work in their culture or didn't suit heroes there. But it worked here, right? Ochako asked, so why won't it work there? Because, the citizens there are not fond of government forcefully implying new rules on them, Momo explained. Other countries were still watching it before they adapted it since the hero system was more rooted in their countries, but the new system had an interesting appeal to them all. I think in the next 10 years or so it will be all over the world, Mina said. Not a chance, Shiniso said. Unlike bad practices, good ones take a lot of time to spread around. Now, back to the vigilantism issue in Japan. Sadly, one of the main people who had decided to become a vigilante was Mirio Togata, who still held on to his dream of being a hero even though he could have gone through the training to become a special agent with the police. Mirio-senpai, why the hell would you do that? Izuku exasperatedly threw his hands in the air. Honestly, I have no idea why he would do that. Mirio shook his head. Joining the academy didn't sound that bad of a plan. However, Mirio chooses to go the vigilante route since he didn't want to spend more heroes training when he had gone through so many years of training at UA to be a pro hero. His last statement before running off was the fact that pro heroes had been turned into special agents while the war was still going on without going through the process, so why couldn't he? Mirio slammed his head into his hands as he realized how stupid that reason sounds. Well, at least this version of you isn't as disappointing as I thought, Enitai said. Sadly, we cannot say the same thing about you, Himiko said while Night Eye glared at her. He believed Izuku didn't want to offer Mirio the same route as the others that had just automatically been accepted as special agents, which wasn't true from Izuku's viewpoint. Izuku wanted everyone to go through the process and had even required intense retraining of all of the heroes turned special agents over the years, which Mirio never knew about since Izuku didn't spread it around much since only so few pro heroes had actually gotten turned into special agents. That's why I always say that having half knowledge is worse than having no knowledge at all, Aizawa said. That and also the fact that the other me is acting like a literal child, Mirio groaned, feeling quite embarrassed about his other self's behavior. That is how they found themselves in this position, with Mirio Togata sitting in a prison cell across from Izuku Midoriya, All Might, Nizu, the former emperor, and the Verdant guards. And here I thought it couldn't get any worse, Mirio said with a tired sigh. Izuku truly didn't know why Mirio chooses to go this route when he only needed to spend a few years training and he could have been doing what he wanted. Nearly 25% of those from Mirio's class, which included the other two from the big three, had gone through the training as they were now on the field. Nijire frowned as she realized that this version of Mirio was so stubborn and delusional that even she and Tamkai had to leave him behind. Her heart pained the more she thought about that, but in the end, she knew that she had to move forward and live her life. They had become some of the top performers as well since they quickly made their way through all of the basic training and specialized training, which astonished Izuku, but it was amazing nonetheless. I am glad that at least you guys get to live your dream, Mirio smiled at his friends, and Nijire, you don't need to feel bad for other me. He knew what he was doing and now he could only blame himself for whatever punishment he is going to face. Everyone else from Mirio's year had chosen different career routes, which weren't surprising for most of them in the fields they went into due to their quirks. Since heroes aren't being worshipped anymore, students are starting to look into different fields where their quirks could be useful, Yagi said, which is a good thing since it will prevent quite a lot of early deaths. Izuku looked at Mirio and sighed as he looked at Mirio and decided to start speaking. Mirio. I still don't understand why you didn't just go the training route. Your classmates that decided to go that route have already made it out on the field, yet you choose to go become a vigilante and cause so much damage fighting criminals. You caused about 45% more damage than a typical special agent, which is exactly the reason we have the training they go through, since the damage is so high is unacceptable. Izuku said as he looked at Mirio. Mirio looked ashamed to be in front of All Might like how he is and for likely being caught. I am sorry to say this, but Miro-senpai, you getting caught was the best thing that could have happened to you right now, Izuku said. It stops you from causing any more damage and getting humiliated by special agents. Young Togata. I truly wish you didn't go down this route. The old system is gone, and from where I stand it looks like you only want to continue being a pro hero when that is gone. Instead, you became an illegal vigilante and caused so much trouble that you have now landed here in prison. What do you get to say for yourself? All Might asked. Mirio looked down in shame. He couldn't bear to see so much disappointment in All Might's eyes. But he was also determined to not repeat this same mistake in this timeline. He won't let these other things influence his main goal of saving millions of people. Lumilin looked at him and apologized for letting him down and the legacy he was meant to uphold as a symbol of peace. I wanted to uphold the legacy but I didn't know how to without being able to be a pro-hero. I had tunnel vision which leads to my actions. Mirio said and apologized. It is not about legacy, young Togata, it is about you and your future. All Might shook his head. Izuku nodded his head, but he had reached a decision before coming down to this cell today, as he had spoken to all of the Verdant guards several days ago. As such, before the others even entered the prison, Izuku had his order handed out, which even Mirio didn't realize what had happened since several quirks were used to have it done, so he wouldn't realize it. What is going on here? Nijire asked in a worried tone. More importantly, what are they doing to him? Suddenly her eyes went wide in horror. Don't tell, are they going to execute him? Mirio just silently held her hand. It's okay, Nijire. Her smiled at her. Other me has caused a lot of trouble for Verdant. I can't really blame him if he decides to do that. Hey, you two. First of all, get a room. Izuku smirked at his senpais, which caused them to blush, and second, All Might is there. He won't allow Verdant to do something like that. Indeed, but you will be out of prison after your prison term and you can find something to do in life in the future, Izuku said, and Mirio looked at him and said he wanted to pass one for all onto someone that could do much more with it. I wonder if the wilder has to be quirkless condition applies in that world as well. Again Izuku heard someone, but this time he was sure that voice was inside his head and he was pretty sure he heard something important regarding his quirk. He sighed and added another entry to his things to look into list. Izuku sighed at that, which caught their attention and caused some raised eyebrows. I'm sorry, but one for all no longer exists, Izuku said, and everyone was shocked. Even in the audience, everyone stared at the screen with stunned eyes. They knew that Verdant wanted to eradicate one for all since the Kamino battle, but they didn't think he will actually go with it. Meanwhile, Izuku just sat there controlling his breath because for some reason he felt the anger of 7 people surging through his body. The Emperor had been informed about it after some time since Izuku wanted the man to know, since everyone else high up knew about it. As such, he was confused about how the quirk got destroyed. Quirk erasing bullets that Verdant used on All for One, Izuku thought, and suddenly a frightening thought crossed his mind. I could have lost one for all during the overhaul raid, didn't I? A shudder passed through his body but immediately vanished as he looked at the little girl sitting in his lap. But if that had been the cost of saving her, then I won't even shed a tear for losing my power. Mirio was confused and stunned as he asked what Izuku meant. Due to laws I had passed, criminals are assessed on a threat level due to many different reasons when they are caught and imprisoned. If you pass a certain rank, then you will be treated in accordance with the law to ensure the threat level to normal citizens is handled even when the said prisoner is released in the future. Your threat level due to One for All was high since you had caused quite a bit of damage as well as resulted in the death of 5 criminals, which means you murdered them since you were not an authorized agent of the government, or using self-defense since you purposely were going out to search for people to fight or defeat. Izuku explained. Mirio couldn't believe what Verdant just said. He killed 5 people. He took 5 lives with the power that was meant to save people. It's okay, Mirio, Nijire said with a gentle smile. But I dash. It wasn't you, Nijire said in a firm voice. You are not responsible for the mistakes that the other you made. All Might asked what that meant in regards to One for All. Izuku looked at All Might and the others before looking back at Mirio. Overhaul wasn't the first person to ever achieve a version of the quirk-destroying drug, as I had created a version to deal with All for One. I've even used it on you in the fall of Aichi before when you came for my head. Unlike Overhaul, I don't need a human ingredient for my bullets as they are 100% chemically made, unlike Overhaul who needed Eri. As such, I was able to come up with a permanent version that was used on you to destroy your quirks. It's what we did to nearly all of the criminals in Tartarus, like All for One, due to the threat he posed to the world. If someone passes a certain threat level and is found guilty, then they will have their quirks destroyed to ensure when they serve their prison sentence then they won't pose as large of a threat due to their quirks being removed. Izuku said as he deactivated the quirk cuffs on Mirio via a remote and told him to try and activate his quirk. Mirio couldn't do it, which meant One for All was gone for good. To be honest, I am not sure what to feel about this kind of punishment, Yagi said. On one hand it completely destroys the threats like All for One, but on the other hand quirks are deeply associated with people's identities. That's why destroying someone's quirk feels too cruel, like taking away their soul. Think about it this way. If someone is killing people with a weapon, you have to take away that weapon from them. No matter how much they love that weapon or if it is part of their identity or not, Izuku reasoned. Besides, as he said, that punishment is for repeat offenders and not for first-time criminals. All Might asked when it was performed. A few days after his sentencing, where he was found guilty. The law has been on the books since I had stabilized Japan, as the new diet passed it without anyone voting against it, since it had clear guidelines on when a quirk would be destroyed. Sadly, due to the fact that Mirio's actions resulted in the death of 5 people, he passed the minimum rank and I gave the approval, since I wasn't going to treat him differently than any other criminals, as he had murdered 5 individuals. Even if they were criminals, they still had a right to life unless the courts decided otherwise. Mirio didn't have the right to be a judge, jury, and executioner. Izuku said as he stood up from where he was sitting. Mirio nodded his head in approval. He very well knew that his job was to save people and apprehend the villains. He was in no position to decide if a villain should live or not. Of course, sometimes you have to cross that line, but as a hero, he has to steel his heart for that. Izuku looked at All Might and apologized for the destruction of the quirk, but nothing could be done about it now. All Might sighed as disappointment surged through his heart. He could understand why Verdant did what he did, but that doesn't mean that he didn't feel sad seeing the last memory of his mentor getting destroyed like that. Anyway, the goal of the quirk is gone anyway, so it doesn't really have a need to exist anymore, Izuku said as he was looking at All Might, who only nodded. Mirio was silently crying, and soon the meeting came to an end as they all needed to leave since visiting hours were over. I guess, this finally marks the end of the war between All for One and One for All in that world, All Might thought. Izuku though returned to his office at the Imperial Palace, since the main functions of the government were transferred there for his position, since he was indeed an emperor. I thought he was going to be emperor only in namesake, Enitai smirked. I guess the power did go to his head. Can you shut your mouth, Dabi groaned. Also, how the fuck did you get that idea from that little piece of dialogue? Izuku was now reading a report about the progress of the Space Frontier program and what was truly happy with it. That means progress, Mei cheered. Show me, show me, show me. About a year ago the world learned of Izuku's plans, and the world had a large reaction to it as they were shown the base that Izuku had hidden on the moon. I can't even imagine the uproar it must have caused, Momo said. Countries had asked what his intentions were, and Izuku answered it with a simple statement. Flashback. Izuku was standing at the UN Assembly in New York as he addressed the other world leaders who were all attending. You are looking very handsome, Ochako grinned at Izuku. We should really get some sweets for you. Whatever you say, my lady, Izuku said and winked at her. You asked what my intentions are. Simple. It's time for humans to leave Earth. It's time for US to explore the stars. It's time for US to no longer be bound to a single plant. As of today, I hereby announce the Verdant Space Frontier program, where we will be pushing to expand the human race to other planets and into space colonies. Izuku announced on the world stage. Great speech as always, but just as loud as before, Jiro complained. But you can't blame him though, Momo said. After all, he needs to be loud for his voice to be heard. Countries like China had tried to demand the technology that allowed them into space without rockets, but Izuku had denied them, which resulted in a short war, as Izuku had taken their capital and their entire government hostage within a day, as he had clones deployed quickly and rapidly due to the teleportation technology. Suddenly Izuku started crackling while wiping his tears. Oh man. I can't imagine their faces when all of this went down. We are never going to get our old Midoriya back, are we? Ida asked with a tired sigh, and I don't know how I feel about this. Izuku always knew other countries would try to get the technology, but sadly for China, they became Izuku's first victim. Izuku chooses to not colonize China since conquering the Earth wasn't his objective, but getting the human race, with Japan being first at colonizing space. You know what, it feels like he is just reminding himself not to accidentally conquer the Earth, Mina said. Accidentally? Kaminari asked. I mean, it doesn't sound too far-fetched for someone like Verdant, Mina shrugged. Izuku instead made them give up mining rights to a lot of the precious minerals that Izuku knew he needed for a lot of his projects until they could take them from other plants. That boy really is a devil in disguise, Gran Torino chuckled. As such, it became perfect for him, and it only cost Japan only a few million yen for the entire war to happen from troop deployment, food, and other things. In return, they gained nearly all of the minerals Izuku needed for the Space Frontier program, which allowed him to speed it up. Flashback end. And now he is using the national funds and international politics to fund his personal projects, Night said. Still think the country is in the right hands. By now everyone was so tired of his bullshit that everyone collectively decided to not answer him. That brings us to the reports Izuku was reading as the final stages of his main project in the Space Frontier program were nearly finished. The final stage was the planning and construction of the first space colony. The design of the colonies was made to be a cookie-cutter format as the parts could connect to each other to form a larger colony with separate nodes that connect. As such, the construction was quickly done with clones which Izuku was always thankful for. Wow, everyone collectively admired the scientific marvel in front of them. Can you imagine, waking up to a view like this, Ochako said. Then why don't we take our first apartment in a place like this, Izuku smirked at her, then we can wake up together to the view like this. Living, together, Ochako said with a beet-red face. The first colony was nearing completion and would be done soon, but the fact was that each colony node that was made for housing people could house about 100,000 people depending on what was all put inside of the node, as the inner section could be designed as they needed for different needs. For example, the first node that was almost done would house about 30,000 people since it was going to be the factory node, so they can do most of the construction, assembly, and other things in space instead of on Earth, with the risk of other countries gaining the secrets, as everything was now being done on the node in regards to future nodes. That's quite a brilliant idea considering the fact that no one besides Verdant's trusted people can go through the teleportation device, Power Loader said. Other things were also completed, such as a sustainable power source to fuel said colony nodes and also the new spacecrafts to build and travel in space. This energy source was actually based on an old concept before Quirks came around, which was a fusion reactor. No one at the time was able to create a fusion reactor and Quirks made everyone abandon the research at the time, but Izuku with the help of Nizu was able to create such a device. Izuku, Mei walked towards the boy and grabbed his shoulders. Find me everything and anything you can on this fusion reactor thing. Midoriya, no. Power Loader warned him. Oh. Midoriya, definitely yes. Izuku said and smirked at his teacher. Aizawa, control your class demon, Power Loader glared at his fellow teacher. Why do you think I have any power or will to do that? Aizawa replied in a tired voice. This allowed the creation of the colony nodes to begin last year, which Izuku was thankful for, as he offered Nizu a position as one of the leaders for the space program, which he accepted. Nizu was a creature that craved knowledge, and going to space to explore other planets and the stars was one thing he couldn't pass up. Sending that rodent into space doesn't sound that bad of an idea, Aizawa thought to himself. Aizawa, did you think something rude about me just now? Nizu asked me with a friendly smile. No, why would I? Aizawa said while averting his eyes. Outside of all of this, Izuku had also learned that they had successfully finished the completion of the largest mine on Mars. They had several mines on Mars, which is where they got nearly all of the materials for the colony node, but now the largest mine, which could equal the same amount of mining from all of the smaller mines, was completed, which meant they would be able to produce the nodes faster, as Mars was just going to be stripped of its resources. Izuku had looked into terraforming the plant to be livable, but sadly the cost and resources needed to terraform weren't something they could do easily right now. It would also take time for the plant to create an atmosphere to contain enough oxygen for humans to breathe. As such, Izuku focused everything on making the nodes. Well, considering the fact that there are multiple habitable planets all across the universe, wasting their resources here would have been a bad move, Momo said. This was the way of the Verdant Emperor, as one should always throw their entire will into getting the job done. This was how Izuku Midoriya, also known as the Verdant Emperor, conquered Japan and started to establish the Verdant Empire within space, as the first node for the Space Frontier program was completed on the 4th year of the anniversary of Izuku taking over Japan, which set off the future expansion into space. Oh, man. This entire show felt like an extreme version of those underdog stories we used to read in our childhood, someone said, and they all wholeheartedly agreed to it. Long live the Verdant Emperor. Long live the Verdant Emperor. This time not only Verdant guards but some of the audience members joined in as well. I am never going to live this chant down, am I? Izuku said with a tired sigh. Nope, this is going to be our inside joke all our lives, Kamianri replied. The time of the heroes is over, but the time of space exploration has only begun. Verdant Emperor, Izuku Midoriya, year XX24, said during his speech on the 4th year anniversary of the Verdant Empire founding. The end. Everyone except one single guy stood and gave a standing ovation to the series they had all just watched. Then they all started discussing the events they had just watched while Nizu went to collect the disc from the player. But then when he opened it, he realized the disc was already gone. Instead there was just a note with a smiley face on it. Before you all leave, please remember that whatever you saw here today does not leave this room, Nizu said. Kaminari raised his hand. Excuse me, sir, but who's gonna believe us? He asked. I mean, we got a disc from a cosmic being and saw one of our classmates take over the nation and build a freaking space colony. None of that sounds like stuff a normal person would buy, you know. He is right, Jiro added, even now, I couldn't believe what I just saw. Still, I would really appreciate it if you will keep it all to yourselves, Nizu once again warned them. Then one by one people started taking their leave. Hawks accompanied Gran Torino while escorting Stain back to Tartarus. Endeavor volunteered to take Himiko, Twice, Compress, and Dabi back to their rehabilitation center. Inko, Mitsuki, and Rei decided to spend their night here in UA's guest dorms. Hitoshi, Mei, and the Big Three also went back to their specific dorms. Teachers also decided to retire for the night. And 1A, yeah, they were quite busy arguing over what kind of pizza they were going to order with Kirishima's money. I have a feeling that I am messing, Izuku thought. Zuko and I, come on, I want to eat a pizza too, Eri said while dragging his arm. Coming, Izuku said and shrugged the weird feeling away. Muzutafu Western Highway. Mirai Sasaki aka Night Eye was fuming with anger as he drove his car down the Muzutafu Western Highway. This entire day was filled with insults and losses for him. First, he lost his friend, then his student, and his relations with Nizu and the entire UA were already in tatters, and lastly, even Hawks turned his back on them. And there was only one person he can blame for all of this misfortune, and that was Izuku Midoriya. None of this would have ever happened if that little shit hadn't tricked Toshi into giving his quirk to him. If he hadn't, then Mirio would have received that quirk and he could have groomed him into becoming the next symbol, but no, nothing can ever go his way. But he wasn't going to give up so easily. He was going to make things right, even if he has to ruin some lives for it, and he is going to start with that quirkless brat. He said he is going to get more quirks right. A creepy smile appeared on his face. I wonder how the commission will react to the news of another person having multiple quirks. He knew that the current president was a paranoid woman and she will immediately lock Midoriya in Tartarus as soon as she hear about multiple quirks. And once he is there, he can easily find a way to make that boy willingly give up his quirk. Then there is that girl, Eri. He knew that Hawks is most definitely not going to follow their orders from today, and since he is the number 2 hero, they can't just get him killed or imprisoned just like they did with Nagant, but that doesn't mean they can't prepare for the future. Rewind, what a dangerous and useful quirk. They can erase their targets from existence and no one will ever know what happened to them. She also looks quite gullible as well, so maybe we can use Midoriya's imprisonment to make her work for us. But unfortunately, Madam President was out of the country right now and he couldn't trust anyone else with this information, so he decided to make a call to her right now. So he picked up his phone and tried calling her, but his phone kept flashing, unable to connect on the screen. Frustrated and agitated, Night Eye fumbled with the phone, his attention shifting away from the road. His car swerved dangerously close to the lane divider, causing other drivers to honk their horns and swerve out of the way. But Night Eye didn't seem to notice. He was too focused on the phone, his face contorted with anger. Suddenly, he heard a loud horn blaring, and he looked up just in time to see the massive truck hurtling toward him. Night Eye tried to swerve out of the way, but it was too late. The car spun out of control, metal screeching and glass shattering as it collided with the incoming truck. The impact was brutal, causing Night Eye's body to slam against the dashboard with bone-crunching force. His vision blurred as the world around him spun, and his ears rang with the sound of screeching metal and shattering glass. The smell of burning rubber filled his nostrils, and he felt the heat of the engine as smoke began to pour out from under the hood. Pain shot through his body, and Night Eye gasped for air as his lungs struggled to take in breaths. He tried to move, but every limb felt heavy and unresponsive. And then the last thing he saw was a white-haired boy smiling at him before the world went dark. "Eri, are you sure about this?" Izuku asked as brought her to the guest dorms where his mom was sharing a room with Auntie Mitsuki and Ms. Rei. The little girl in his arms rapidly nodded her head. "I want to hear your childhood stories from Mama Inko." "Yeah, that is not going to happen," Izuku smirked at his little sister. "She is not going to tell you anything." "I am going to tell her everything," Inko replied as Izuku showed the mock betrayal on his face. "She is not the only one, brat," Mitsuki joined in the conversation. "Even I have a lot of embarrassing stories of you and my brat." "Are you sure, Auntie?" Izuku raised his brow. "Is this little story worth hearing Kachin screech all day long?" "Good point, but I know how to handle my brat," she replied with a confident smirk of her own. Then Izuku handed Eri to her mom and was about to leave when stopped and looked at his mom with a serious expression on his face. "Mom, no matter how late it is, just let me know if she asks for me or Mirio-senpai." "It's okay, Izuku, I know how to handle a kid. I raised one of my own," Inko said with a giggle. "Well, okay then," Izuku said, and an evil grin appeared on his face. "Also, Auntie, can you ask her if there is something going on between her and All Might," he said, and quickly ran out of the room while dodging the pillow thrown at him. Izuku sighed as he stood outside his dorm room. He knew that his mom was going to take revenge for this, but he will cross that bridge when the time comes. Then he unlocked his room's door and walked inside only to see a man standing in his room staring at his All Might posters. "It pains me to say this, but you have a much better All Might collection than I had," the man said and turned around. Now Izuku could see that the man in front of him had green hair and freckles on his cheeks, and he was wearing a very fancy-looking outfit. Honestly, Izuku wasn't sure if he was dreaming or if he had too much pizza earlier tonight. 'Cause to him it looked like he was staring into a mirror, but staring back was a much more older version of him. "Oh, where are my manners?" the man said and offered him a hand. "My name is Izuku Midoriya, the current emperor of Japan and the head of the Verdant Empire." What? To be continued. Chapter End Notes. So the reaction to the original story ends here, but I hope you stick around for the epilogue, as I am going to conclude all the plot threads introduced throughout the reaction. Meeting the Emperor. Forest behind UA. Izuku was still not sure what the hell was going on here. Just a few hours ago, he had watched a version of himself overthrow the Japanese government, and now he found himself sitting in the forest in front of the same guy who had done that, staring right back at him. On the other hand, Verdant was just sitting there, assessing Izuku with his sharp eyes. By now, he had figured out that this version of him was a U-Data student, and a hero course student at that. This version of him was living the life that he had once dreamt of. However, he frowned when he noticed the various kinds of scars that littered his hands, most of which didn't look like came from Bakugo. Was it because of the League? Verdant thought to himself, were they more competent and aggressive here than in my timeline? Finally, Izuku decided to break the silence by asking a question that was plaguing his mind ever since he saw this grown-up version of him in his room. "What the hell are you doing here, in this timeline?" Izuku asked. "Also, how did you get here?" A mischievous smirk appeared on Verdant's face as he asked, "What? Afraid that I might have access to multiversal travel?" "Honestly, yes, I am," Izuku nodded. "The multiverse is a concept about which we know frighteningly very little, and in my opinion, nobody should be allowed to tamper with the stability of spacetime." "You know what, this is something we can both agree on," Verdant nodded in agreement, "and as for how I got here, a boy named Gray brought me here." "The overseer of the multiverse?" Izuku asked, "'cause he is the one who showed us your entire journey of becoming an emperor." "Yeah, same guy," Verdant said, "suddenly appeared in my office and told me that he was showing your people my journey for shits and giggles. Then offered me to accompany him here." "And you accepted?" Izuku raised his brow. "Aren't you an emperor? What if he was an assassin or something?" "That would have been a valid concern if I weren't sitting in my orbital base surrounded by 130 guards and detection devices for both quirked and non-quirked individuals," Verdant smirked. "If anyone could actually bypass all of that, they would deserve to kill me. Besides, we both know that we wouldn't let an opportunity like this slip out of our hands." "Yeah, you are right about that," Izuku said while rubbing the back of his neck. "By the way, where is this Gray?" "Who knows?" Verdant shrugged. "He dropped me in your room and said he has to go and watch something interesting." After that, a comfortable silence lingered between them until Verdant asked a question that had been on his mind for quite some time. "You took his offer, didn't you?" Verdant looked directly into Izuku's eyes. "You accepted one for all." "How can you be so sure about that?" Izuku decided to throw a curve ball at him. "Maybe I was born with a quirk, there is no reason for you to believe that I was quirkless before meeting All Might." "But I never said you met All Might, did I?" Verdant said and saw Izuku clicking his tongue, "and the way you worded that sentence proves that we both share the traumatic rooftop incident foot All Might. Also, when I was in your room I noticed your analysis notebook number 17, which indicates that you have been writing them just as long as I was, and we both know that we only started analyzing other people's quirks because we thought it will compensate for our lack of one." "So?" Izuku sighed and nodded. "Yeah, I am the 9th holder of one for all," he said. Then he smirked and added, "Wow, it feels weird to say that out loud." "Why did you accept it?" Verdant asked. "I am assuming here, but All Might did say the same thing he said to me, right?" "Yeah, he told me to be realistic about my dream," Izuku nodded with a sad smile on his face. "And you still dash?" "Because accepting his power allowed me to save more people than I would have without it," Izuku said without a hint of remorse in his voice. "I can't even imagine how many people would have died if I wasn't there to save them." "But what about you?" Verdant frowned. "That man destroyed our dream and left us on the roof like suicide rates amongst quirkless children weren't already high enough." "You are still mad about that, huh?" Izuku asked with a pitying look in his eyes. "Of course I am," Verdant looked at the ground. "I am really happy and glad about whatever I have achieved so far, but a child in me still wonders how my life would have turned out if only he had said some words of encouragement that day, maybe." Verdant stopped speaking as the words died in his mouth. "I understand how you're feeling, I really do," Izuku said. "A part of me will never forget that feeling when the person I looked up to most crushed my entire world with just one denial. But he really isn't a bad person, you know. It's just our luck that we met him at the lowest point in his life." "I know he is a good man, you don't have to tell me that," Verdant chuckled. Yagi was one of his closest associates. He know that the man has a golden heart, so you watched my entire journey. Right? How was it? I am sure you must be disappointed by the methods I implemented to get things done. Well. I don't know how should I say this, but yeah, I am not a fan of all the bloodshed, Izuku said. Verdant chuckles at that response. He had already expected Izuku to say something like that. By now, he realizes that the fundamental difference between them is that the kid in front of him is still a starry-eyed optimistic hero who tries to save everyone, whereas he is a leader who knows the value of sacrifices and is willing to look at situations objectively without attaching his emotions to them. But watching your journey made me realize that there are some problems out there that won't get solved by traditional means. It helped me understand that not every person who goes against the system is a villain, nor everyone who worked with the system is a good person either. Verdant stared at Izuku and saw a different kind of light in his eyes. All Might once told me that he can't save someone who he can't reach, but what if I could? Not in a costume but in a different way. Then he looked at Verdant with determined eyes, but most importantly you gave me the confidence to step up and do things without second-guessing myself. Wow. We really like to talk, huh? Verdant said with a teasing smirk. Jokes aside, how are you going to do that? I haven't thought about it yet, Izuku said with a sheepish smile on his face, but that's the neat part. I am not the only one whose worldview was shaken up by the series. I am sure my friends will help me with whatever plan we come up with. You know. Verdant looks at him in amazement. You remind me of Lyra. She is just like you, trying to find the good in everything around her. Lyra? Izuku tilted his head. Oh, I didn't tell you, did I? Suddenly Verdant's entire demeanor changed. His elegant demeanor turned into that of an excited child. Then he took out a phone and showed him the picture of a young girl who had black hair with green tips and big emerald eyes. My little angel, Lyra Midoriya. Wait. You have a daughter? Izuku asked. How old are you? I will turn 29 this year, Verdant replied. Oh, Izuku said. Then he again looked at the picture and realized, she looks like Momo. Duh. Of course, she looks like her mother, Verdant shrugged. You and Momo. Izuku trailed off while asking the question. Yeah, a few years after I ascended to the throne, I asked her to join my public advisory board since I wanted someone young on the board to understand my thought processes as well. Then we grew closer the more we worked together, and eventually, I gathered all my courage and proposed to her. The rest is history, I guess, Verdant said, with a faint blush on his face. Wait a minute, she must be your classmate in your timeline, so. No, Izuku rapidly shook his head. I am with Ochako. Ms. Uraraka, the head of the commercial space travel program, Verdant said with a thoughtful expression on his face. I must say she is quite an impressive individual. One of the very few people who are ready to butt heads with me when they need something for their department. Yeah, she has that fiery side to her, Izuku chuckled as he remembered the days before the sports festival. By the way, what's up with all those scars? Verdant asked. A 17-year-old shouldn't have that many scars on them. Well, most of them are from the start of the year when I couldn't utilize one for all, Izuku said, and others are from villain fights. I can't comment on one for all since I don't exactly know the logistics of how that thing works, but what kind of villain fights were you involved in to mess your arms that bad, huh? Verdant asked. Let's see, Stain's fight was not that bad. I got away with just some stab wounds, Izuku said and completely missed a look of are you serious on Verdant's face. The muscular's fight did real damage on my arms. This long scar on my forearm is that bastard's gift, Izuku said while showing his scar. On the other hand, Verdant just sighed and dragged his hand across his face. Why do I have a feeling this was not the worst injury you got? Haha, well, Izuku said with a sheepish smile, during the overhaul raid Aries' quirk went out of control when I was carrying her on my back. That's why I had to keep breaking myself over and over again so I don't get rewound out of existence. Bonk. Verdant smacked Izuku on the head and glared at him. Idiot. Do you even spare a thought and think about mom or any other important people in your life while doing all of this stupid shit? Izuku glared back while rubbing his head. You think I want to be in these situations? Do you think I like seeing mom crying in my arms while I am sitting on a hospital bed? No, I don't, but I can't just stand there not doing anything when someone is in danger. After their individual outbursts, both of them calmed down and Verdant ruffled Izuku's hair. Sorry for hitting you like that. It's just, like I said, I see too much of Lyra in you and just thought of her going through any of that built a rage inside of me. Fine. But you really need to control your anger, Izuku said. Trust me Izuku, so many politicians are only alive right now cause I can control my anger, Verdant said and both of them shared a laugh at that. Suddenly a portal opened behind Verdant and a message popped up on his phone. Time to go Mr. Emperor, Gray. It's time to say goodbye I guess, Verdant said and started walking toward the portal but as he was about to enter Izuku yelled. Hey old man, Izuku smirked, any advice before you go? Verdant turned around and said, "You have a heart of a hero, Izuku, but you still need to develop a will to pull the trigger. After all, killing can be another way of saving someone," he said and went through the portal, leaving a very stunned Izuku behind. "Will to pull a trigger who dash, problem child, aw," Izuku screamed when suddenly he felt a tap on his shoulder. Then he turned around and saw his homeroom teacher standing there with tired eyes. "Aizawa-sensei, what are you doing here?" Aizawa glared at him and said, "I am the one who should be asking that question." "Oh, about that," Izuku panicked for a moment before he said, "Stargazing. I was watching stars." "On a cloudy night?" Aizawa asked. "Yep." Izuku replied. "You know what, I don't care. Just go back to your room," Aizawa said and escorted Izuku back to his room. 15 years later, Sir Nighthigh aka Mirai Sasaki slowly opened his eyes, unsure of where he was or how long he had been asleep. As he took in his surroundings, he realized that he was in a hospital room, surrounded by the sounds of beeping machines and the whirring of medical equipment. Then the memories of the accident flooded back to his mind as he remembered the pain and fear he had experienced before slipping into a coma. Then he tried to move but immediately realized that his left side was entirely paralyzed. Panic set in as he realized the extent of his injuries and the fact that he was all alone in the hospital room without any kind of help. Or that's what he thought until he noticed a boy with white hair and a black jacket standing near the window while smiling at them. "Wake the fuck up, Night-Eye," he said and removed his glasses. "We have a lot of things to catch up on." To be continued. Finale. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. "Wake the fuck up, Night-Eye," the white-haired boy in front of him said and removed his glasses. "We have a lot of things to catch up on." There were a lot of questions on Night-Eye's mind right now, but the most important one was, who is this guy and what is he doing here? Night-Eye's eyes went wide as the white-haired boy completed his sentence. "Yeah, I can read your mind," he shrugged. "It is one of the basic power we overseers have. And to answer your questions, I am Gray, overseer of your multiverse and the guy who sent that disc to UA 15 years ago," Gray said. "What? 15, it can't be," then he glared at Gray. You did this to me. So I won't tell the commission about that other future." "Shut your trap, mortal. First of all, if I wanted to stop you from spilling that secret I would have simply erased your memory of that viewing," Gray said, "and second you were going 170 on a 100 km/h road while looking at your phone. No way in the hell you can blame me for slamming into a truck. And the reason I am here right now is to get you and the readers caught up on the past 15 years, Gray said. "Readers?" Night-Eye asked, but Gray ignored him and conjured a TV out of thin air. "Let's start from UA, Gray said. "During the first 2 years after the viewing, nothing really significant happened. The Hell class continued their education and reached their 3rd year without any incidents. The only notable occurrence during this time was that Izuku gained 6 new quirks and learned to use 100% without any negative consequences. But that was just on the surface, since 2 students of the Hell class were now personal students of Nizu and were responsible for drafting the long-term anti-commission plan that spanned several years. And the first step of the plan started with recruiting the X-League members," Gray said as he pressed a button on the remote in his hand. 2 years after the viewing, Nizu's office. "So, you want us to work for you?" Toya Todoroki, aka Dabi, asked, narrowing his eyes at the principal of UA. He wasn't alone in his wariness. His fellow X-League members, Himiko and Compress, were also suspicious of this sudden offer. "Not exactly," Nizu said as he filled 3 cups of tea. "You will be working for them." He pointed to the other side of the room where Izuku and Momo were engaged in a fierce game of chess. "They are the ones who created the plans, I am just a mere advisor." "Well, if Izuku is involved in this, I am willing to listen to your proposal," Himiko said. "Excellent," Nizu said, taking out 3 sets of documents and sliding them in front of the X-League members. "Take a look at these." They each took a set of papers and started reading through them. As they read, their eyes widened in surprise. "Wait. These are..." Compress kept looking between the papers and Nizu. "Yeah, they are the new terms for your amends." Nizu took a sip of his tea. "If you accept these terms, you will no longer have to go back to the rehab center. Instead, you will be living somewhere else, of course under my supervision." "But it still doesn't answer what kind of work we are going to do for you," Toya said. "You will work as our recruiters," Nizu said, noticing visible confusion on their faces. "We all know that there are many remarkable people who are wasting their lives as villains because they were dealt a bad hand in life. That's why I want you to go back to the underworld and recruit these unfortunate souls. Once you recruit them, we will hire them as employees in our shell company where we will train them for their real mission," Nizu explained. "Real mission?" Himiko raised her brow. "Which is?" "To infiltrate the commission and government, of course," Nizu said with a smile. Sure, Toya said, though he knew he wasn't going to get any more information than that. I have two more questions, though. First, how do we know that people we scout will be loyal to us? I have already taken care of that, Izuku said, standing up and walking towards them. By the way, king to g3, and in the next move, queen to g2, and that's checkmate. Damn it. Momo cursed under her breath, that brings our score to 11-10 and I am again going to make it equal next time we play. Sure. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Izuku chuckled. Then he walked to a nearby drawer and took out 3 burner phones and handed them to 3 of them. They have 3 numbers saved in them. One is mine, the second is Nizu's, and the third is La Brava. Call that number if you ever find yourself in a sticky situation. She will send help and no, you don't need to know who she is. Your base of operations will be the Gentle Cafe, a newly opened establishment in Kamino Ward, Izuku said as he took a seat in a nearby chair. Once you find the potential recruit, gather as much information you can and drop it off to the cafe owner, Danjuro Tabita. A few days later you will get a clarification on whether the person is worth investing your time in or not. After that, Himiko, you and only you will bring the potential recruit to the cafe to interview them, in a different disguise, every single time. And what's so special about this cafe? Compress asked. It's not the cafe itself, but rather the 2 servers who work there that will make your job easier, Izuku smirked. First, there's Anya. Her quirk is telepathy, which allows her to read minds. I found her on one of my old support group forums, and she agreed to help under 3 conditions. First, she wants fair payment for this job, as well as for working as a server. Second, she needs a place to stay. Third, she doesn't want anyone digging into her past, so don't go looking into that. Lastly, peanuts. Yeah, don't ask about the last one, just bring her peanuts every time you visit the cafe. And the second is Ryo Tosakachi, quirk lie detector, Izuku continued. He is related to Commissioner Naomasa Tosakachi. 2 years ago he was a newly recruited member of the police force. But then he found out about his senior leaking the information about the active cases to someone, so he informed about his suspicion to upper management, and guess what, the very next day he was fired from the force on the basis of false allegations. Honestly, we didn't even need to convince him, he was more than happy to help. Himiko, just keep your questions straight and to the point so that Ryo could detect any lies, and if he misses anything Anya will always be there to read their mind, Izuku said and looked at Toya. What was your second question? Oh yeah, totally forgot about that, Toya said. How are we supposed to avoid getting arrested while wandering in the shady parts? Ideally, we want you to avoid getting any attention on yourself whatsoever. But just in case, Nizu said and pulled out 3 cards from his drawer. Wait a minute. Himiko's eyes went wide. Is that provisional license? Yes, indeed Miss Himiko, they are provisional licenses. Nizu nodded his head. I would still prefer for you to keep them a secret as long as you can. So? Izuku asked. I am in, Toya said. It's not like I had anything better to do anyway. I agree to your proposal as well, Caprice said with a dramatic bow. Then Izuku looked at Himiko. Before I give my answer, I have to ask. Himiko stared at Izuku. What about Jean? What is going to happen to him? You don't have to worry about him. After a long debate and discussion, we decide to get him the medical treatment he needs and help him to start a new life, Izuku said. Well, of course we will make use of his quirk if we have to, but until then let's keep him out of all this stressful stuff. In that case, you can count me in as well, Himiko nodded. Great. Izuku said and picked up his backpack. Just discuss the finer details with Nizu, cause I have to go and revise for tomorrow's math exam, he said and ran out of the door. Damn. I need to do that as well, Momo said and ran out of there as well, leaving 3 stunned people and a laughing rodent behind. Present. That hypocritical rat, Night Eyes said. He has some nerve saying all that bad shit about us while doing all these illegal things. Gray ignored him and continued the story. After this conversation the next 5 months were quite a smooth sail for them. They managed to recruit quite a few people and even managed to get some of them into the commission and government offices. And then just as the Hell class was about to graduate from the school another opportunity came knocking on Izuku and Nizu's doors when Dr. Kyudai Garaki decided to contact Redestro asking for his assistance to attack Tartarus along with his nomas and decided to hold a meeting in Daika City. And that's when Nizu decided to take the advantage of this situation, Gray said with a sly smile on his face. A month before the graduation. Sir, this is a great opportunity, Izuku said. If we played our cards right we can take out that DR and MLA all at once. You are right, once we take out these 2 menaces from our society we can again focus on our main plans, Nizu said as he tapped his paws on the table, clearly thinking about something. I think we should eliminate the threat of Redestro before the battle even begins, Izuku said as he chewed on his nails. We know he is strong enough to go toe-to-toe against All Might, so not having him on their side will be a huge plus for us. Yeah, about that, Nizu said and looked into Izuku's eyes. Izuku looked at his principal with an exasperated expression on his face. Sir, I don't know what are you thinking, but I really don't like that look in your eyes. How about we let Redestro stay where he is and use him as a tool for your debut in the hero world? Nizu asked. No, Izuku replied. You have to trust me, Nizu said. The people we are going against are those who have gathered a lot of public support over the years, and if we want to bring change, we need our own symbol with that kind of public support. Izuku paced around the office trying to understand what exactly the rodent's motives were. So you want me to help you to make me into this false symbol? No. Of course not. Nizu smiled at him. I want to help you to become a symbol of your own. Izuku shook his head and looked at the ground. That's your field, you know. Beating evil guys and giving hope to the people. And you are assuming that I can beat that stress monster who went toe-to-toe with All Might, Izuku said. Aren't you forgetting something important, Izuku? All Might was greatly injured during that fight, and the current you is twice as strong as he was. Nizu corrected him. This is an opportunity, Izuku. If we succeeded here, we can execute our plans years before they were supposed to. Is this some kind of loop? Izuku threw his hands in the air. Am I caught in some kind of time loop? This is exactly where it went wrong. People relying on a symbol is what allowed the commission to grow their fangs, and you want to repeat it all. It's not a loop, Izuku, it's the end of the line, Nizu said, and I am not asking you to parade yourself around without doing any work. Just do what you always wanted to do, reach out to the people who need help, and allow the rest of us to help those you can't reach. Izuku sat on the nearby couch and held his head in his hands. Then he thought for a few seconds before he said, Fine, I will do it, but on one condition. Izuku looked directly into Nizu's eyes. The moment I feel that something is going wrong, I am wrapping that bastard in the black whip and taking him somewhere isolated. Very well, I can agree with those terms, Nizu nodded. Well then, let's start preparing for the debut of Lich and the Hell class as a whole. And thus Izuku became the leader of the hit squad against the MLA and Nomus, Gray said. And the heroes agreed to work under a brat who hasn't even graduated yet? Nightai asked. He knew that some heroes were more concerned about their image than their safety, and they would never work under a newbie who had yet to graduate, no matter how talented they were. I mean, yeah, some did cause fuss against him being a leader, but between the shock of Endeavor agreeing to work under him and the sound of Dynamite aka Bakugo's profanities, their voices were lost somewhere in the meeting room. And then the raid happened and it went quite well for the hero side, Gray continued. 5 minutes before the raid, Nizu asked La Brava to shut down all the networks of MLA, which made them completely unaware of an upcoming attack on them. Then the raid started and heroes attacked from the two fronts. On one front, Dynamite, Mirko, and Freezeburn aka Shoto led the charge and encountered several high-end Nomus, and leading them was Geeton, who started his attack with a massive iceberg. Dynamite blasted all the ice with a giant explosion and decided to take care of Geeton while the rest handled the Nomus. Freezeburn wanted to stay and help Dynamite, but he knew that his fire was much more effective against these mindless monstrosities. On the other front, Licht, Endeavor, Best Jeanist, and Creati were moving forward with full force. Until they arrived at front of the headquarters where Redestro, Curious, and Trumpet along with his huge army were waiting for him. In an instant, the battle started when Licht rushed at Redestro, who instantly got into his monster form and dragged both of them to the middle of the city. Meanwhile, Best Jeanist held off Trumpet's army with his fibers while Creati dealt with the man himself. Endeavor, on the other hand, was having trouble with Curious, who kept exploding people in his face. That was until Uravity caught her off guard and floated her in the air. Due to suddenly losing control over her body, Curious freaked out and forgot about Endeavor for a moment. Unfortunately for her, that moment was all it took for the number one hero to send a massive heat wave at her, completely knocking her out. While this was going on in Delkia City, Aizawa and Edge Shot led the group of underground heroes as they trailed behind Dr. Kyudai Garaki, who ran away from the battle, which led them to Jaku General Hospital, where they not only arrested him but destroyed all of his research, Nomus, and unknowingly a real version of All for One along with it. Back in the city, while all the other battles were on the verge of conclusion, Hawks found the control room inside the tower and took down Skeptic, who had a look of pure shock and horror on his face. Outside the tower, Dynamite had subdued Geeton while Mariko and Freezeburn took care of Nomus with the help of other hero students. On the other front, Momo made a short work of Trumpet while Best Jeanist wrapped the rest of the villains in his fibers. And rest of the heroes along with Endeavor were wrapping up the rest of the villains. The only battle that was still raging on was going on in the middle of the city, where Licht and Redestro were trading blows, creating shock waves in their surrounding and preventing anybody from entering the battle. Right now Izuku was holding himself back by only using 50% of the stockpile and danger sense to help detect his enemy's attack. He was afraid that using more power might kill his opponent, but then he remembered Verdant's advice. You have a heart of a hero, Izuku, but you still need to develop a will to pull the trigger. And so he added more power behind his strikes. This resulted in Redestro turning into a monstrous behemoth standing over Izuku glaring at him with bloodshot eyes. "I will not allow some brat to step all over my dreams," Redestro yelled and cocked his arm to hit Izuku. In contrast to his opponent, Izuku was calm as he effortlessly avoided his attacks. "Let's end this." Izuku created a little distance between the both of them. Gearshift, double Delaware Detroit smash. Izuku launched himself at Redestro and pummeled him with two quick 100% smashes even before anyone could realize what just happened there. And when the dust settled, Izuku Midoriya was standing there fearlessly while Redestro was, on the verge of death, unconscious on the ground. While the entire world watched the Licht take down the big bad in a battle on their screens, courtesy of Nizu and La Brava. And that's how Izuku Midoriya aka Lich become a household name in Japan even before graduating the school. Gray said, "Wait a minute." Night Eye interrupted him. "He used multiple quirks there, how come no one raised a question about it? How come the commission didn't start an immediate hunt for him?" "Actually, you can thank All Might for that," Gray said. As soon as Izuku's fight concluded, All Might tweeted about how proud he was that he trained him. And guess what? The following week, All Might was on Saturday Night Live. Week after the raid, after that another fun segment. "Let's move on to some important questions," the host said. "Rumor has it that the provisional hero Licht was using multiple quirks during his battle with Redestro. As his mentor, can you shed some light on this claim?" All Might let out a hearty chuckle. "I can't say I'm surprised by this claim. I always told young Licht that he would face these kinds of accusations once he truly started utilizing the full potential of his quirk." The host leaned forward. "And what is this mysterious quirk?" "We haven't given it a name yet, but it's an energy generation and manipulation quirk," All Might explained. Licht can produce a massive amount of energy in his body and then manifest it in different forms, like making whips or using it to accelerate himself. The host nodded. "Wow, sounds complicated." Moving on to fan mails, our first question is, are you Licht's father? The studio fell silent as all eyes turned to All Might. He felt the urge to run away, but he knew better than to make a fool of himself on live TV. "Unfortunately, no, he's not my biological son," he admitted. "But if I'm being honest, he has filled that void in my life." The audience let out a collective, "Ah," as All Might smiled sheepishly. Well, there you have it, folks. All Might may not be Licht's dad, but he's still a hero in our hearts, the host said, wrapping up the segment as the crowd cheered once more. After that response, #PapaMight was trading for almost a month. Gray chuckled to himself. "Forget about that," Night Eye growled, "how the hell they bought that stupid explanation?" "Honestly, it's just karma biting you in the back," Gray shrugged. "You and Commission turned him into this larger-than-life figure and now they believe in whatever he says." Gray's face lit up with a sly grin. "Speaking of the Commission, your friends there were the first to hail Licht as a new symbol and carry him on their shoulders. They were already making plans to leverage his rising popularity, so they made sure he was visible everywhere, even in other countries. And it worked, better than they expected," Gray said, "'cause just after 2 years of graduating Izuku Midoriya was the #1 hero of Japan. And he wasn't the only one who benefited from this entire thing. Even his classmates started rapidly rising in ranks cause he preferred to work with them over the other heroes. And by the end of the second year, every member of Hell class who wasn't working in underground heroics was the part of top 30. Then at the start of Izuku's 3rd year as a hero, he received a phone call and an offer to work with none other than Kathleen Bate aka Star and Stripe. She was really excited to work with someone who was personally trained by All Might himself. Izuku accepted her offer and for the next 3 months made quite a fantastic duo with America's #1 hero. And by the end of his 3rd month in the US, he already had several more offers from all across the world, and that's how Lich spent his 3rd year as a hero, traveling through the world while still maintaining his #1 spot in Japan by the courtesy of Commission, who were displaying his exploits all over the news. And when he finally returned to his country, it was finally time for them to make their next move, and this time Izuku wasn't even the star of the show. 6 years after the viewing. Prime Minister's office. Haru Suzuki, the Prime Minister of Japan, was sitting in his office looking at his TV. And that was another one of Licht's amazing feats this year. Now moving on to the biggest news of this week. Momo Yaoyorozu, also known as #3 Pro Hero Creati, has officially taken over as the new CEO of the Yaoyorozu Empire, one of the most prominent and influential conglomerates in Japan. This news has sparked a lot of interest and debate among fans and industry insiders alike. Some are questioning Creati's ability to manage both her family's business and her heroic career at the same time. Others, however, believe that her ascension to the throne will pose a significant threat to the current top-ranking pro heroes, Lomillion and Licht. Creati's impressive achievements in both her personal and professional life have been the talk of the town in recent years. She is known for her intelligence, strategic thinking, and exceptional quirk abilities, which have propelled her to the top of the hero charts. With her extensive knowledge and experience in the business world, many believe that Creati is more than capable of successfully managing the Yaoyorozu Empire while simultaneously maintaining her position as one of the top pro heroes in the country. This development could also lead to exciting new collaborations and innovations in the pro hero industry. With Creati at the helm of the Yaoyorozu Empire, we may see new advancements and technologies that could push the limits of the hero world even further. Overall, Creati's appointment as CEO of the Yaoyorozu Empire is a significant milestone in both her personal and professional life, and we look forward to seeing how she manages this dual role and impacts the hero industry in the future. Stay tuned for more. Suddenly, he heard a knock on his door. It was strange because he didn't have many meetings planned for that afternoon. "Please come in," he said. His secretary peeked inside and informed him that UA's principal, Nizu, and pro-hero Creati were there to see him. He wasn't sure why exactly these two people wanted to see him, but they were influential enough that he couldn't deny meeting with them. After Haru asked his secretary to send them in, a few minutes passed before a beautiful woman in a bright red dress and a suit-wearing mouse entered his office. "It's nice to see you, Mr. Nizu and Ms. Yaoyorozu," Haru said. "Nice to meet you as well, Mr. Suzuki. I hope we're not intruding on your personal time," Momo greeted with a sweet smile. Haru smiled back and gestured for them to take a seat. "Now that the pleasantries are out of the way, let's get straight to the heart of the matter," Haru said, leaning back in his chair. "May I ask why you decided to show up here at my office out of nowhere?" "How perceptive of you," Momo smirked. "We would like to ask a favor from you." "What kind of favor?" he asked calmly, expertly hiding his excitement at the thought of owning a favor to the CEO of the biggest business empire in the country. "Nothing too big, actually," Momo said. "I just want you to fire the current president of the Hero Commission and appoint me as her replacement." "Wait, what?" Haru asked. "I think you heard me very clearly the first time, but I can repeat myself if you want," she said, without breaking her smile. "I don't know who you think you are or what you're thinking by making this kind of stupid demand, but let me ask you this, why shouldn't I just throw you out of my office right now?" Haru asked. "That is indeed a very good question, Mr. Suzuki," Nizu nodded his head. He then took a USB from his pocket and slid it toward the Prime Minister. "Maybe seeing the contents of this drive will change your mind." Reluctantly, Haru took the drive and plugged it into his computer. Then, a feeling of terror rose in his heart that he had never felt before. Not only was there definite proof of all the Commission's wrongdoings, but it also contained evidence against him and his entire party. "As you saw on that drive, the Commission is doing very bad things behind closed doors," Momo said. "That's why, Mr. Suzuki," she took out another drive from her handbag and placed it in front of him, "we want you to make a decision here. Take this second drive, which only has evidence against the president, or you go down with her, along with your entire party, when we make that first drive public." Haru couldn't respond to their offer. His throat was dry, his heart beating wildly in his chest, and his brain working in overdrive as he considered all the possible ways to get out of this situation. The only solution that came to his mind was to press the red button under his table and have his guards arrest the two of them for the time being. But before he could even move his hand. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, Mr. Suzuki," Momo said as she waved her phone in front of him. "Right now, I have both Licht and Dynamite, who are sitting in a cafe next door, on a conference call. If they hear anything out of the ordinary, they will rush here to save little old me from a brute like you." By the end of that statement, her smile had turned from sweet to sinister. "Well, that concludes the purpose of today's meeting," Nizu said as he stood up from his seat. "You have 3 days to pick your poison, or we will do it for you." They were about to walk out of the door when Momo stopped and turned around. "Also, no funny business, okay?" she said with a terrifyingly sweet smile on her face. "The moment my heart stops beating, everything we have on you gets released on every social platform that exists in this world. And I'm sure that you don't want your wife to know who Ms. Leon and her 3-year-old daughter are." After saying that, Momo left his office, leaving very stunned, shocked, and scared Prime Minister behind. 3 weeks later. Breaking news: in a shocking turn of events, the former president of the Hero Commission along with several high-ranking officials of the commission were arrested following a complaint filed by Prime Minister Haru Suzuki. The Prime Minister's complaint alleged that the commission had engaged in unethical activities, which were brought to his attention by pro-hero Creati. The commission, which is responsible for overseeing the activities of heroes, has long been considered a bastion of ethical conduct. However, it appears that there were some members who had other ideas. According to sources close to the investigation, the commission had been engaging in activities that were not in the best interest of the public. While the details of these activities are yet to be revealed, it is believed that they were of a serious nature. The former president was arrested by the authorities earlier today. It is unclear whether or not she will face charges, but the investigation is ongoing. Prime Minister Suzuki has stated that he is committed to rooting out corruption in the hero community and that this arrest is just the beginning of his efforts to clean up the system. This news is sure to send shockwaves through the hero community, as the Hero Commission is considered one of the most respected institutions in the country. It remains to be seen how this will affect the perception of heroes and their role in society, but one thing is clear, the public will be watching closely to see what happens next. That's all for now. Stay tuned for further updates as they become available. 2 more weeks later. Breaking news, Prime Minister Haru Suzuki has nominated Pro-Hero Creati for the position of President of the Hero Commission. The nomination comes after the former president's arrest following allegations of unethical activities. According to Prime Minister Suzuki, Creati's role in bringing the doubts about the Commission's activities to his attention was instrumental in the investigation. He also stated that he and his party consider her to be highly capable of handling this critical position. While the general public has expressed mixed opinions regarding her nomination, some questioning her age and experience, several top heroes, including Licht, Dynamite, Freezeburn, Uravity, Acid Queen, and Ingenium, have expressed their agreement with Mr. Suzuki's suggestions. This move is likely to bring some stability to the hero community after the recent turmoil caused by the Commission's unethical activities. The Hero Commission is responsible for overseeing the activities of heroes and ensuring they operate in the best interest of the public. As the nomination progresses, it will be interesting to see how the hero community and the public react to this development and what impact it will have on the perception of heroes and their role in society. Stay tuned for further updates as they become available. 2 more weeks later. Breaking news, Pro-Hero Creati, also known as Momo Yaoyorozu, has officially accepted Prime Minister Suzuki's offer to assume the position of President of the Hero Commission from Monday onwards. In a recent interview, she expressed her gratitude for the opportunity and thanked the Prime Minister for his faith in her. Addressing concerns about her age and experience, she urged the public to judge her based on her work and promised to give the job her best effort. Her words were met with appreciation, and many people were moved by her honesty and determination. The new leadership of the Hero Commission under Creati remains to be seen, and the public is eager to witness the changes she brings to the hero community. In other news, rumors about a potential relationship between heroes Licht and Uravity have been circulating in the town. We are dash. Night Eye couldn't believe his eyes. They took down Madam President without even interacting with her. All those plans and fail-safe protocols were wasted because the upper management had betrayed them, and there was practically nothing they could do about it. I wouldn't call it a betrayal either, Gray shrugged, the man was just saving his own skin. But don't worry, he got what he deserved when Nizu won the next year's elections. Nizu. Night Eye wanted to scream, but all he could do was yell in his head. You see, after this entire fiasco, the public's trust in the government was already wavering. Then, out of nowhere, Nizu announced that he was going to compete in the upcoming election with his own party members, who were the same people he had been gathering over the last 6 years. And it wasn't really a tough fight either. The population with mutant quirks was already on his side, as were his former students and people who were influenced by them. And then the way he absolutely demolished his opponents during debates just sealed the deal for him. And of course, while preparing for the election he had to give up his position as the principal, and hence Midnight became the new principal of the school. Wait, Midnight. I thought Aizawa would become the principal after the rat, Night Eye said. That's what everyone else thought as well, but logically speaking the man is too cynical and extremist to become a principal of such a renowned school with so many students in it, Gray explained, not to mention his attitude was not suitable to deal with the people that a principal has to deal with. That's why Namuri was the best choice, since she knew how to deal with the people and was amongst the people who Nizu trusted with his life. And well, from here on they started making changes that they had already planned out during their 3rd year in the school. Like abolishing the ranking system, integrating heroes with police, restarting the space program, and so on. During this time, Izuku completed his final task as the 9th holder of One for All. Firstly, he asked Kathleen to travel to Japan and assist him. Then, with the help of Yoichi, the first holder of One for All, Kathleen's quirk, and Momo's authority as the president, he was able to end the 2-century-old war by turning All for One to dust. After that, he continued his life as usual since he didn't have any direct involvement in the political side of their plan, but then the media started taking note of how pro-hero Licht has become more of a worldwide hero with how many work requests he gets from different agencies around the world. And well, he was rewarded for his efforts as shown in this news report. In a groundbreaking development for the hero community, Pro-Hero Licht has been granted the first ever international hero license by the United Nations. This license will allow him to perform hero work across the globe without seeking permission from local authorities in certain circumstances. Licht's global reputation as a hero has skyrocketed in recent months, with numerous agencies from different countries seeking his assistance in various hero activities. The media has taken note of his worldwide heroics, and it seems the United Nations has as well. After months of discussions and deliberations, the United Nations has granted Licht this unprecedented license, which is a significant step forward for the hero community. This move acknowledges the role of heroes as a global force for good and recognizes the need for swift action in times of crisis. In response to this news, Licht expressed his gratitude to the United Nations and vowed to continue his hero work with even more dedication and passion than before. He also urged other heroes to take inspiration from this move and work towards creating a better and safer world for all. This unprecedented decision has sparked debates and discussions about the role of international heroes and the criteria for granting such licenses. But for now, pro-hero Licht can continue to use his powers and skills to serve and protect people all over the world. And that's how Izuku Midoriya becomes the worldwide hero, Licht, and is still going strong till this date. Now I know you must be tired of hearing about the people you despise, so that's why let's talk about your former friend All Might aka Toshinori Yagi. After a few months of the viewing, Izuku somehow convinced his mom and All Might to give their potential relationship a try, Gray explained. And you know what? It worked out great for both of them. Inko finally had the companionship she had been missing for such a long time, and Toshi's health also started to improve since he had someone taking care of him. Everything was going great, but there was still one burden on his mind, the burden that you placed on his head, Gray said as he glared at Night Eye. What burden? I didn't give him anything like that, Night Eye denied the claim. You already forgot about Nishi Miho and her parents, didn't you? Gray scoffed. Ah. Now I remember. Those idiot parents who refused to take the money and wanted to sue Toshi, Night Eye said, I still don't get it, what about them? I thought commission solved that problem. Fortunately All Might doesn't think like that, and the guilt of killing a young and unfairly punishing her parents for it was too much for him, Gray said, so with the help of Hawks and Momo he finally found that the husband and wife were living in Kansas in a small farmhouse and so decided to give them a visit and personally apologize to them. Gray shook his head and said, well, it didn't go well. When Nishi Miho's mother found out who Yagi was, she refused to open the door. Despite this setback, Yagi persisted and stayed outside their door. He kept apologizing for his actions until she finally opened the door. Throughout his career, All Might had faced many frightening individuals, from killers and psychopaths to cultists and even the king of the underworld. But he had never felt the kind of fear he experienced when he looked into Nishi's mother's bloodshot eyes. You are sorry. Really? For what exactly, huh? She asked with a furious voice, for dropping a building on my little girl. For throwing us out of the country for wanting justice. Or for not having the fucking decency to apologize to the victim's parents. Yagi was stunned as he was not sure what to say in this situation. Tears started flowing from the mother's eyes as she said, she used to look up to you. That day, when we were all scared for our lives, she told us there was nothing to be afraid of because you would come to save us. And what did you do? You took away her life, even before she knew what it was like to live one. And just to be clear, we weren't suing you for money or to defame you. All we wanted was an apology, you know. We wanted to know if we placed our trust in the wrong person. We wanted to know if the person that our daughter placed her trust in was really worthy of that trust. But instead, they accused us of trying to exploit the symbol of peace for money and seeking fame, and in the end threw us out of the country with the ashes of our daughter. Remember this, All Might, your apology doesn't mean anything to me or my husband, she said, with venom dripping in her voice. My daughter might have forgiven you by now, but we never will. And I hope you live the rest of your life knowing that you took away our soul and happiness. Now leave this place before my husband comes back and puts lead in your frail body, she said, and slammed the door in his face. Till this day the words of that woman still haunt All Might, no matter how many people tell him otherwise, Gray said. Since we are talking about former #1 heroes, let's take a look at Endeavor as well, Gray said. This happened during the time when Izuku was busy touring the world. During that time Endeavor shocked the world with his sudden retirement. In a press conference, he confessed to all the crimes he committed against his family. Then, he faced trial and was sentenced to 10 years in prison. And as part of the sentence, all his finances and assets were awarded to Rei and their 3 children. A/N, I apologize if you feel this punishment is too lenient, but I am uncertain about how Japanese courts typically handle such cases. Moreover, I am also not sure if Endeavor's achievements as a hero would affect his sentence. During this whole incident, Dabi decided not to reveal his identity because his mission required him to avoid attracting too much attention. What an idiot, Night Eye said. He could have lived his entire life without anyone knowing about any of this, but no, he had to ruin his own reputation for some absurd reason. Well, at least he had the decency to feel bad about his wrongdoings, Gray-eyed at Night Eye. And that's it. Other than this, nothing really significant happened in other people's life. They just went with the flow and adapted to whatever changes happened along the way. For example, Mirio Togata. After his graduation, he decided to focus on rescue work instead of going all-rounder so that he can fulfill his goal and be a better example for Eri in the future. Then a few years later he got married to Nijire and adopted Eri from Yue's custody. Finally, 2 years ago they were blessed with a son, and Mirio decided to become a teacher at UA, which is now a mixed school for police training and court training. In other news, Japan finally made the moon trivial commercialized, Gray said. Of course, they have kept the real technology hidden from the rest of the world, but that only motivated other countries to make their own technology, which started the new era of space war, but this time everyone is warmer to each other. And lastly, let's talk about you, Gray said, and suddenly Night Eye started feeling a little uneasy in his chest. After your car crashed into the truck, you were rushed to the nearby hospital. The doctors worked tirelessly for 20 hours to perform surgery on you and save your life. However, your brain was severely damaged, and you went into a coma. Wait. You said I was sleeping here for 15 years, so who paid my medical bills? Night Eye asked. The commission certainly didn't, Gray said. After your accident, Centipede rushed to the hospital and did whatever he could to help. But once the doctors informed him that you wouldn't wake up anytime soon, he hired a man to liquidate your assets and pay your hospital bills in exchange for 5% of the sold price. And to that man's credit, he did that for 13 years straight without attempting to scam you. However, your assets have been depleted and your account is now dry, Gray informed. So, who's paying for the last 2 years? Night Eye asked. All Might is, Gray replied. Night Eye's face showed surprise at the news. He said he couldn't leave you to die like this, so he took care of your medical bills. But yesterday, the doctors told him that your brain activity is at an all-time low, and it's better to pull the plug on you. What? Night Eye asked, his voice laced with fear. How can that be possible? If that were the case, I wouldn't be able to talk to you like this. I'm sorry to tell you this, but right now I am using my magic to help you move your body. Without it, Gray snapped his fingers, and suddenly a world of pain filled Night Eye's mind as he flopped back onto his bed, completely losing control of his body. That's the only reason why I told you all of those things, Gray said. I wanted you to know that there are more ways than one to create a stable society, and only time will tell if Nizu and company can do a better job than the people who sat on those seats before them. Well, that's it, I guess it's time for me to go, Gray said, and created a portal in the middle of the room. Wait. Night Eye yelled in his mind while still staring at the ceiling, you can save me, right? Please save me, I will do everything to atone for my sins. Please don't leave me to die like this. Gray sighed and looked at him with pitying eyes. Trust me, buddy, this is mercy. Others wanted a much crueler fate for you, he said. Besides, I couldn't have saved you even if I wanted to. I am a watcher. All I am allowed to do is influence your world, not directly involve myself with it. And that rule applies to everyone. I wouldn't have done a damn thing even if Izuku was sleeping there instead of you, and with those final words, Gray left the room. A few hours later night I heard a few people enter his room, but he couldn't hear what they were saying. Despite this, he recognized the voices of his friend and his student. A great amount of sadness flooded his heart as he realized that, in the end, the two people he had betrayed the most were the only ones there with him in his final moments. He wanted to cry, and apologize to them for what he has done, but his body didn't move. It stayed there on the bed, unmoving like a corpse. Is there no other way to save him? His student asked. He felt a fond feeling in his heart as he realized that he hasn't changed that much, till trying to save everyone. I am sorry, but at this point keeping him here is just torture, the unknown voice, mostly probably the doctor, said. I hope you understand. Then there was a silence until another similar voice spoke. Young Mirio, if you want dash. No, it's all right. Go ahead, his student said. And then, goodbye my friend, were the last words he heard. Barrow, his consciousness died, one last time. A few days later. On the moon. Ochako walked out of the main hub while wearing an astronaut suit and started walking on the surface of the moon. It has been a few years since Japan started this service, but due to her work, she was unable to use it, that is until now when she managed to free her schedule enough to make a room for this trip. And she was loving every moment of it, and why won't she? After all, it was her dream to come here. And despite that, there was one this she was missing with all her heart, and that was her love, Izuku, who couldn't make it cause he had to go somewhere to fight some stupid supervillain. And she was angry at him, at least that's what she told him on the phone, but she understands that his work is just as important as hers and the nature of their carries will not give them free time at each other's convenience. But then, whoa. Check this, her eyes went wide as she heard a very familiar voice. I could feel the sun. She turned around, and there he was standing in a similar white spacesuit as her. Izuku. How, what? Okako tried to form a coherent sentence. You know what, forget about that, what's more important is that you are here with me right now. After that, they spent some time roaming around the surface of the moon until the couple found themselves looking out at the vast expanse of space in complete but comfortable silence. As they gazed up at the stars, Izuku took a deep breath and turned to face his girlfriend. 10 years ago, I fell in love with you, he said, his voice muffled by the helmet. I remember the moment I first saw you, and how my heart skipped a beat. You were so beautiful, so vibrant, so full of life. And I knew then, at that moment, that I had to get to know you. Okako smiled, remembering the day of the entrance exam when he saved her from the zero-pointer. As we started talking, I knew that you were special, the Izuku continued. You had this way of making me feel at ease, of making me laugh, of making me forget about the stresses of being the successor of All Might. I felt like I could be myself around you, and that I don't need to carry the weight of the world alone. Okako's eyes were misty with tears, but she couldn't look away from his gaze. As we started dating, I knew that I was falling in love with you, the man said, his voice softening. I loved the way you looked at me, the way you held my hand, the way you supported me in my dreams. I loved how we could talk for hours about anything and everything, and how we could be comfortable in silence as well. He paused for a moment, taking her hand in his through the thick gloves of their space suits. But it was when we had to spend months apart, while I was roaming around the world, I knew for sure that I couldn't live without you, he said, his voice cracking with emotion. Every day, I thought of you. I missed your smile, your laughter, your touch. And I knew then, without a doubt, that I wanted to spend the rest of my life with you. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for the most important words he would ever say. Then he got down on one knee and asked, Ochako Uraraka, will you do me the honor of becoming my wife? He asked, looking into her eyes with all the love he felt. Ochako was taken aback, but the love in his eyes was unmistakable. She nodded her head vigorously and raised her hand, touching the outside of his helmet. He did the same, and they smiled at each other through the thick, clear visors. As they hugged each other through the bulky spacesuits, Izuku felt a sense of weightlessness and freedom, as if they were floating in space together. He didn't know what life had in store for him or what kind of challenges he would face in the future, but with Ochako by his side and the help of his people, he was sure he could tackle any problem that lay ahead. Story by TheHinokami. Reaction by Grey Ninja. 27 Post-credits scene. After a long day of work, Izuku returned home. As soon as he walked through the door, he felt a sense of unease settle over him. The house was silent and still, and there was something off about the atmosphere. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but he knew that something was wrong. It felt like he wasn't alone, but that shouldn't be the case since Ochako was staying at Momo's place for their girls' night. That could only mean one thing: an intruder or assassin was in the house. Just as he was about to make his next move, a bald man with an eye patch over his left eye walked out of the kitchen holding a glass of very expensive whiskey that Izuku was going to enjoy tonight. You are a very difficult person to keep track of, Mr. Midoriya, he said as took a sip out of the glass. Yeah, I get that a lot, Izuku said while still keeping his guard up. By the way, who the hell are you? Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the man said, I am here to talk to you about the Avengers Initiative. The end. Chapter End Notes. Thank you so much for reading this FIC and making it to the end with me. Also, thank you TheHinokami for allowing me to do this FIC. This was the first anti-hero Izuku FIC that actually managed to hook me till the end, and that's why I thought that making a reaction FIC around it will be an enjoyable experience for not only me but for the readers as well. Please check out my other works and follow this series for more reaction fics. Goodbye. See you in the next one.